Chapter 164. Where did the key come from? Everyone was terrified by Lu Zhou's fierce demeanor, each person holding their breath and not daring to make sound. Lu Zhou coldly pulled out one of the people from the crowd who had just acted violently. He didn't forget to address Zhang Jia and the Gao Shan couple, saying, "I just saw this person act up, right? You must remember who is causing trouble, so tell me." At this point, Zhang Jia quickly realized what Lu Zhou meant. He pulled out the most unruly person from the team, saying coldly, "Besides the person in your hands, this guy was also quite rowdy and even tried to force his way into the house a few times." Hearing this, the man who had just been singled out turned pale with fear, silently mumbling, "Help! I didn't do it! I didn't do it!" Just a moment ago, he was acting arrogantly, but now he had turned into a coward. Zhang Jia kicked him in frustration. "What nonsense are you spouting? You did those things yourself, and now you expect me to say it for you." This scoundrel had just hit Zhang Jia a few times, and now he had to be dragged out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to Zhang Jia for having taken those hits. Before Gao Shan and his wife could point anyone out, Lu Zhou took action first. With a cold expression, he seized the man's arm he had pulled out. With a twist of strength, the man's arm quickly produced a series of cracking sounds. "Ah, it hurts. Help, help." The man writhed in pain, but Lu Zhou firmly held him down. Any struggle was futile. Lu Zhou's grip was like an eagle's claw, tightly restraining him. The man, in immense pain and fear, began to cry and repent to Lu Zhou. "I'm begging you. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been fooled by Yin Lao Qi to come here. Please, let me go." Lu Zhou's grip didn't lessen at all. Instead, he tightened it a bit more. Although he had a smile on his face, that smile sent chills down the spines of everyone present. "Oh, really? Then why didn't you listen when I told you to step forward? I warned you that being pulled out by me would have severe consequences." After adding these words, Lu Zhou's expression grew more serious, his brows slightly furrowing as he scanned the rest of the people around. "Do any of you want me to pull you out too?" His icy gaze coiled around each person's heart like a snake. The man in his grip, who had initially been able to struggle and shout loudly, was now pale and gradually growing limp. Lu Zhou slowly took out a knife and struck it against the man's arm. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. They were even more afraid now. Medical resources were extremely scarce, and with the hot weather, that wound would fester and become unbearable. In such a situation, having such an injury was worse than being killed outright. Throwing the man aside, Lu Zhou pointed at the person Zhang Jia had identified, extending his hand menacingly. Upon seeing the treatment others received, this person immediately became weak-kneed and collapsed to the ground. As Lu Zhou took a step closer, the man immediately went insane, screaming and rushing downstairs. Lu Zhou was quick, grabbing the man by his collar and pulling him back in front of him. "Where do you think you're running? I haven't even touched you yet." The man was terrified, crying out, "Please, I didn't intend to harm anyone. Don't kill me. I just wanted to find medicine for my family." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou was nearly enraged. "Is this your attitude when seeking medicine? Just because there's no medicine, you think you can act violently? You even try to rob the house." Without further ado, Lu Zhou decisively dealt with him with the same punishment as the other man. The two people who were actively called out are currently in a terrible situation, and seeing that the others have no way out, one of them finally made a ruthless decision and knelt down hard. While kneeling and banging his head on the ground, he kept muttering about being deceived and that his family was in difficulty, among other excuses. Grandma Shan finally managed to catch her breath. Looking at the mass of people on the ground, her mood instantly dropped a few more points. Lu Zhou raised his eyes as if to ask for the elderly lady's opinion, but saw Grandma Shan wearily signaling for him to handle it himself. She opened the door and went inside to rest. After the elderly lady left, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, "I'm not going to make it hard for you. You've all heard this saying, right? If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I will repay them tenfold. Since someone hit my people, you could just hit yourselves 10 times. The ones who cursed as well. As soon as he finished speaking, these people quickly got up and started slapping their own faces hard. One after another, the sounds echoed. Lu Zhou glanced over, and it seemed this group of people was not holding back. As for the ones who had cursed, they were currently unleashing the dirtiest insults at themselves. After it ended, the group looked at Lu Zhou with hopeful eyes, wishing he would let them go. Lu Zhou smiled coldly and said, "All right, I'm not a bad person, so let's leave it at that. But where did you get the key to the 17th floor?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became angry and replied, "We were all deceived by Yin Laoqi. He opened the door for us and told us to lie in ambush on the 18th floor." Seeing how these people had no psychological burden in selling out the still unconscious Yin Laoqi, Zhang Jiahao, Gao Shan, and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. According to their agreement, Lu Zhou let these people go. They were so happy that they almost had it written all over their faces. At this point, as long as they could survive, they didn't care about face or dignity. In the past, if Lu Zhou had humiliated them like this, they would have been unable to bear it, but now there was a sense of relief from escaping death. Of course, another reason was that Lu Zhou's strength completely surpassed these people. The weak dared not harbor resentment against the strong. After these people left, Lu Zhou signaled for the others to come inside to talk. The crowd hurriedly followed him into Lu Zhou's home. The things in Lu Zhou's house had mostly been packed up, leaving the place quite empty. After seeing the inside of the Lu family home, Gao Shan and his wife felt an even greater sense of urgency. Wow, had most of the stuff been packed already? No way. When they got back, their family also had to hurry and pack up their things. Zhang Jiahao also noticed this situation and couldn't help but marvel at Lu Zhou's quick packing skills. When the group brought the still groggy Yin Laoqi back to consciousness, Lu Zhou coldly spoke to him. "Yin Laoqi, where did you get the key?" Yin Laoqi was momentarily stunned, then scanned the surroundings and quickly realized something was off. "This is the Lu family?" Before he could speak, Lu Zhou stepped forward and punched him hard, making his head buzz. "I'm asking you a question." Lu Zhou's punch landed solidly, causing Yin Laoqi to lose a tooth. Out of fear, Yin Laoqi trembled and stammered, "I found this key." "You found it." Chapter 165, Running Away Early. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, and then his fist came down like he was ready to hit something with all his might. His face was dark and gloomy. "Do you think I'm stupid and easily deceived?" He punched Yin Laoqi, who howled in pain. However, this person stubbornly insisted that he had just found the key. As for how he knew it was the key to the 17th floor, it was because he had seen the key fall from Yuziu's body. The mention of Yuanghua made Lu Zhou's mind flash to a door slightly ajar in the Yu family's household. Was it an unintentional act, or was it deliberate? After beating Yin Laoqi nearly to death and breaking one of his arms, Lu Zhou threw him out the door. Yin Laoqi fled desperately, quickly disappearing from sight. The few people in the room exchanged glances. Zhang Jiahao was so angry he was gritting his teeth, making a crunching sound. The Yu family must have done it on purpose. They tricked us in the past, and this time it must also be their doing. Aunt was uncertain, as she was not yet clear about the Yu family's previous tricks against the Zhang and Lu families. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Was it really the Yu family's intention? Why not just go and ask them directly? After all, his group was about to leave. With this thought, Lu Zhou took the lead and headed to the 17th floor. The others immediately followed with weapons in hand. Right beside Lu Zhou was Zhang Jiahao, who had never seen eye to eye with Yuziu, especially considering that this time Yuziu might have acted deliberately. When they reached the 17th floor, they saw that the door of the Yu family, which had previously been slightly open, was now tightly shut. Zhang Jiahao, filled with anger, began to bang on the door loudly. After knocking for a long time, no one answered. Lu Zhou's suspicion grew. There was no way they couldn't hear such a loud noise inside. The others also looked uncertain. As Zhang Jiahao's banging grew louder, Lu Zhou frowned and signaled him to step back a bit. Once he was a safe distance from the door, Lu Zhou took out a piece of wire and inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the wire easily unlocked the door. However, the scene that greeted them inside left everyone stunned. The room was in disarray. Aside from the chaotic environment, the hot weather had led to a foul stench permeating the air. Lu Zhou, with his keen sense of smell, quickly recognized that this odor was likely from a decaying body. He rapidly scanned the living room, which was cluttered, with all valuable items missing. He moved deeper into the house, honing in on the source of the stench. When he got closer, he was met with the sight of a body that was unrecognizable. The person's face had already rotted to the point of being unidentifiable. From the corpse's mouth and eye sockets emerged several wriggling maggots. The body was in a similarly horrific state. Seeing this scene, even Lu Zhou, who had encountered many situations, felt a bit nauseous. Not to mention the others who had hardly seen such sights. Damn, who is this dead person? Zhang Jiahao covered his mouth and nose, looking completely bewildered. The others shook their heads in confusion, while Lu Zhou focused on the shoes near the bed for a moment. The size 36 shoes should belong to a woman. It's a female corpse. It's either Qiu Wenyo or the nanny. Lu Zhou thought to himself that this corpse was most likely the nanny. There seemed to be nothing else worth knowing in this house. Apart from feeling uncomfortable, everyone had no other gains. Lu Zhou signaled for everyone to exit the room. After everyone finished searching the other bedrooms, Lu Zhou came to a conclusion. The Yu family must have run away. No wonder this person disregarded their own safety and threw the key to Yin Laoqi. At that moment, Lu Zhou was puzzled because Yuanghua seemed like a shrewd person who wouldn't do something harmful to himself. However, considering the current situation, he understood. Who would have thought the Yu family had some tricks up their sleeves, silently pulling one over on their group right before they fled? Connecting this to what Yin Laoqi said, that Yu zimming through the key, could it imply that Yuanghua was not fully aware of this? Lu Zhou quickly recalled past events and felt that Yuanghua was indeed shrewd. This kind of trick was unlikely to be his doing, but the probability that it was Yu Zimming's was quite high. This person had previously had conflicts with him and the Zhang family, and seeing that they were about to flee, they probably wouldn't want to give him and the others any trouble. After all, the world is wide, and who knows if they would meet again. Revenge should be taken early. Lu Zhou could think of this kind of trick, and the others behind him were also clear about it. Zhang Jia angrily said, "The Yu family doesn't treat people like humans. That bastard, if I ever meet him again, let's see if I don't settle the score with him." Though they said that, everyone understood that the probability was too low. Lu Zhou was still pondering one thing. How did the Yu family get such timely information? Where did they actually flee to? After searching the Yu house, they found nothing of value inside, and everyone could only exit helplessly. Once they were outside, Lu Zhou first thanked the three people, who quickly said it was nothing. The Yu family has already run away, probably knowing something big. I think we should hurry up and pack our things. Gao Shan was worried. Lu Zhou's face darkened as he nodded. Let's move faster. When the time comes, we'll leave immediately. Zhang Jia thought to himself that he needed to move even faster. After everyone returned to their homes, Lu's father and uncle arrived late. As soon as the two learned about the family's encounter today, a surge of anger welled up in their hearts. Lu Zhou signaled for them to calm down and said in a deep voice, "The Yu family has run away. We need to hurry." Wei Qingzhu looked out the window at the significantly lowered water level, her expression calm like a pool of dead water. When the time comes, we'll leave immediately. Days passed, and whereas before they needed to navigate various areas by raft, recently, due to the scorching weather, the water level had dropped from over 10 meters to completely dry in less than a week. The temperature continued to rise, reaching an unbearable 51 degrees. Lu Zhou couldn't measure the perceived temperature, but it was definitely not low. Stepping outside, the sunlight felt like scorching hot oil pouring onto one's skin. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., no one dared to engage in outdoor activities. Before the extreme heat, the high temperature was 42 degrees, and people could work for 3 hours before suffering heat stroke. Now, at 51 degrees, it's even more brutal. Compared to extreme cold, extreme heat is more unbearable. Heating in extreme cold is much easier than cooling in extreme heat. The high temperatures not only dried up the water, but also brought about a shortage of water resources. During the extreme cold, they could still melt snow for water, but now, suddenly jumping to extreme heat, many households were running low on stored water. Forget about washing up. Currently, every household was counting every drop of water for drinking and daily use. However, even if the public had saved some water, it was still far from enough. Every household faced a dilemma. Drinking and usage water was about to run out. Chapter 166. The Eve of Separation. In an unnoticed corner, a wave of unrest was brewing. The water shortage, combined with the scorching heat, had left the people struggling to survive. Water deep fire hot was the only way to describe their plight. In this sweltering weather, they were fortunate that the 17th and 18th floors still had generators, allowing them to somewhat control the indoor temperature for the past few days. However, even so, the Zhang family and their aunt's family had to constantly monitor their electricity usage, leaving them exhausted from both mental and physical strain. Although Lu Zhou occasionally charged the equipment, he couldn't openly show it off. To soothe his companion's anxiety, he often made excuses about finding someone to charge the devices. This helped ease their minds a little. As the anticipated departure day approached in 2 days, the situation in Jiguan City escalated. Lu Zhou was the first to notice it. Water delivery trucks started appearing on the streets, delivering water from the city center to the outskirts. The delivery trucks were entirely white to maximize sunlight reflection, and they only went out at night around 9 p.m. when the weather was relatively cooler. While Lu Zhou was busy at home, he heard a series of horn sounds coming from below his window. Residents of Hengsheng Community, it's time to collect water. Once again, please collect your water and bring your ID. Each person is allocated 3 liters. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. An adult needs about 1.5 to 2 liters of water daily under normal circumstances, let alone in such high temperatures where water consumption would only increase. The announcements quickly drew out many residents. At 10:10 p.m., the temperature had dropped to 38 degrees Celsius, a decrease of about 10 degrees from the hottest part of the day. While 38 degrees would have been considered high in the past, compared to the extreme heat earlier, it was surprisingly more bearable now. Lu Zhou and his family went downstairs with their IDs. Along with them, 3 other families also descended. The Zhang family, including Zhang's father, Zhang Lele, and Grandma Zhang, all came down. The aunt's family sent only 2 people, leaving the children and elderly at home. Seeing the Zhang family come down in full force, Jiang Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to bring everyone down for safety and to gather more water. As the 3 families descended, the Zhang family leader even kindly knocked on the door of the Gao family. Ever since the incident with Yan Laoqi, the Zhang family had implicitly regarded them as part of their team. However, there was no response from inside the house, leading them to speculate that the Gao family must have left earlier. Without wasting any time, they quickly made their way down the stairs. With the floodwaters receding, the previously submerged 5th-floor stairs were gradually becoming visible. As they stepped onto the stairs, they were immediately hit by a strong, unpleasant odor filling the stairwell. Ugh, it smells terrible. Zhang Lele covered her nose, clearly affected by the stench, but her cheeks were flushed with heat and exhaustion. Tong Tong, who shared a similar personality, chimed in after hearing Lele's complaint, echoing her sentiments. The 2 girls held hands and walked in the middle of the group, whispering to each other, looking a bit more spirited than before. Stepping out of the building, a suffocating wave of heat hit me in the face. From head to toe, from front to back, Lu Zhou felt sweat suddenly break out all over his body. The others were the same. Everyone was dressed in relatively light and breathable clothing, yet just this short walk caused them to sweat profusely. Wiping his forehead, he raised his hand to look, finding it glistening with sweat. In the dark night, The silver-white water truck stood out conspicuously. A considerable number of residents had already gathered nearby, and Lu Zhou and his companions quickened their pace to approach. By the time evening arrived, although the air had cooled down a bit, the heat radiating from the ground still made people feel irritable. Coupled with the dense crowd waiting for water, anyone could lose their temper. As soon as Lu Zhou and his group arrived, they witnessed the military personnel escorting the water truck resolving two conflicts. How they resolved them was naturally by each taking a share of the blame. This commotion immediately alerted the crowd waiting for water. They had to control their emotions. The water at home was getting scarcer. If they ended up like the two who were arrested, what would they do if they couldn't get water tonight? When would the next water distribution be? Now everyone was purely resistant to soft approaches. Only when they realized that acting out would affect themselves were they reluctantly willing to follow the rules. Queue up. 3 liters per person. No proxy collection, shouted the soldier, maintaining order in front of the water truck, his voice hoarse. Amid the roar of voices, it gradually became heavy. Lu Zhou and his group quickly formed a neat line. While in line, he spotted the Gao family, who had already moved ahead. They were just a short distance in front of him in the queue. Zhang Jiaxiao stood behind Lu Zhou, looking around anxiously, finally glancing uncertainly at the building in the distance. Do you see that? The rooftop of that building. Has something been installed? Upon hearing the prompt, Lu Zhou immediately regained focus. When he looked up towards the opposite side, he discovered that there was indeed a black panel flashing on the rooftop. Lu Zhou recognized very well what that black panel was. Solar panels. Wow, these people are quite capable. They figured out how to get some solar panels for power generation in this extreme heat. With this blazing sun, those solar panels could produce a significant amount of electricity daily. In his previous life's memory, these people also sold the electricity generated by the solar panels to others. However, this good life didn't last long, as it was destroyed by an earthquake. Most of the solar panels were damaged in the earthquake, and the solar panels built later were mostly transported from afar. Lost in his memories, Lu Zhou's father beside him exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that a solar panel? Impressive, these people actually have this thing." In the past few days, because they were about to leave, the Lu family had not installed their solar panels, but had instead packed them away. After all, it wasn't worth setting them up for just a week. Wei Qingzhu looked around and, feeling envious, turned back to the crowd and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and queue, and once we get our water, we can go back." No one objected, gradually shifting their focus back to the task at hand. The water distribution moved quite quickly, and without any disturbances, the line advanced swiftly. After waiting for an hour, they finally reached the front of the line to collect water. After swiping the identification cards of all 3 family members at the gate, Lu Zhou finally took the bucket and watched as they poured a total of 9 liters of water for him. Chapter 167, Leaving the City. The person in charge of distributing water was a middle-aged soldier, his face weathered but his eyes full of kindness. Lu Zhou noticed that the man's lips were chapped and peeling, likely from shouting to maintain order. "Comrade, here's water for your family. Take it," he said. "Thank you, uncle." Lu Zhou nodded respectfully at the man across from him, and then stepped aside to wait for the others. Soon, the Zhang family and his aunt's family also received their water, and everyone prepared to leave. As the queue started to disperse, a few voices emerged from the crowd. "Oh my, those thugs finally left. I was so scared I didn't even dare to breathe." "Right? Me too. That Lu family is full of lunatics." The whispers were quiet, but only Lu Zhou heard them as he turned around and quietly stared at the speakers for a few seconds until their faces paled, prompting him to turn away. The next day, the water supply truck arrived again. As usual, everyone received 3 liters of water, and Lu Zhou took his family and the other 2 families to collect it. After receiving the water, Lu Zhou quietly stood at the window, gazing at the crowd below collecting water. The crowd didn't disperse until late at night. Lu Zhou was cautious, In the 2 days leading up to their departure, he had lined up for water alongside the larger group, ensuring that no outsiders noticed anything unusual. After confirming that no one was left after another half hour, Lu Zhou took out his walkie-talkie and whispered, "Let's go." At his command, the other 4 families responded in turn. "Received. Everything is packed up here. We can head down together." This was Zhang's family. "All set here too," Gao Shan added. "Lu Zhou, can your car fit all of us and our stuff?" Jiang Xiaolin asked, concern evident in her voice. Lu Zhou smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Aunt. I've got everything sorted." As he spoke, he opened the game and pulled out the crafting iron plate from his building. Originally, Lu Zhou had thought about leaving some things for these people as an act of kindness, but after the incident with Yan Lao Qi, he felt quite displeased. If others treated his family like this, he would be a complete fool if he continued to think about them. Besides, Lu Zhou wasn't some saint. Soon, any lingering sympathy he had vanished without a trace. After Lu Zhou extracted the iron plates, the entire building seemed to emit a mournful sigh. As for when it would collapse, Lu Zhou could only say good luck to them. Both Gao Shan's and Zhang's families had their own cars, which they had secretly repaired to ensure they could run. As for the gasoline, Lu Zhou had lent a hand. Currently, gasoline was in high demand. After all, the weather was getting hotter, and more people were desperate to escape. The price of gasoline was now much more expensive than gold. Lu Zhou prepared enough gasoline to reach Liang Mountain and traded it to the 2 families under the pretext of a deal. As for his aunt's family, they would share a car with Lu Zhou's family. During the flood, his aunt's family had escaped in a hurry, leaving their car in the underground parking lot, which was already damaged beyond repair from being submerged. Lu Zhou planned to take the off-road vehicle he had collected earlier. The price of this SUV is high, but its exterior looks exceptionally understated. Its off-road performance is excellent, and it's an 8-seater SUV. The 8 seats are just enough to accommodate 2 families. The interior space is quite spacious. Lu Zhou didn't bring a lot of things visibly, since he could store items in the game cabin, so he only took out a reasonable amount of items to show, leaving the extra space for his aunt's family to bring more things. Besides the interior of the car, even the roof was utilized. Lu Zhou was driving, while his dad sat in the passenger seat. In the back, there were Lu Ma, Grandma San, Wei Qingzhu, Jiang Xiaolin, and Tong Tong. Little cousin Tong Tong curiously burrowed into her mother's arms and asked in a sweet voice, "Mommy, are we going on a big escape now?" Jiang Xiaolin was taken aback for a moment. Then she smiled wryly as she realized. How can Tong Tong think this is a big escape? After saying that, she playfully teased her soft and adorable daughter. Tong Tong, with her round, shiny black eyes, replied in a delicate and charming tone, "I saw it on TV before. It looks like a big escape, and I think it's so interesting." Tong Tong still had the innocence of a child. After saying this, she burrowed back into Jiang Xiaolin's embrace, revealing a set of small white teeth. In the dark, those little white teeth were quite noticeable. Jiang Xiaolin tried her best to think positively and managed to smile. "That's right, Tong Tong. We're playing a big escape game." Tong Tong giggled softly a few times, then leaned against the car window to see the scenery outside, while Jiang Xiaolin snuggled closely to her daughter. Wei Qingzhu's worries eased a little for the time being. He kissed his daughter a couple of times and then quietly sat beside his wife. He was thinking about the previous matter. Was it true that the higher-ups had really let them researchers go? Logically, it shouldn't be possible. After all, given the current situation, his identity shouldn't warrant such treatment. So, it's likely that he would only be able to continue his work after the situation stabilized. The fact that no one was coming to assist them indicated that the internal strife above had become so intense that they had no time to take care of these secondary personnel. Lu Zhou was unaware of his uncle's complicated thoughts. He looked affectionately at his cousin a few times, then picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand. "Family, hi Uncle Gao. I'm setting off now. Follow my car, and we'll pick someone up along the way." The other 2 families agreed. In the darkness, Lu Zhou drove silently, soon exiting the residential area. The three vehicles quickly arrived at Hengxin residential area. At the back gate of Hengxin residential area, a smaller SUV was parked. This SUV could seat 5 people and was a regular off-road vehicle. Like their car, Wang Da's vehicle also had a lot of stuff strapped to the roof. After the two sides met, they cautiously communicated with each other via walkie-talkie. Lu Zhou looked at the other side and spoke with a hint of joy. "Brother Wang, are you ready? Let's set off." Wang Da's voice was filled with happiness. Ready. I've been waiting for you." While speaking, he also took a look at Lu Zhou's car. This SUV clearly wasn't cheap. This kid Lu Zhou had quite a few luxury cars. He wasn't just driving this one. Wanda recalled that Lu Zhou's other car was a smaller SUV. After the meeting, everyone tacitly followed Lu Zhou and quietly drove out of Jiguang City. The route to Liangshan was already downloaded as an offline map by Lu Zhou. He also shared this map with the other 3 vehicles, just in case any unexpected situation arose, ensuring they still had a chance to reach Liangshan. Chapter 168. The First Meal on the Road. The journey to Liangshan officially began. The group wasted no time and focused intently on the road ahead. 4 vehicles set off, needing to cross half of Huaghua to reach Liangshan. If they were to drive on the highways as in the pre-apocalypse days, it would take approximately 19 hours of non-stop driving to reach their destination. However, given the current poor road conditions, along with the unrest on the roads and the sweltering heat, Lu Zhou optimistically estimated that it would take at least 4 days to arrive. At this moment, Lu Zhou was seated in the driver's seat, deep in thought. According to his memories from his previous life, the Liangshan base was currently in the midst of construction. Once their group arrived, there would likely still be time to secure residency rights in the Liangshan base. There were 2 ways to obtain residency within the second ring of the Liangshan base. The first was to donate money or goods to the base's construction, or to be a person of high status. The second way was for local residents whose land had been requisitioned for Liangshan. Lu Zhou believed that the first option was not feasible for him, so he could only pursue the second option. Although this method would only allow them to reside within the second ring, living there was certainly better than being on the outskirts. While pondering this, Lu Zhou began to silently calculate how he should behave once they reached Liangshan. Throughout the journey, he was lost in thought, while the others in the vehicle stared in shock. The once bustling city roads and highways had completely transformed. The cities they passed were in ruins. The smooth roads of the past now barely functioned. The devastation in these cities was far worse than in Jiguang City. At this moment, everyone realized that Jiguang City was actually one of the better managed areas. Other places looked even more desolate, and some were completely ungoverned. Of course, under normal circumstances, Lu Zhou would prioritize driving on the highways. It was only when faced with blockades or other emergencies that they would consider navigating through the cities. Young Tong Tong, looking around curiously, finally voiced her innocent confusion. "Mom, why do these places look worse than our home?" Jiang Xiaolin forced a smile. Just a couple of days ago, while fleeing, she had some expectations about the outside world, but it was now clear that those expectations were unfounded. Not only was Jiang Xiaolin feeling disheartened, but the rest of the group also experienced a gradual collapse of their spirits as the journey proved difficult. At that moment, everyone began to contemplate a troubling question. Would life at the Liangshan base really be better than in Jiguang City? This question lingered in everyone's mind, yet they all chose to remain silent. No one wanted to shatter the fragile dream that they had managed to hold on to. Now, all they could do was hope that life in Liangshan would be better than their current situation in Jiguang City, and not the same or worse. In contrast to the solemn mood of the others, Wang De appeared somewhat optimistic. The only good news along this journey was that, as they traveled deeper, the weather data from his weather monitoring device was increasingly promising. At least in the direction of Liangshan, the temperatures wouldn't be as high as those in Jiguang City. This was indeed excellent news. After 10 continuous hours of driving, the group decided it was time to find a suitable spot to rest. Night driving was treacherous, and everyone was genuinely exhausted. Soon, they found a shaded area with rock cover that was ideal for a temporary stop. Absolutely the top choice for camping. After parking the car, everyone got out and started to set up the tents. As night fell, the temperature dropped quite a bit. Moreover, the further away we got from Jiguang City, the lower the temperature became compared to before. However, even with the drop, it was still around 30 degrees. Once the tents were set up, everyone discussed how to save fuel and decided to use one pot to cook everyone's dry rations. Each family contributed their own dry rations. If someone had instant noodles, there was no need to cook together. Since it was the first day of traveling, each family could still bring out some vegetables. These vegetables were all harvested just before their departure. There were bok choy, lettuce, oilseed lettuce, and chrysanthemum greens, among others. Quite a variety. Later on, due to high temperatures and water shortages, everyone decided to harvest all the mature produce in one go, and the fields were cleared with plans to find a suitable place to plant vegetables again. In addition to fresh vegetables, each family also brought out some noodles. Noodles are easier to prepare than rice, since you just need to boil them in water. Once the stove was lit, a large iron pot was placed on top. The flames licked gently at the bottom of the pot, cooking the vegetables inside. Lu Zhou also added a concentrated soup base, and instantly, a rich broth aroma wafted up. This smell drew everyone's attention. Even the usually reserved Wei Qingzhu appeared curious at that moment. Finally, it was his little cousin Tong Tong who sweetly spoke up. "Brother, what is this? It smells so good." After saying that, she took a deep sniff, her delicate little nose twitching adorably. Lu Zhou nearly burst out laughing, ruffling his sister's hair before smiling and saying, "This is a concentrated soup base. That's why it smells so good. You could try it later." Upon hearing the words concentrated soup base, Wang Da's eyes widened. "Wow, you actually have this kind of good stuff even in these times." In the current apocalypse, any kind of seasoning was something to be envied. Most of the time, just having something to eat was a blessing, let alone pursuing taste. However, for those with a bit of a refined taste and the means to make their lives a bit more comfortable, it was a different story. Hearing that Lu Zhou had such enviable condiments, everyone looked at him with great admiration. Tonight, everyone was having a pot of mixed vegetable stew with some noodles thrown in as well. Different families took turns cooking, and today it was Lu Zhou's family's turn. So, when no one was paying attention, Lu Zhou slyly added more noodles into the pot. Enough for everyone to fill their stomachs. This way, it wouldn't attract attention, and no one would have to watch their companion suffer. Luma felt much better in her heart. Once the meal was ready, Lu Zhou quickly went to call everyone to eat. Although it looked a bit mismatched, it actually tasted pretty good. As for the taste, Lu Dad and Luma didn't have much to say, since their family usually had plenty to eat and drink, finding today's meal just average. However, compared to the calmness of the three of them, the others ate much faster. One by one, they revealed expressions of surprise. The adults looked a bit embarrassed and shy, while the kids, Zhang Lei, Wei Tong Tong, and Gao Jingheng, practically buried their heads in their bowls and ate as if they couldn't get enough. Chapter 169, Prophetic Dream? Three little heads huddled together, enjoying their meal with great delight. The parents and relatives of the three children watched nearby, nearly moved to tears. If it weren't for the apocalypse, the children would be eating a simple meal, yet they showed such excitement over it. As parents, they could only watch with heavy hearts. Lu Zhou held his bowl, taking in everyone's expressions. He could only sigh inwardly. After everyone reluctantly set down their chopsticks, they belatedly realized one thing. They were all incredibly full from this meal. Each person recalled the noodles they had brought out, pondering for a while, and they all coincidentally thought of one thing. Was it because the meal included the special ingredient of potatoes? In any case, no one suspected Lu Zhou. After finishing their meal, they cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. When camping in the wild, safety was particularly important. They agreed to take turns on watch, then everyone fell into a deep sleep. The watch order was Lu Zhou first, followed by Gao Shan, then Wang Da, and finally Zhang Jieqi. Each person watched for 2 hours before switching with someone else to sleep. Once everyone had entered their tents to sleep, Lu Zhou leisurely took out a small pot to water and loosen the soil. This was his daily chore, as his survival points relied on completing daily tasks. This pot contained the only living thing he had managed to keep alive, a cactus. Taking care of it allowed Lu Zhou to earn points without restrictions. After quietly finishing his daily tasks, Lu Zhou took the opportunity to check on the game. Everything was running smoothly in the game. Lu Zhou opened the door of his vehicle and added some food to the bag for himself and his aunt's family, just in case they ran out. Once he finished all this, Lu Zhou found he had no more chores to do. He sat quietly outside the tent, keeping an eye out for any unusual occurrences. Fortunately, during his watch, nothing out of the ordinary happened. When it was Gao Shan's turn to take over, Lu Zhou smoothly handed over the watch. Gao Shan looked clearly like he hadn't woken up properly, yet he forced himself to stay alert. "Go to sleep, Xiao Zhou. I'll keep an eye out," Gao Shan said, and Lu Zhou nodded before crawling into the tent to sleep. As he quietly entered the tent, his parents, Lu Dad and Lu Mom, were startled awake. They whispered, "Son, go to sleep quickly." Lu Zhou responded softly and burrowed into his sleeping bag, burying his head to sleep. As he settled down, the wind outside seemed to pick up, howling and slapping against the tent, causing it to sway. Inside the tent, it was pitch black, and Lu Zhou stared intently at the tent's ceiling, his heart racing uncontrollably. What was happening? Feeling uneasy, Lu Zhou crawled out of the tent to take a look, but found nothing unusual outside. He crawled back into the tent and tried to sleep again. Soon, he dozed off into a deep slumber. Lu Zhou, wake up. Something big happened." An urgent voice called him, fluctuating in tone, sometimes near and sometimes far. Normally vigilant, Lu Zhou now felt his eyelids were so heavy that they might fall off. Why were his eyelids so heavy? It was infuriating. He couldn't open them no matter how hard he tried. Lu Zhou shook his head vigorously, finally able to see who was waking him up in the dark. Zhang Jiahao. He had a panicked expression on his face, and his head seemed to be wet, his clothes completely soaked through. He looked exceptionally disheveled. Seeing Zhang Jiahao like this, Lu Zhou immediately scrambled to his feet. "What happened? What's going on?" Lu Zhou spoke in a low voice while quickly trying to wake his parents. However, no matter how hard he tried, his dad and mom wouldn't wake up. Zhang Jiahao continued to urge in a panic. "Lu Zhou, hurry, hurry. The rocks have collapsed. We need to run quickly, or we'll all die." Lu Zhou furrowed his brow tightly, but noticed that his friend had collapsed on the ground and was no longer moving. He immediately wanted to go over and help him up. As he reached out, he first touched his sticky, slippery liquid. In an instant, a faint metallic smell of blood wafted through the air. Lu Zhou opened his palm, brought it close to his nose, and only then realized he had misunderstood. At first, he thought it was rain, but then he realized that Zhang Jiahao's head was soaked with blood. In that brief moment, Lu Zhou felt a shiver run through him, a chilling tremor gripping his entire body. Zhang Jiahao couldn't be dead, could he? What about my parents? Are they gone too? Lu Zhou was suddenly frightened and looked down to check, only to see his parents covered in blood as well. In that instant, Lu Zhou felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, ringing with a dull thud. Impossible. I have a golden finger. I still need to work hard with my parents, my aunt, and my friends to survive. How could I die here? But the sensation in his hands was too real, making him break out in a cold sweat. His heart was screaming in panic. Every cell in his body was clamoring in denial. Lu Zhou, wake up. The voice was urgent, and when Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Jiahao's anxious face in front of him. But this time, unlike before, Zhang Jiahao's face was clean and not disheveled at all. After a moment of confusion, Lu Zhou immediately looked down to check on his parents. Thank goodness, they are still here. It was just a dream." Just as he thought this, he heard a shocking news that made Lu Zhou tremble all over. Zhang Jiahao's face was anxious, Lu Zhou, we need to change places quickly. This area is about to collapse, and we could all die. Reality and dream intertwined, and Lu Zhou forced himself to calm his wildly beating brain before he said calmly, "How do you know?" Zhang Jiahao paused for half a second before hesitantly replying, "If I said it was a dream I had, would you believe me?" Lu Zhou looked deeply at him and firmly said, "I believe you." While speaking, Lu Zhou shook his parents awake. "Quick, wake everyone up. We need to leave immediately." After glancing at Lu Zhou, Zhang Jiahao immediately ran off. After being shaken awake, Lu Zhou's dad and mom were initially a bit dazed. "Xiao Zhou, what happened?" "Mom, Dad, we have to leave immediately. We might die otherwise." Lu Zhou spoke distinctly, and his parents immediately came to their senses. They didn't ask many questions and quickly packed up the tent. When Lu Zhou stepped out of the tent, he realized it was just about dawn. At this time, it should be Wanda's watch. Thinking about Zhang Jiahao's earlier strange behavior, Lu Zhou's suspicion deepened. However, the only thing he could be sure of was that Zhang Jiahao had shown no signs of malice so far. Wanda, upon seeing Lu Zhou come out, was just about to complain. "Lu Zhou, were you also dragged out by that kid Jiahao? He insisted he dreamed about a landslide. How could that be possible?" Chapter 170, Narrow Escape. Seeing that Wanda still had a confused expression, Lu Zhou frowned and decisively said, "Wanga, I had that dream too." This one sentence immediately silenced Wanda, whose face was filled with bewilderment. While it wasn't unusual for one person to dream of a landslide, for two people to dream the same thing, it made everyone feel uneasy. Wang Da's eyes were wide with fear, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Lu Zhou patted him on the shoulder to offer some comfort. Instantly, it was as if Wang had found his backbone. He quickly sprang into action. There was still time. He had to stay calm, as his family was relying on him for rescue. Wang fled from his spot like a gust of wind, rushing to help his family, who were still leisurely packing their things. Meanwhile, his mother and wife were still slowly gathering their belongings. At first, everyone had woken up confused after the Zhang family's loud commotion. They were skeptical, as having a nightmare wasn't an uncommon occurrence. But now, with the situation at hand, who didn't have nightmares every day? What terrified everyone was that Lu Zhou had taken the initiative to tell them that the content of both dreams was completely identical. Given their ages and experiences, they could sense something was off. After hearing the confirmation from Lu Zhou, everyone panicked. In their haste, they packed their belongings even faster. Once they had gathered everything and driven for about 2 minutes, a thunderous noise erupted from behind them, shaking everyone awake. Damn it, the landslide really happened. Beads of sweat rolled down Wang Da's round face in an instant. He never thought that the god of death would brush past him. The sound behind them grew louder, and the ground trembled, making the car shake uncontrollably. If they were unlucky, small rocks would even fall on the car's roof. When the rocks fell, they were tiny and wouldn't cause any injury, but it was enough to frighten people. Thankfully, they evacuated early. Had they been setting up tents under the rocks, they would have been buried by the landslide. Fortunately, with the warnings from Zhang Jiahao and Lu Zhou, they had already driven away from the most central area of the landslide. In this life and death struggle for survival, everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. After finally leaving the landslide zone, the family stopped the car to rest for a bit and exchanged a few words. It was around 8 a.m., and the sun was high in the sky, with the temperature rising to 42 degrees Celsius. However, to be fair, this temperature was much lower than that of Jiguang City. After driving to a relatively shady spot, everyone got out of the car. Despite Wang Da's round figure, he was surprisingly nimble. He hopped out of the car and hurriedly called the others over. Lu Zhou was the last to get out. By the time he stepped out, everyone had already gathered in a small circle, discussing the landslide that had just occurred. Gao Shan, still shaken, said, "According to logic, the place we chose was the most suitable for setting up tents. The probability of a landslide here is negligible. But who would have thought this would happen?" Lu Dad and Lu Mom were also startled, their hearts racing and their hands clenched tightly. Indeed, when we were driving, small rocks hit the roof of the car several times. Thankfully, we weren't in the landslide area. Wei Qingzhu furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Jiang Xiaolin tightly hugged his daughter, his face still pale with fear. Zhang, he was also filled with trepidation. His mood could be described as the most complex one. Early in the morning, his son woke him from his dream, looking heavy-hearted as he told him he had a nightmare, that this place would soon collapse. Zhang Fu quickly got up, suppressing his fear, and asked his son how his sixth sense felt about it. Unexpectedly, his son told him that his sixth sense was going crazy for the first time, so the dream must be true. The two hurriedly woke the rest of the family. Zhang Fu watched as his son rushed over to the others, urging them to get up. Having escaped from danger, everyone's understanding of the crisis became richer. Now, in the wilderness, they not only had to guard against people, but also against natural disasters. The morning temperatures were relatively cooler, and everyone drove with determination until they reached the hottest part of midday, when they finally stopped for a break. Lu Zhou thought the journey to Liangshan wouldn't be too hard, with enough food, water, and fuel for everyone. But it seemed that their earlier estimates had been overly optimistic. The high temperatures greatly affected their travel. In the cramped car, the heat was even worse and harder to endure. If they drove all day, they could only avoid the midday heat. Thus, their progress efficiency quickly declined. Lu Zhou secretly calculated in his heart. Previously, they estimated that they would reach Liangshan in about 4 days, but now it seemed it would take longer. A sense of worry began to rise in Lu Zhou's heart. As the saying goes, delays lead to changes, and naturally, he wanted to reach Liangshan as quickly as possible. However, seeing everyone looking drained, Lu Zhou sighed inwardly and then focused his mind on the game's food workshop. Coincidentally, the food workshop had just unlocked a drink called bitter buckwheat tea. The ingredients for this were mineral water and dried barley collected in the game. They first had to process the water into ice cubes, and then combine them with the processed barley to make bitter buckwheat tea. The game marked the effects of bitter buckwheat tea. This drink could keep the body at a relatively comfortable temperature for 2 hours after consumption, and surprisingly, players could control the perceived temperature within a suitable range. Given the current situation, Lu Zhou felt this was perfect for their needs. However, such a good thing naturally came at a cost. It required 1,000 gold coins to unlock. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Lu Zhou really wouldn't be able to gather that much gold. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhou successfully unlocked the tea drink. While everyone was resting, he quickly produced enough tea drinks. When the tea was ready, it was in small cups from the game. Lu Zhou cautiously poured all the tea into a large glass teapot before looking for an opportunity to bring it out. I brewed some tea. Everyone can drink a bit to quench your thirst. At first, everyone hesitated, shaking their heads in refusal. Lu Zhou smiled. Don't be shy. The tea has cooled down before I told you. We stored quite a bit of water when it was snowing. With this blazing sun, everyone should drink some bitter buckwheat tea to cool down. After hearing Lu Zhou's words, everyone felt embarrassed and reached out to take some tea. Lu Zhou was clever. To prevent everyone from discovering how good the water tasted, he deliberately added a drop of herbal medicine to it. Chapter 171, Silent Night. The taste of the water was enough to make everyone unaware of its true flavor. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were a bit curious about the new concoction their son had made, so they took a sip. Unexpectedly, as they swallowed, both of them frowned slightly, their tone rising a few notches. Xiao Zhou, did you add something to this? It feels like, while Lu Dad and Lu Mom were racking their brains trying to find the right words to describe the tea, Wei Qingzhu interjected, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like there's a hint of Huaxiang Zhengqi medicine in it. Only then did everyone slowly react, wide-eyed, looking at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou smiled and explained, Huaxiang Zhengqi medicine can prevent heat stroke, so I added a bit. The taste might be a bit strange. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Although the flavor was odd, it wasn't unpleasant. It existed in a state of being both good and strange. Seeing that everyone had tasted the tea, Lu Zhou's heart raced. He quickly began to adjust the temperature in his mind. He didn't dare to set it to the most comfortable temperature, so he aimed for one that wouldn't be too cool, yet wouldn't affect their pace. The effects came quickly. Before long, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Drinking this Huaxiang Zhengqi and tea, I actually feel much better. That stuffy heat is gone quite a bit. It's really amazing. I've never had this medicine. Everyone chimed in excitedly, and Lu Zhou secretly smiled, while outwardly he joined in the praise. Wang De exclaimed excitedly, I feel much better all over. I think we should take advantage of this comfort and travel more, so we don't have to worry about lingering too long. This suggestion received unanimous approval from the group. If it hadn't been for the scorching heat at noon, they probably wouldn't have stopped to rest. Lu Zhou felt quite pleased as he led the way, with the 3 vehicles closely following behind. Taking advantage of the effect of the tea, Lu Zhou and his group traveled for another 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Lu Zhou gradually increased the temperature, ensuring that it wouldn't rise too suddenly. Fortunately, he handled it meticulously, and no one noticed anything unusual. Of course, even if he said this tea could regulate internal temperature, the others might not believe him. After all, this technology was truly too advanced, beyond their understanding. Just when he thought he would need to give everyone another sip of tea, after 2 hours, the temperature had become much more suitable for traveling. Seeing that no one showed signs of discomfort, Lu Zhou kept quiet. Everyone hurriedly drove until they reached midnight. The main reason for stopping was that the road ahead was blocked. It was late at night, and it wouldn't be appropriate to find another route to detour. Considering how to detour was a matter for the next day. Tonight, it was best to find a place to rest and recover some strength. After a day of long travel, everyone was quite hungry. After yesterday's unsettling experience, everyone took care to avoid areas prone to landslides when choosing a campsite. Tonight, the cook was from the Zhang family. The best cook was Grandma Zhang. The Zhang family stood to the side, occasionally helping the elderly woman. The others began to set up tents. Lu Zhou's family was no exception. He quickly set up the tent in just a few moves. By the time everyone finished their tasks, Grandma Zhang had also prepared the meal. The food today was much the same as yesterday. We gathered the leftover dishes from yesterday, added some noodles, and it turned into a simple meal. However, Grandma Zhang put a large pumpkin in it, and the soup that came out was thick and rich, extremely delicious. This cooking method is unique to the elderly's hometown, and even Lu Zhou had never tried it before. For today's meal, Grandma Zhang first sautéed some chopped green onions in a bit of oil, then added the vegetables, and finally the noodles. In the meantime, Lu Zhou contributed some seasonings, 13 spices, chicken essence, and a bottle of solid old sauce. This type of old sauce is generally used for stewing food. It is quite durable and has a heavier flavor. It suited the current situation pretty well. At first, Grandma Zhang was a bit worried that without seasonings, the food might not taste very good, but Lu Zhou's contribution greatly eased her anxiety. However, Lu Zhou was somewhat incredulous. The pumpkin is sweet, and with soy sauce, green onions, salt, and chicken essence added, it all seemed like a dark cuisine. The rest of the Zhang family was unusually enthusiastic in encouraging everyone to try it. Come on, eat up. This way of cooking pumpkin is delicious. I loved it when I was a kid. Zhang Lele nodded vigorously, her eyes revealing 2 words, want to eat. Seeing the Zhang family so sincerely recommending it, the others quickly nodded in agreement. Lu Zhou hesitated for a moment before picking up a piece of pumpkin. Then, gritting his teeth, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, a peculiar sensation rushed to his mind. He thought this way of eating pumpkin would surely be a disaster, but how come it was unexpectedly delicious? Not believing it, Lu Zhou continued to take big bites and quickly confirmed that this method of preparation was indeed quite tasty. When he stealthily paused to observe the others, he found everyone eating happily. After quietly finishing the food in his bowl, Lu Zhou hadn't had the chance to speak when Wang De exclaimed in surprise, Grandma Zhang's cooking is so good. This pumpkin is the first time I've eaten it this way. I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly delicious. Where's your grandma's hometown? Wangda was indeed a social butterfly. Starting from the food, he managed to chat with the elderly about all sorts of random topics. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, was discussing the night watch arrangements with the others. Unlike yesterday, when they were stationed behind the rock wall, the current geographical location was flat ground. Due to the lack of cover, the safety factor was not very high. After discussion, the number of night watch personnel increased from 1 to 2. 2 people would keep each other company to avoid any accidents. The pairs assigned for the night watch were Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Cao, Gao Shan and his wife Jiang Lishui, Lu Zhou and his dad, and finally Wei Qingzhu and Wangda. To minimize danger, Lu Zhou took on the night watch during the darkest hours. He had a game system at his disposal and, coupled with his decent skills, could avoid accidents to the greatest extent. Being paired with his dad was purely for the convenience of using the game system. Before long, everyone crawled into their tents to rest. The first half of the night passed without incident. Not long after exchanging with Gao Shan and his wife, Lu Zhou and his dad sat down on the ground. Dad cautiously picked up his weapon, emanating vigilance. Lu Zhou, as usual, was checking his game points. The night grew deeper. In the past, there would be the sound of crickets in the summer, but tonight it was as calm as a still pond. Dad rubbed his sore wrist and was just about to turn and call out to Lu Zhou when he saw a scene that made him freeze in place. Chapter 172, Ambushed. Not far from him, a shadow seemed to move a few times. Lu's father instantly tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and leaned closer to Lu Zhou, whispering, "Son, it seems like there's a figure on your side." Lu's father thought Lu Zhou would be surprised, but unexpectedly, Lu Zhou coldly replied, "I noticed it too and was just about to tell you, but I didn't expect you to notice as well." Lu Zhou had excellent night vision. He could see clearly that there was a thin man across from them. This man seemed unaware of their presence. However, what was strange was that he was moving frantically, rolling and crawling toward where Lu Zhou and the others were stationed. In Lu's father's mind, this was the most dangerous person, but Lu Zhou thought otherwise. This man was not necessarily dangerous, but he could potentially trigger danger. Sure enough, as Lu Zhou had anticipated, closely following the man was a massive creature. Seeing its size, Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly constricted. Goodness, a tiger? This was not a suitable habitat for a tiger. How could it be here? It didn't make much sense. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Zhou drew his gun from behind him. At the same time, he signaled to Lu's father to quietly enter the tent and wake the others. The tent was flimsy and would definitely not withstand a tiger's attack. Although Lu's father was worried about his son, he understood the gravity of the situation. He quickly slipped into the tent. Lu Zhou focused and held his breath, gripping the biological information pistol and biological information net tightly in his hands. This tiger was enormous. He wasn't sure if the biological information net would be effective. In the darkness, danger was approaching step by step. The thin man was running forward in a panic, the darkness bringing him immense fear. Due to malnutrition, his night vision was practically non-existent, but the tiger was not affected. This creature had been well fed, its fur glossy and its movements agile. Moreover, being a feline, it had excellent night vision. At that moment, the man was acutely aware that he was in a very dangerous situation. In the dark, the tiger seemed to toy with its prey, not in a rush to pounce and kill the man in one bite. It was clever, realizing that the man before was too weak. Eating him too soon would only make it bored. It was better to play with this feeble prey for a while. Once the man was exhausted, it could enjoy a satisfying meal. The man was so panicked that he had lost his rationality, stumbling forward with unsteady steps. Due to his unstable footing, he suddenly fell to the ground, and the tiger closed in, its glowing green eyes seemingly filled with murderous intent. Feeling the hot breath against his neck, the man froze in place. Quickly, the tiger opened its mouth and lunged at the man. Ah, 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 ah. The scream echoed through the area. Fortunately, the man was bitten on the arm, not the neck. But that was enough to terrify him. The tiger, seeming to have lost interest in toying with its prey, turned and aimed for the man's neck. The man braced himself, expecting excruciating pain, but surprisingly, nothing came. He looked at the tiger in front of him, cautiously taking a step back. Following the tiger's gaze, he trembled and turned his head. Unlike the tiger's fear, he saw nothing but darkness ahead. But it seemed that fortune had favored him. As he panically cried out for help, "Is anyone there? Help! Help!" Lu Zhou finally found the right moment and shot a biological pheromone net at the tiger. However, by a stroke of bad luck, his aim was off, alerting the tiger to the danger. Lu Zhou could see clearly that the man was already at the end of his strength. Having been bitten and without tetanus or rabies vaccines, coupled with the hot weather, his chances of survival were very slim. Furthermore, in the wilderness, Lu Zhou wouldn't casually save someone. There was a good chance that the person he rescued could be a thug wielding a knife. Now, the situation had reversed, shifting from struggle between the man and the tiger to one between Lu Zhou and the tiger. Lu Zhou calmed himself, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, firmly locking onto the tiger. At this moment, Lu's father had awakened everyone, and those with guns had exited the tent armed. There was no use in fleeing. It was either fight or die. Using the fact that wild beasts fear fire, Zhang's father quickly fashioned several fire sticks. Soon, everyone had a fire stick in hand. With the flickering flames, they could finally see the form of the tiger clearly. Just one glance sent chills down everyone's spine. What a massive tiger! This was much larger than any tiger they had seen in the zoo or in nature documentaries. Just the thought of having to contend with such a colossal creature made everyone's hearts sink. With the illumination of the fire, Lu Zhou felt his vision sharpened. This time, he was 100% confident that he could hit the tiger. The man who had been bitten erupted with a desperate will to survive, trembling as he dashed towards the light of the fire. "Don't run," Zhang's father exclaimed in alarm. The man, heedless of the warning, surged forward like a madman, tears streaming down his face, his cries for help relentless. "Help me! Please help me!" Not only Zhang's father, but also others with some experience knew that when a wild beast is nearby, one should not run. Otherwise, it would only provoke the animal. As expected, this action undoubtedly enraged the tiger, which had just retreated a few steps. It quickly charged at the man with a fierce roar, and in the shocked eyes of the crowd, the man was bitten and fell to the ground, bloodied and in a horrific state. The tiger's bite force was tremendous, capable of tearing apart an adult human. In the blink of an eye, the man who had seemed fine just moments ago was now down on the ground, his death a chilling sight, sending shivers through everyone. Can anyone really survive facing such a creature? Everyone tightened their grips on their firearms, forcing themselves to muster some courage. Stay calm, stay calm. The torches can scare off this beast. Until the last moment, they could not give up on survival. The tiger glanced at the flickering torches nearby, then retreated several steps, locking eyes with Lu Zhou from a distance. The Zhang family felt their minds go blank. When he had hunted with his father before, even encountering a wolf had not carried such a heavy oppressive force. The fear of being bitten to death washed over everyone. Both sides cautiously retreated, trying to move back to the vehicles. But to their dismay, the tiger was very intelligent. It seemed to see through their weakness and quickly adjusted its steps, shifting from retreat to advance. Just those few steps forward sent shivers down everyone's spines. Oh my God, is it about to launch an attack? Everyone slowly moved towards the vehicles, while the tiger followed closely, step for step. Wanda's heart raced, memories flashing back to the moment he was chased by a wild boar. Chapter 173, The Abandoned RV. This feeling can only be described as quite unpleasant. The tiger stuck out its tongue, licked its lips, and then, filled with murderous intent, began to charge forward. Everyone's hearts tightened as they raised their guns and started firing wildly. Bang, bang, bang. In the moment when most people were distracted, Lu Zhou seized the opportunity, quickly shooting out a net with pinpoint accuracy. The shot hit the mark. Lu Zhou nervously focused on the tiger's movements. He had no idea if this thing could be trapped. He certainly wouldn't just wait for the net to take effect. He picked up his gun and aimed at the tiger, firing several shots. Bang, bang, bang. The tiger was hit by the bullets and writhed in pain, furious beyond measure. It tried to charge forward, but was held in place by an unknown force, unable to escape no matter how it struggled. Lu Zhou didn't miss this moment and increased his firing speed. The others, initially panicking, quickly regained their composure in just a few seconds. Zhang Fu and the Zhang family performed exceptionally, not wasting a single bullet, all directed at the tiger. After a vigorous effort, the tiger finally succumbed. After a few furious roars, it still couldn't break free from the net and ultimately had to die unwillingly. Once they confirmed that the tiger was no longer moving, everyone hesitantly put away their guns. Is this tiger really dead? Gao Shan felt a chill in his heart. It looks like it. I'll go take a look. Lu Zhou, being brave, took a torch and rushed forward. His parents, worried about their son, picked up their guns and closely followed him. After Lu Zhou examined the area carefully, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's dead. He truly was dead. Thoroughly so, with so many bullets piercing it. It would be strange if it didn't die. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, everyone finally felt their bodies go limp. Wang De relaxed his grip on the gun, suddenly feeling a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Wei Qingzhu, who had been thrown back several steps by the powerful recoil while shooting, had scraped off a large patch of skin, and now that he relaxed, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. While Lu Zhou was inspecting the tiger's corpse, he unexpectedly touched something strange. It was hanging around the tiger's neck. It felt like a chain. Lu Zhou was a bit uncertain, but when he took out a flashlight to shine on it, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was a chain made of gold, and at the very bottom of the neck, there was a golden tag. On it was written the word Xiaoyu. Lu Zhou looked at these two characters, his expression changing unpredictably. Xiaoyu sounded like a pet's name, and combined with the golden chain, could it be that this tiger wasn't wild but rather a domesticated pet? Looking down at the massive tiger, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Which good person would raise such a creature? Others watching shared the same reaction. Everyone had a shocked expression. With people struggling to make ends meet, how could someone afford to raise a tiger so well? The tiger's fur was glossy all over, clearly a creature that didn't have to worry about food. For a moment, everyone felt a mix of emotions. As humans, they fought desperately just to survive every day, yet someone else had the luxury to raise a tiger for fun. The disparities in the world were enough to leave one in a daze. With an icy glint in his eyes, Lu Zhou rubbed the tag in his hand, pausing for a moment. Wait a minute, the texture on the back seems to have something engraved? Without hesitation, he flipped the tag over. The words quickly came into view. If the pet is lost, please contact Butler by 184 ****** 7976. The words are very small, but they make one's heart tremble. Zhang Jiahao murmured, "It's really funny. We live worse than this tiger." At this point, there are still people raising tigers? If it was in the past, they could have raised them, but how did it end up like this? Can they even afford it now? Wang Da's eyes also widened. This was the reaction of a normal person. Everyone sighed for a moment, and Lu Zhou moved closer to the body of the person who had just been bitten to death. Although this person died tragically, Lu Zhou was more interested in what information he could gather from this person. Soon, Lu Zhou rummaged through the dead man's pockets and unexpectedly found something. It was a business card with by construction, contact number 184 ***** 7976 written on it. It was quite clear that this person should be the steward by whom managed the tiger. Besides this business card, Lu Zhou also found a set of car keys attached to the man's belt. This meant that this person had a vehicle used for transporting the tiger. The tigers seemed to be well taken care of, and it was likely that there was food in the vehicle, or perhaps other interesting items. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before stating his decision. Are you going to look for the car? Wei Qingzhu stroked his chin, and after looking at the items Lu Zhou had pulled out, he furrowed his brow and then agreed. Okay, I think this vehicle should not be too far away, but we should set a rule. If we can't find the vehicle within 20 minutes, we'll give up. This suggestion received the approval of the others. Lu Zhou carefully checked the direction from which the man had come and soon discovered bloodstains on the road. Following the bloodstains, they quickly found a vehicle. For safety, everyone gathered their things and drove over. Lu Zhou looked through the car window and saw a recreational vehicle suddenly appear in front of them. This RV should also be considered a luxury vehicle. After confirming there was no danger, they entered the RV. Behind him were Zhang Hui, Zhang Jiahao, Aunt Hui, Lu Dad, and Gao Shan, all holding guns and tents. The exterior of the RV was painted in a black and yellow camouflage pattern, making it look quite large from the outside. Once inside, they realized the interior space was surprisingly spacious. This RV appeared to have been modified, with a different internal structure than a regular RV. There were 2 levels. The first level had a bathroom, kitchen, driver's area, and 2 bunk beds. In addition, there was 1 empty room. When they moved over to take a look, they saw an iron cage in the empty room. The cage was in an open state, and beside it lay a dead man. The man's death was gruesome, with intestines spilling all over the ground. Zhang Jiahao held his breath and turned his head aside, seemingly unable to bear to look any longer. After exiting the empty room, they checked the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was rice, flour, noodles, ham, frozen meat, and other food. What surprised them the most was that this RV actually had running water and electricity. Lu Dad, who was more knowledgeable, quickly focused on the vehicle after examining the water and electricity situation. The upper level is definitely equipped with solar power generation equipment. The water tank is placed below, and as for the black tank in the bathroom, that's located in the lower level. Lu Dad's analysis was correct. When they went up to the second level of the RV, they found only 2 things. One was filled with solar power equipment, and the other was a storage room. Inside were various food supplies, with the majority being meat. Lu Zhou touched the meat deep in thought. Chapter 174, The Introduction Letter. Fresh meat, this tiger is quite something. It must have a lot of energy, Lu Zhou casually remarked, causing the others to ponder. This RV seemed well suited for long journeys. The space inside was large, and although there were only 4 beds, if they set up sleeping mats, they could accommodate many more. Lu Zhou also had thoughts of making use of the RV. How about we tidy up the inside and hit the road with this RV? His suggestion received unanimous agreement from the group. Before long, they found a spot to bury the person who had died tragically. Afterward, they wiped down the floor with a rag, but there was still a lingering smell of wild animals in the empty room. Without cleaning supplies, they couldn't deal with it completely. The group had no choice but to open the windows, trying to let some air circulate inside. While the others were cleaning, Lu Zhou wandered into the driver's cabin. The cabin was well equipped. The seats were at a reasonable height, and the space was quite ample. There was even a narrow bed inside. On the bed lay a bag of instant noodles that had already been opened. The noodles were intact, but the seasoning packet had spilled everywhere. It seemed that an unexpected situation had occurred, and they hadn't had the chance to eat. Pulling his gaze away from the bed, Lu Zhou noticed a box of energy drinks inside. These people had decent living conditions. They even stocked up on so many energy drinks. While he was feeling a bit sentimental, Lu Zhou didn't forget to open the 2 cabinets in the driver's compartment. Initially thinking he might not find anything of interest, he was surprised to discover a black folder inside. The folder was warm and smooth to the touch, seemingly made of genuine leather. Lu Zhou quickly opened the folder and found a few thin sheets of paper inside. It appeared to be something handwritten by someone. Among them, one line stood out prominently. On the construction guidelines for Liangshan Base. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou carefully read the contents. At the bottom of the letter was a bright red seal. Looking at these sheets, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile. It was quite the coincidence. Just when he was thinking about whether his method would work, a pillow was delivered right to his doorstep. The document broadly discussed the specific development of Liangshan and how to resettle the population. This content occupied 2 sheets, while the remaining sheets were all introduction letters. With this introduction letter in hand, he wouldn't have to worry about being stopped by the personnel responsible for recording the household registrations when they got to Liangshan. Lu Zhou speculated that this introduction letter was likely issued for the people transporting the tiger. Even in the apocalyptic world, wealthy individuals still needed servants. However, these individuals probably didn't expect that sending a tiger would also bring about an unexpected gift. The only thing that made Lu Zhou a bit anxious was that his group needed to speed up their journey. The document stated that the household registration work would conclude in 3 days, and if they delayed any longer, they might miss the opportunity. Almost immediately, Lu Zhou pretended to be surprised and held up the document for the others to see. "I found something. Everyone come take a look." Once everyone had read through it, their expressions showed a mix of excitement and nervousness. It was a double-edged sword. The good news was that going to Liangshan seemed like a good option, and if they made it there, they might have a good chance of settling down. It seems that time is a bit urgent. After reading the documents, Wang just suppressed his excitement. "That's great. Good news. I think we can't linger any longer. We need to keep moving. Otherwise, we might not make it to Liangshan within the stipulated time." Zhang Jiao interjected. "We'll take turns driving the RV and rest only after we reach Liangshan as quickly as possible." Wei Qingzhu naturally agreed. This was a matter of survival, and there was no room for carelessness. "We can let people take turns resting inside the RV. We'll all endure some hardship to reach our destination sooner." Everyone spoke at once, and Lu Zhou made the final decision. "All right, let's head straight for Liangshan with all our might." After everyone resolved to press on, they began to drive day and night toward Liangshan. Fortunately, because they had an RV, when everyone got tired, they could sleep inside it. Essentially, they took turns driving without daring to stop for a moment. Thanks to the kitchen in the RV, they could often cook while driving, which significantly increased their travel speed. Moreover, having an RV with a kitchen was much more convenient than a regular off-road vehicle. It's worth mentioning that, apart from the tiger incident, Lu Zhou and the others had not encountered any other unexpected events. Additionally, there was another exciting piece of news. The temperature had dropped considerably compared to Jiguang City. It stabilized at 38 degrees. This temperature is already quite good. Wangda excitedly reported the final measurement data to everyone. The other drivers couldn't help but smile broadly. "That's wonderful." Their decision to relocate was indeed correct. 38 degrees was at least a temperature that wouldn't threaten their survival. Seeing everyone's spirits lifted, Lu Zhou, who was driving, felt a bit lighter in mood as well. They were currently on the road, with over 300 kilometers left to Liangshan. If all went smoothly, they could arrive in a day. There was still a day and a half until the deadline for entering Liangshan. According to their current speed, there was plenty of time. The group took turns eating and sleeping inside the RV. Before long, everyone started to miss the modern conveniences of electricity and water. Jiang Lishui was driving the RV, while Lu Ma was cooking for the others. Today, she decided to make some steamed rice and stir-fry a couple of dishes. In the upper storage compartment, there was a lot of frozen beef. Lu Ma looked at it and decided to take out some chili to make spicy stir-fried beef. The remaining ingredients will be used to make chicken stew with potatoes and cabbage. The RV was equipped with utensils, and the capacity was quite large. Lu Ma skillfully cooked rice, stir-fried vegetables, and stewed meat all in one go. The aroma wafted from the RV and into the air outside. Lu Dad was driving when he caught a whiff of the smell and couldn't help but sniff his nose. "That smells delicious. Your mom must be making chicken stew. She's the best at that." Lu Zhou was in the passenger seat, while behind them, only Wei Qingzhu was dozing off. The other two, Ant and Tong Tong, had fallen asleep on the beds in the RV due to exhaustion. Uncle was too tired to sit up and was curled up sleeping in the vehicle. Lu Zhou looked through the mirror inside the car, and after seeing that uncle was asleep, he softly continued to his dad, "Mom's dish is indeed delicious. We're finally close." As they spoke, the vehicle continued to drive until they were only 20 kilometers away from Yangshan. Everyone was in a state of joy and excitement. The group first had a meal, and then they eagerly continued driving forward. Chapter 175, Highway Robbery. The food tasted excellent, but it couldn't compare to the excitement in everyone's hearts. This feeling wasn't just held by Lu Zhou. Everyone shared the same mindset. After all, who wouldn't want to quickly escape from Liangshan and live a stable and peaceful life? Just when Lu Zhou was lost in thought, he keenly sensed something was off. About 20 miles from Liangshan, a rough-looking group of 5 burly men were laboriously setting up iron roadblocks in the middle of the road. These obstacles were covered with sharp steel spikes, and they were quite inconspicuous. If any unsuspecting vehicle were to crash into them, the tires would immediately puncture, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Once stopped, the people and belongings inside the vehicle would become the spoils of this group. As they were speaking, the roadblocks were quickly set up. The group exchanged wicked smiles as they hid by the roadside, waiting for their prey. Before long, the first unfortunate soul arrived. It was a small SUV. The vehicle was speeding, likely because the occupants were excited about reaching Liangshan. They thought hope was right in front of them, only to crash headlong into the roadblock. With the sound of puff, puff, all 4 tires went flat. By the time the driver realized the severity of the situation, he was trembling with fear, panic filling his mind. This kind of incident was quite common, but no one wanted it to happen to them. The group that set up the roadblocks, their nature and character need not be elaborated on. Falling into their hands would be a fate worse than death. When they saw the car come to a standstill, they immediately rushed over with wicked grins. One of the burly men with a pockmarked face spat out a thick phlegm, which hit the car window. "Hey, open the door and get out," he shouted impatiently. Inside the car, a family trembled in helpless despair, shivering like little sheep. What a joke! How could they possibly get out? They would be signing their death warrants. The man inside was out of his mind to even consider getting out. Occasionally, other vehicles passed by, and the occupants saw this scene unfold. However, due to their own inability to intervene, no one dared to stop and get involved. They all left in a hurry, thankful that their own families weren't stopped, not daring to look back. The man inside the vehicle seemed to have angered the group outside. Under the leadership of the pockmarked man, the others picked up their tools, shovels, drills, and so on, to break the windows. Before long, the family inside the vehicle was pulled out by the thugs. The group scoured the car like a pack of hyenas searching for scraps. Within a few minutes, a small bag of food was tossed out from the vehicle. After a thorough search, everyone shook their heads in disappointment. "Damn it, the car looks decent. How come there are so few supplies inside? Are you hiding something?" The pockmarked man, seeing that their haul was so meager, was naturally dissatisfied. He kicked the man, his tone full of impatience. The man trembled, his voice quaking as he responded. "We were robbed once on the road, and these things are all we have. You take them away and let us go, okay?" Lowering his voice and trying to be conciliatory did not win any sympathy from the man with the pockmarked face. His terrifying features covered in excess fat, twisted together, smiling cruelly. "What nonsense are you talking about? No possessions, no people. Your wife and daughter look quite decent. Let my brothers enjoy them later tonight. Third, take his wife and daughter away, tie them up tightly, and be careful they don't run away. Last time, Dongzi was careless and let a woman escape. If anyone dares to be like Dongzi this time, just wait and see how I deal with you. The man looks quite irritating. We can sell him as labor afterward." This cold remark immediately made the man break out in a cold sweat. Help me." Panicking, the man tried to escape but was caught by someone from behind, choking him by the neck. "What are you trying to run for? Your junk is just a waste of our time. You still have the face to scream? Scream, scream, scream for what?" While speaking, he reached out and with his slap, he struck the man's face. The pockmarked face clearly became agitated by this scene, his expression unfriendly. Take him away. Third, he looks irritating. Fifth, tidy up the roadblock. We need to keep busy. The two named quickly nodded and began to work. Each of them worked from dawn till dusk, only to count their spoils together in the evening. Women, who were decently good-looking, would be sold off for flesh trade after they finished. Those particularly beautiful, they wouldn't dare touch. They would pass them on to their superiors. As for the men, those who dared to resist would be killed. Those who didn't would be sold as laborers. Especially admired desperate criminals would be absorbed to expand the organization. Soon, a rather organized criminal group appeared. The man dragged out of the car was gagged and kicked to the side. When he focused, he found that there were quite a few others as unfortunate as he was. One by one, they all hung their heads, seemingly aware of their impending fate. The women were also gagged and held separately. After the group finished setting up the roadblock, the skinny observer ran over, excitedly holding a telescope. Hey, big brother, guess what I just saw? The pockmarked face was somewhat curious, but mostly impatient. Spit it out. What did you see? The skinny man laughed lewdly. Big brother, a big fat sheep is coming over soon. A top-tier off-road vehicle worth 40 million. Moreover, this group also has a motorhome. I looked closely, and that motorhome has solar power equipment. How much would that be worth in the city? At this point, the murky eyes of the skinny man sparkled for the first time. Big brother, if we can deal with this fat sheep, it will really be a jackpot. The pockmarked face remained somewhat rational. Skinny, if these people have such nice vehicles, they can't possibly be unarmed, right? If they're all people we can't handle, wouldn't this be a losing trade? The skinny man laughed. Big brother, I've seen it clearly. The one driving the motorhome is a woman, and she's quite good-looking. Moreover, I noticed for a bit longer, there are only 4 adult men in that group. The rest are all children, old folks, and women. We brothers far outnumber them. At this point, the pockmarked face was suddenly excited. He had about 10 brothers. This group was obviously inferior to them. Chapter 176, Sixth Sense Warning. It's no wonder that the guy with the pockmarked face thought this way. Any normal person wouldn't have too many extra thoughts. After all, there was just one woman and only 4 or 5 men in their group, which truly made it hard for these guys to feel any sense of caution. The pockmarked face initially had a furrowed brow, but then seemed to remember something and relaxed his expression. What was he afraid of? He had encountered big situations before, and he was confident that the people in this group would be wiped out clean. Thinking this way, the pockmarked face finally broke into a smile. Damn it. Skinny, get ready. We'll head out soon. After we finish this big fat sheep, we can wrap things up early and take the brothers out for some drinks to celebrate. His upbeat mood quickly infected the others. The lackeys following closely behind him all showed glimmers of hope in their eyes. If they pulled this off, they could take it easy for a few days afterward. Besides, such a big fat sheep was a rare find. For instance, on their way here, they had encountered a well-equipped team whose combat capability was surprisingly low. Initially, they had felt some trepidation, but after approaching and testing them out, they discovered that these people were weak to the point of being easily taken down. With this thought in mind, Skinny felt a strange thrill rising from deep within. Before the apocalypse, he had been at the bottom of society, but after the end of the world, he had managed to turn his life around and would never let go of the wealthy people who had once looked down on him. In the past, when rich people fell into Skinny's hands, it was the worst for them. He would use the most terrible methods to make these captives suffer. It was not uncommon for a few to die in the process. Skinny had sharp observational skills, so even when he went overboard, he often got away with it. This time, when he spotted a 40 million yuan off-road vehicle, the extinguished desire for cruelty surged back to life. These damn rich people. Wait until you fall in my hands, and you'll learn how to behave. With such thoughts, Skinny bloodshot eyes directed his men. Hurry up. Don't just stand there. Get to work. Don't delay our big score. On the other hand, Lu Zhou felt a long-lost sense of danger creeping in. Ever since he had dealt with his pet tiger, he hadn't felt this uncomfortable sensation for a long time. But now, he once again sensed that something was off. It felt as if some kind of danger was about to arrive. He took out his binoculars to scan the road ahead. Lu Zhou's purpose was clear. He wanted to ensure that there were no roadblocks set up ahead. He had seen too many of these kinds of situations in his past life. After all, there would occasionally be highway robbers who would set up roadblocks to hijack luxury cars. Lu Zhou recalled that this kind of robbery was particularly common in his previous life. In his line of sight, he temporarily did not spot any roadblocks. Suppressing his discomfort, Lu Zhou continued to chat with his father while driving. "Dad, once we get to Liangshan with this thing, we can definitely blend into the temporary household registration there. By that time, Liangshan will probably open up conditions for housing purchases, and I'll get you and Mom a little house with a yard." Lu Zhou spoke with a big smile on his face. He had known for a long time that although Lu Ma had a fiery temper, her dream was to live a peaceful and stable life. Plus, since Lu Ma was really looking forward to having a yard last time, how could Lu Zhou not fulfill his mother's wishes? As he said this, Lu Dad also curved his lips, smiling gently. His son was so thoughtful. He hadn't even said anything yet, and his son had already prepared it for him. Sigh, with this kind of thoughtfulness, any girl who gets together with his son in the future will be getting a good deal. His son's ability to be considerate was just like him. While Lu Dad was feeling pleased, in another car, Zhang Jiahao was trying to catch up on some sleep in the RV, but was jolted awake by an unusual feeling. He was all too familiar with this sensation. It was a super accurate sixth sense. Zhang Jiahao didn't dare to sleep any longer and immediately woke up. Oh no, it must mean that some danger was coming. Otherwise, his sixth sense wouldn't suddenly alert him for no reason. His sixth sense had never been wrong, so he was on high alert this time. His sixth sense told him that there was danger ahead. After considering the situation, even if Zhang Jiahao was usually calm, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He first took a look ahead, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he sat down on the bed, feeling slightly overwhelmed. The danger hadn't arrived yet, but why was his heart racing more and more? Seeing Jiang Lishui continuing to drive ahead, Zhang Jiahao still felt uneasy and leaned over. "Aunt Jiang, I have a bad feeling. Is the road ahead really okay?" Zhang Jiahao was usually good-natured, and Jiang Lishui liked this child. After his reminder, she immediately perked up. "I just checked. There's nothing major. But since you mentioned it, I'll take another look." At this point, Zhang Jiahao scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Jiang Lishui initially intended to check the road conditions in a relaxed manner, but when she looked, she was startled. Something's not right. Why are there suddenly roadblocks ahead? The roadblocks were cleverly concealed. If Zhang Jiahao hadn't pointed it out, Jiang Lishui might have driven straight over them. If they had run over them, the consequences would have been dire. Just thinking about that outcome made her sweat profusely. However, even in this situation, she managed to stay calm. "Jiahao, contact the other vehicles. Let everyone know about this. We might be in for a tough battle." When Jiang Lishui discovered the roadblocks, Zhang Jiahao wasn't blind either. He could see it clearly. These roadblocks were clearly set up by someone with ill intentions. If their group had missed it and driven over, the consequences were too terrible to imagine. He immediately responded, grabbing the walkie-talkie to contact Lu Zhou and the others. When the walkie-talkie crackled to life, Lu Zhou had just put down his binoculars, his face serious. There were roadblocks ahead. It was likely that someone was trying to rob their group. Just as he was about to call his companions, he heard the walkie-talkie buzz first. When he connected, it was Zhang Jiahao's urgent shout. "Lu Zhou, it's not good. There are roadblocks ahead. Take a look." Lu Zhou's tone was calm, almost eerily so. "Jiahao, I understand. I'll take the lead and stop the car. You all be careful too." At this point, Zhang Jiahao's heart, which had been racing, finally settled down. Chapter 177, Decisiveness. All right. As long as you have a plan, that's good enough. I'm hanging up now." Zhang Jiahao was not done yet. He also informed the others. After ensuring that all the companions knew that the front was unsafe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After Zhang Jiahao finished notifying everyone, Lu Zhou's heart tightened rapidly. He had no idea who the carjackers up ahead were. Lu Ba also wore a serious expression, unconsciously tightening his grip on the weapon in his hand, looking grave. If a fight broke out, he would have to help his son fight. Soon, the car reached the spot where the roadblock was set up. According to the original plan, Lu Zhou was in the front. The 40 million yuan luxury car made the eyes of the waiting thin man and others turn red with greed. Just when it seemed like the car was about to crush the roadblock, it suddenly stopped. At once, the other waiting individuals expressed their discontent. What's going on? Do these people somehow know there's an ambush here? However, this group had rich experience. Once the car stopped, it was their moment to act. Before the others could react, the thin man leaped out first. With a gun in hand, he appeared next to Lu Zhou's car in what he believed was a cool pose. He pressed the gun firmly against the car window. Seeing everything going smoothly, the thin man could not help but smile. If you know what's good for you, get out of the car, and my big brother might spare your lives. As he said this, he spun the gun in his hand several times. The threatening meaning was self-evident. Under normal circumstances, people inside the car would have been trembling in fear by now. Even if they didn't open the door, at least there should have been some reaction. After threatening, the thin man noticed that the people inside showed no response, and he suddenly looked puzzled. What's going on? Do they think they're too good for me? Or do they really think I'm just bluffing? At this thought, he could no longer contain himself and raised the gun, ready to fire through the window. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the luxury car lowered its window. TSK, you kid really know how to act tough, and you even know. Before he could finish speaking, a dark muzzle protruded from inside the car. With a bang, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and the thin man's arrogant face suddenly froze. His Adam's apple had been moving up and down continuously, but at this moment, a bloody gun barrel was pressed against his throat. Lu Zhou had shot through his throat. The thin man still wore an arrogant expression on his face. Lu Zhou's speed of action was too fast, so fast that the thin man didn't even have time to react before he was dead. He probably never expected that there would be such a ruthless character, one who wouldn't even give him the time to talk nonsense. The thin man collapsed limply to the ground, his body embedding itself into the roadblock. The roadblock, which was prepared with steel needles for the luxury car, had now become his grave. It was likely he never imagined that his death would come in this way, dying on the very roadblock he had set up. Everything happened so quickly that the other onlookers didn't have time to react. By the time they did, there was just one additional body lying on the road, still oozing warm blood. The blood flowing from the corpse was warm, but the hearts of the others present felt cold as ice. Zhang Jiahao stared wide-eyed from the car window. No matter how many times he watched, he would still be astonished by his friend's ruthlessness. For example, with his personality, he could never do something like opening the car window and shooting someone dead. This action by Lu Zhou first shocked everyone, but soon, this group of people reacted and their anger flared up. How dare they take the first shot and kill the thin guy? It should be known that the thin guy was a favorite of the boss, and with him dead, where would they find another qualified observer? Fueled by anger, one by one, they grabbed their guns and charged forward. Lu Zhou sat in the car, looking indifferent. In his eyes, these people were far removed from the ones who had stopped him in his previous life. The ones who had stopped him back then didn't care about anything, first asking questions and demanding surrender, and when nobody got out of the car, they would shoot hundreds of bullets at it. With those hundreds of bullets, no matter who it was, even a heavenly god would be half dead. Now, these people dare to come up and threaten him with handguns, truly fearless. At that moment, Lu Zhou didn't know whether to feel emotional or regretful. When the rest of the group rushed up, Lu's father also forced himself to remain calm and pulled out his handgun. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to say anything, he fired several shots. Half of those shots were blanks. But even in this situation, it was enough. After all, there weren't many people outside. Not only Lu's father was shooting, the others in the car were also busy. Led by Zhang's father, the Zhang family, who were assertive, all pulled out their handguns and began shooting wildly at the people outside. This reckless behavior immediately terrified those outside the car. They usually prided themselves on being outlaws, but now seeing someone even more ruthless than themselves, they were instantly so scared that their legs trembled. They should have been the ones watching others suffer, but now they found themselves begging for mercy. The situation became chaotic, but Lu Zhou remained clear-headed, taking aim and sending each of these people to their end. His compassion was pitifully small. Even if he had any, it shouldn't be extended to these ruthless killers. After the chaotic battle ended, those who dared to approach all fell to the ground. The pockmarked face hid at the back. Before he could say anything, he saw many of his subordinates lying dead in front of him. This was something he could never have imagined in normal times. But today it left him in shock, his whole body numb. He had wanted to charge him with them, but for some reason, a trace of fear crept into his heart, and in the end, he let his subordinates do as they pleased. Who would have thought that it would turn out this way? While hating Lu Zhou, he was also filled with a frantic sense of fear. At that moment, the pockmarked face felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly, making it hard to breathe. After confirming that none of his subordinates had survived, the pockmarked face trembled and shrank to the back, nearly hiding with the people he had previously captured. After dealing with the small fry, Lu Zhou finally breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Lu's father was so nervous that he trembled all over, gripping the handgun tightly, afraid the recoil would be too strong. Even so, Lu's father only fired a few times and was still filled with fear. After reassuring his father a few times, Lu Zhou finally had the presence of mind to look for the others. To be cautious, he used the walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation on the other side. After confirming that the others were fine, Lu Zhou rolled down the car window and began to survey the battlefield. The battlefield could only be described as tragic. Bodies lay everywhere. These people were riddled with holes, and they died in a horrific manner. After roughly counting the number of people, Lu Zhou had a rough idea. 11 people. Among the pile of dead bodies, Lu Zhou quickly found one lucky survivor who was still breathing. This person was curled up beneath the corpses. If it weren't for Lu Zhou's rich experience, he definitely wouldn't have noticed him. Chapter 178. Quick Resolution. After being discovered by Lu Zhou, the man squinted tightly, refusing to open his eyes. However, his trembling body clearly showed that he was already scared half to death. Once he confirmed that there was no danger around, Lu Zhou finally got out of the car. Without saying a word, he kicked the man hard in the head. With a crack sound of bones breaking, the man's face twisted in pain, and he ultimately let out a wail. Lu Zhou crouched down, gripping the man's chin tightly. "Do you have any accomplices? Think carefully before you speak." After saying that, he lifted the man up and circled around the 10 corpses to take a look. As soon as the man saw the bodies, his legs went weak. He had never endured such a sight. He immediately broke down in tears, his face full of despair. "Please spare me. All my brothers have already confessed. You have a great capacity for mercy. Just spare my life." The man's cries annoyed Lu Zhou, who furrowed his brows. He showed no mercy and delivered a few heavy blows to the man's body, causing him to immediately understand to shut his mouth. "My head hurts from your crying. Where are the people and things you kidnapped?" Hearing this, the man hesitated for a moment. Seeing his expression, Lu Zhou understood everything. For safety reasons, he didn't let anyone else come out. Instead, he tied this man to the back of the car, planning to take him for a little ride. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's swift actions, the man felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could react, his face was already pressed against the sandy ground. "Wait, hold on. Oh." In his panic, the man tried to get up, but no one listened to his cries. A moment later, Lu Zhou drove the off-road vehicle forward at full speed for 100 meters. In just those 100 meters, the man felt a burning pain all over his body, as if his entire skeletal structure had fallen apart. This method of torture was something he had inflicted on others before, but he never knew it could be this painful. At first, the man would howl, but as time went on, even his howls faded away. Lu Zhou's actions made his father, Lu Dad, gasp in surprise. His son's cruelty was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The other vehicles didn't move, but one by one, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lu Zhou's method was indeed chilling. For a while, everyone was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. After finishing with the man, Lu Zhou finally got out of the car, smiling as he crouched beside him. "Do you want to talk now?" His tone was relaxed, but the words sent chills down the man's spine. The man was covered in bruises, and the fear of death made him tremble. "If you look 200 meters to the side at the bend, that's where the captives are kept." After receiving the information, Lu Zhou's smile grew even more genuine. However, his actions remained ruthless. He slammed the man's head hard against the ground before getting back in the car to look in the direction the man pointed. Matsi, seeing Lu Zhou's torturous methods, lost his composure completely. What kind of monster could torture someone like that? Would these people find him? As they were pondering, they saw Lu Zhou's vehicle approaching the direction they were hiding in. Ma Zi's face turned pale with shock, and he quickly turned around to find a place to hide, his face filled with fear. "Damn it! I need to find a place to stay low for now. Why get back? These people will definitely pay for this." His heart was filled with resentment, but Ma Zi's actions were quite honest. He quickly ran to a nearby cover. After lifting the curtain and covering it back up, his figure soon disappeared. When Lu Zhou and the others arrived, they saw the men and women who had been separated and held captive. The eyes of this group were filled with terror, and upon seeing Lu Zhou for the first time, they all reacted with extreme agitation. Their mouths were tightly gagged with cloth strips. After Zhang Jia Hao got out of the car, he immediately helped a woman tear off the cloth strip. As soon as her mouth was freed, tears streamed down her face. "Are you here to rescue us?" "Thank you. My husband is over there. Could you please free him too?" The woman spoke quite coherently, and although she was obviously frightened, she seemed to be in a relatively calm state. Zhang Jia Hao nodded and helped the others release their bindings as well. Zhang's uncle and father also joined in to help. Once all the captives were freed, Lu Zhou finally learned what had happened here. The group began to chatter all at once. "I heard that these people have a backer in the city. I overheard them talking, and apparently that backer is quite powerful. I have something different to say. The leader who captured us, that Ma Zi's face seems to belong to one of those who didn't die." From the jumble of information, Lu Zhou quickly summarized a few key points. 1. The leader has a pockmarked face, and he is still alive. It's unclear where he is hidden. 2. These people have someone backing them, and if we don't deal with this properly, it could become a hassle later on. After realizing this, Lu Zhou's expression darkened. On the other hand, Zhang Jia Hao used his gentle and kind demeanor to quickly gain the trust of the crowd. Among them, a little girl shyly whispered something to Zhang Jia Hao. "Brother, I know where that bad guy is hiding." As she spoke, Zhang Jia Hao felt his blood turn cold, then held his breath and asked quietly, "Little sister, do you really know?" The girl nodded and pointed to where Ma Zi was last seen. "I saw him run over there, and he never came out again." "Brother, do you want to go find him?" Following the girl's little hand, Zhang Jia Hao quickly identified a direction. That place didn't seem like a good hiding spot. He wondered what Lu Zhou would do. After reassuring the little girl verbally, Zhang Jia Hao avoided the others and quickly approached Lu Zhou's side. Upon sharing this information with Lu Zhou, they exchanged a glance and saw the killing intent reflected in each other's eyes. This is a potential threat. He cannot be left alive. He must be dealt with. For safety, Lu Zhou also called on Zhang's father, who had enough firepower. The three of them formed a pincer movement and stealthily made their way toward that direction. Each of them held a gun, and they were all in a state of heightened vigilance. They moved their feet lightly. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't have noticed them at all. As they gradually approached the hiding place of the pockmarked face, Zhang's father and Zhang Jia Hao felt a bit confused. This place doesn't seem like a good hiding spot. Could the little girl have made a mistake? Chapter 179. Check-in requirements. This place was just a protruding yellow earth wall, with no hiding spots at all. Unlike the two men, Lu Zhou could clearly see the hiding place of the pockmarked face. His vision had long surpassed that of an ordinary person due to the subtle enhancements from the game crops. If one were to look through the eyes of a normal person, nothing would seem out of the ordinary. However, Lu Zhou was different. He could clearly see a spot on the yellow earth wall that was shaking irregularly. That's the spot. Lu Zhou silently mouthed to the other two. They were initially confused, but after straining their eyes, they barely managed to see the odd spot. The three did not underestimate the situation. Instead, they all picked up their weapons. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, blood suddenly erupted from the yellow wall, and the next moment, a person rolled out from inside. The three did not rush forward recklessly. They stood their ground and fired a few more shots. Lu Zhou wouldn't waste time talking to such a person. He would just kill him directly and deal with any consequences later. After all, he would not allow himself to leave a target alive. This was a given. One must root out the weeds completely. Enemies should die thoroughly. Once the last few bullets were fired, the three quickly stepped forward. Zhang Fu glanced at the curtain hanging on the yellow wall and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Zhou, your eyesight is incredible. There really was earth spread over this curtain. How did you see something was wrong so quickly?" Lu Zhou smiled pleasantly. It was just a coincidence. A gust of wind came, and it happened to move here a bit. I thought I'd give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually be. Lu Zhou spoke lightly, and the other two didn't focus too much on him. After confirming that the person was indeed the pockmarked face, Lu Zhou and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wang De, Wei Qingzhu, Gao Shan, Jiang Xiaolin, Lu Ma, and others were busy rescuing the kidnapped individuals. At first, everyone felt that Lu Zhou was being a bit excessive, but when they saw some people who had been tortured nearly to death by this group, any discomfort they had from the modern era instantly vanished. After being rescued, the group did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, they respectfully expressed their gratitude to Lu Zhou and his companions. Once the situation was handled, Lu Zhou casually glanced at the spoils of the robbers. There wasn't anything good. He let everyone collect their own belongings, and then they immediately got into their vehicle to leave. Just after Lu Zhou and his group drove away, a girl emerged from the crowd. She was one of the three girls Lu Zhou had saved a long time ago. Out of the three sisters, only she remained alive now. Given the hardships of the apocalypse, Lu Zhou did not recognize her. However, the girl recognized Lu Zhou at first glance. She felt a mix of emotions. She had thought she would die today, but unexpectedly, she was saved again by the same person. For a moment, her heart trembled. After taking a deep look at Lu Zhou's back, she clenched her fists tightly. "Huanging, what are you daydreaming about? Come here and grab your things. We need to hurry, or we'll be late." The speaker was a man who seemed to be her boyfriend. Huanging shook her head, her smile brightening her face. "I'm coming, dear." This man was someone she had closely approached with great effort. She had managed to arrive here thanks to him. Lu Zhou was the only one in the car, continuing to drive towards Liangshan. Lu Ba, Lu's dad, was still reminiscing about the thrilling scene they had just experienced. "Son, did you see that? As soon as I made my move, I took down a whole bunch of them." As he spoke, a hint of pride crept onto Lu Ba's face. Lu Zhou twitched the corners of his mouth. Dad, do I need to remind you that you only shot half your bullets?" Lu Ba rolled his eyes at Lu Zhou. "Can you not say such things? If you can't say something nice, just don't say anything at all. I don't want to hear a single word." Their usual banter made Lu Zhou smile involuntarily. As for the others, they seemed visibly more anxious. The recent roadblock and robbery had indeed dampened everyone's spirits. Setting aside that tumultuous incident, the current mood among the group was tinged with a sense of trepidation. What if Liangshan was not as good as the city they were leaving behind? With this unknown fear in mind, they finally arrived at Liangshan. The outer perimeter of Liangshan was constructed exceptionally solidly. Directly in front of Lu Zhou was a steel gate about 5 meters high. The gate was tightly shut, appearing both robust and imposing. Next to the gate was a structure resembling a security booth. However, this looked far more fortifying than a typical security booth. It was entirely made of steel plates, with only a small window that could be slid open. Other than that, the area was surrounded by a tall wall, equipped with electronic surveillance at the very top. To enter Liangshan, they had to go through this gate. The group parked their vehicle in a row, feeling apprehensive. Lu Zhou took the lead, getting out of the car first and walking up to the gate. The surveillance camera rotated, its cold, mechanical eye fixated on Lu Zhou, making him feel quite uncomfortable. The small window's shutter opened, revealing a silhouette of a person whose face was hard to discern. The person was fully equipped, clearly a soldier. As soon as the person appeared, Lu Zhou politely inquired, "Hello, comrade. We would like to enter Liangshan for refuge. Could you please open the gate?" The current phase of Liangshan is under construction, so it is only open for individuals with special skills. As for those without special skills, they will have to wait for the second phase of construction to enter. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou furrowed his brow but quickly reacted. "We have electricians, researchers, and medical personnel among us. But what about the other family members? Can they enter as well?" It seemed that this situation occurred often, as the soldier quickly responded, "Yes, there will be a skills assessment shortly. If you pass, family members can enter by paying a food quota of 20 jin, approximately 10 kilograms, per person. After passing through the first gate, there will be a security check to ensure everything is in order. And once you pass that, you will enter the second gate where skill assessments will take place. After you successfully pass through the second gate, someone will provide you with specific information regarding the benefits of Liangshan." Lu Zhou quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go discuss this with my family." Having understood the rough process, he certainly wouldn't foolishly proceed without proper preparations. At the very least, they needed to deal with the firearms they had on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't pass the security check later. Aside from Lu Zhou, there were others arriving behind him as well. These people also approached to inquire about entry. As the crowd started to become chaotic, Lu Zhou took the opportunity to quietly stash all his companions' firearms into his game storage while relaying the information to the others. Chapter 180, finally in. After being partners for so long, everyone had no doubts at all and quickly and discreetly passed the firearms to Lu Zhou. Once Lu Zhou had finished giving a few instructions, he finally made his way back to his car. The speed of Lu Zhou and his group wasn't very fast. Originally, they should have been in the first position, but after some delays, they ended up in the third or fourth position. Everyone was driving over. After a while, they would pass through the gate, where there would be a security check. With a loud clang, the iron gate swung open, and Lu Zhou's group advanced in order. The overall pace was slow. Right behind Lu Zhou was Zhang Jia Hao and his group, closely following. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Apart from the sound of the cars smoothly driving forward, there was no other noise. After breaking through the first gate, the area ahead opened up. Initially, they thought the security check would be right next to them, but it was evident that it wasn't. After driving for about 5 minutes, they arrived at a clearing. The ground was marked with yellow paint in the shape of a P. There were soldiers directing them to park. Lu Zhou kept a stern face and quickly parked the car. The people behind him followed suit. Once they finished parking, the soldiers signaled everyone to follow them. After walking for about 3 or 4 minutes, they arrived at a large, arch-shaped metal object. This should be the security check. Here, there were even more soldiers maintaining order. Fortunately, since there were few people entering, the order was quite good. Lu Zhou and his group smoothly passed through the security check and were guided into a room indoors. This room appeared to be completely enclosed. Just before entering, the soldiers specifically inquired about the main skilled personnel. Quickly, Lu Zhou, Lu Dad, and Wei Qingzhu, among others, entered the room. Upon entering, the space was divided into several rooms. Wei Qingzhu was the first to be taken away, and Lu Zhou and Lu Dad were also separated for assessments. Lu Zhou was brought in due to his electrical skills, so at first he thought he would be placed in a room filled with circuits for a practical demonstration. However, once he actually entered, he realized he had overthought it. His examiner was a middle-aged man, also dressed in military uniform, sitting upright, looking like a logistics officer from the military. The man smiled gently at Lu Zhou and then began to ask some standard questions about intermediate circuit knowledge. This was a theoretical operation, and Lu Zhou was more familiar with theory than practical operation, so he passed the test effortlessly. As he was about to leave, the man nodded slightly to the soldiers next to Lu Zhou, and then the soldiers escorted Lu Zhou out of the room. When they reached the door, the man smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations on passing the test. A technical personnel is allowed to bring one family member at most, excluding children. Lu Zhou smiled back and expressed his gratitude. He stood outside waiting for about 10 minutes, and his other companions began to appear one after another. Lu Dad and Lu Mom, as well as his aunt and uncle, naturally passed without issue. Zhang Jia, Hao, and Zhang Dad managed to pass too, thanks to their previous experience in construction. Gao Shan and Jiang Li Shui were admitted as exceptions because they had won gold awards. In addition to being allowed in, they also received a letter of recommendation. After being recommended, they could go to the security center to become team leaders. The two of them smiled with great joy. No matter what, at least I successfully made it in and smoothly secured a job. Although being the captain of the security team might not be an easy job, going hungry is even harder to endure than danger. Among the group of people, the most unfortunate is Wangda. He has professional skills, so he can smoothly bring one person in, but the headache is that both his parents and his wife are teachers. In this era of enlightenment, teachers are undoubtedly the bearers of knowledge, but in the current situation, this profession is extremely uncompetitive. Wangda's parents were somewhat stunned, followed by a sigh. They had been respected for a lifetime, but they never expected that when they got old, this profession would become a redundant and idle one. The two elderly people sighed with emotion. Wangda was anxious and felt like he was about to explode with anger, so he hurriedly sought help from others who still had spare slots. Of this group, the person he was most familiar with was Lu Zhou. When Wangda found him, Lu Zhou was talking to his parents. "Little brother, I have an unreasonable request." After listening, Lu Zhou finally understood that the other party wanted to buy the extra slots from his family. Each member of the Lu family had one slot, which was enough to cover Wangda's parents. However, Wangda thought it through. Right now, the slots are available, but if later Lu Zhou has other relatives coming to seek refuge, what about those slots? To prevent future awkwardness, it would be better to set a clear price now. Lu Zhou certainly understood Wangda's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Wangge, it would be too formal to buy them. My relatives are just my aunt's family, and they all have urgent jobs, so the slots we have won't be going anywhere. If you need them, just take them." Wangda quickly scratched his head and refused. "Lu Lao Di, you can't say that. Even if you don't have relatives, you could sell those slots later and exchange them for quite a bit of food. Even if we are like brothers, we should keep things clear." Seeing that Wangda was very persistent, Lu Zhou stopped refusing and sold him 2 slots at the price of 10 pounds of food each. Wangda was overjoyed and shared the good news with his family. Aside from Wangda, others were equally excited. No one was not thrilled. After all, soon they would be going to their new home, and the climate here was clearly much more suitable than that of Jiguang. Everyone was fantasizing about a bright future. After everyone's tests passed, under the guidance of a soldier, they first registered their information, and only then were they allowed to leave and drive their cars. After the group got into their cars, they drove for about an hour before arriving at the second gate. This second gate was even more magnificent and towering than the first one. Lu Dad gasped, "Wow, this second gate is really far from the first one. I thought we would arrive in 10 minutes. By the way, this gate is too big, right?" Lu Zhou nodded in agreement. The first time he came to the Liangshan base in his previous life, he was also shocked for a long time. No one wasted time. The release at the second gate was exceptionally smooth. In addition to familiar faces, There were also 7 or 8 luxury cars coming along with Lu Zhou's group. As they drove toward the final gate, Lu Dad couldn't help but interrupt. Son, as you said, there are indeed many wealthy people here in Liangshan. Look at this group, all luxury cars. Lu Zhou squinted and smiled subtly. Dad, don't be shy. Our car is worth over 40 million too. Our family is also wealthy. Seemingly amused by Lu Zhou's words, Lu Dad nodded vigorously while stroking his chin. Chapter 181. Housing Management Office. At least our family can put on a show, son. Is this third gate far away? Lu Zhou concentrated on driving while replying to his father. Far, about a 2-hour drive. Wow, this place is so big. After Lu Dad clicked his tongue in amazement, he began curiously looking at the trees whizzing by outside. The climate and environment of Liangshan were much more pleasant compared to Jiguang City. Here, the highest temperature was only about 43 degrees, and there were lush trees all around. Lu Dad rolled down the window a bit to let some fresh air in. A gentle breeze blew in, carrying a hint of coolness that quickly filled the car. Ah, so comfortable. Lu Dad sighed in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wangda was glancing at the luxury cars closely following beside them, feeling grateful. He thought he had made the right move. Along the way, various luxury cars whizzed past them, which indirectly proved that Liangshan was indeed a good place. One could doubt the character of wealthy people, but one couldn't doubt their vision. Wangda firmly believed in this. His wife, Yin Yin, looked much better as well. Honey, the temperature here is much lower than at home. The wind feels quite refreshing. Wang Dad and Wang Qi nodded in agreement. Son, this place is better than Jiguang City. If we stay here, we can live a good life. Wangda was in a good mood and nodded in agreement with his father and wife. The others shared a similar mindset. After all, no one was foolish. They could all see that Liangshan's future development was bound to be promising. 2 hours later, the car finally arrived at the final gate. This gate looked exceptionally thick, as if it could withstand any gunfire. It was completely made of metal, the walls were very high, and occasionally red electronic lights flickered at the top. There was a small window that revealed a notice posted above it. Liangshan announcement. Welcome to the citizens who have successfully arrived here. Due to unpredictable climate changes, Liangshan officially established the Liangshan base. Please, registered individuals, go to the window beside the main gate to receive your personal ID card. This card contains various information about the individual, including name, gender, age, occupation, and currency points. The internal construction of Liangshan is gradually underway, and we hope that more ambitious individuals can join the development of Liangshan base. The announcement abruptly came to an end. Lu Zhou and the others quickly passed through the small window to collect their ID cards. This card seemed to utilize iris recognition technology. After receiving the cards, Lu Zhou stepped forward to the main gate. He placed the card on the sensor, and instantly, dozens of electronic red lights focused on Lu Zhou. Personnel verification passed. The main gate slowly opened, and to everyone's surprise, it only opened wide enough to allow pedestrians to enter. Lu Dad followed closely behind. He drove the car, and after swiping the card, the gate opened to a vehicle passageway. How amazing! Zhang's family gasped in astonishment. However, it didn't stop moving. Before long, everyone finally entered Liangshan. Once inside, they were immediately taken aback, their voices changing in astonishment. Did I not see correctly? Is it really this desolate here? Zhang Jiahao seemed unable to believe it, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Before him were all buildings under construction. At a glance, it was all steel and concrete. The only complete building was at the highest point of the Liangshan base. However, people like them, ordinary folks, wouldn't have the opportunity to live there. Before everyone entered, they were still somewhat excited. But as they realized their beautiful dream was shattered, they suddenly became dejected. Lu Zhou was mentally prepared, so he wasn't too discouraged. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the group forced themselves to maintain a heavy mood as they arrived at their temporary residence. An empty plot of land. The young girl in charge of the introduction said, This empty space is just enough for 5 families to live in. Let me introduce the rules here. The Liangshan military is responsible for protecting the safety of the people's lives. In addition, they will provide some essential supplies and food. As long as you hold a Liangshan ID card, everyone will receive these benefits. As for the supplies provided each month, they will vary and will be announced at the end of the month, posted in the square to publicize the next month's materials. The first of each month is the time to collect supplies. However, Liangshan does not support idle people. New residents have a half-month grace period to adapt, and if they do not bring positive benefits to Liangshan after that, we will exercise the right to evict. As for new residents, there will be some newcomer subsidies, which you can collect at the square later. For now, you can temporarily set up tents here. Once you find work and have enough points to purchase a house, you can live here comfortably. If you don't have a tent, you can also rent one at the square. Everyone listened carefully, and Wei Qingzhu frowned, thinking of the most pressing question. Where they find work? The girl was not surprised by this question. She smiled and pointed to the square not far away. In the center of the square, there is the largest job recruitment board, where you can find suitable work. Everyone understood immediately. If they needed something, they would all go to the square. However, what Lu Zhou was most worried about wasn't this. He wanted to ask about the residential areas in Liangshan. When he heard Lu Zhou's question, the girl widened her eyes in surprise. As for residential areas, currently, there is already a 3rd ring built, but only residents with Liangshan household registration can enter within the 2nd ring. The 3rd ring is open to outsiders. If you need it, you could go to the housing management office to take a look. The housing management office was not far from the square. The group decided to collect their newcomer packages first, then check it out inside. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. Unconsciously, he tightened the recommendation letter in his backpack. It's okay, as long as I have this letter, my group will surely be able to smoothly move into the 2nd ring. The 2nd ring and the 3rd ring differ by 1 ring, but the living facilities are quite different. Houses in the 2nd ring are at least 2 bedrooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, with some even including a living room and garden. But in the 3rd ring, the best houses only have 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The difference is self-evident. After explaining the rules of Liangshan to everyone, the girl quickly left. The group parked their vehicle in the designated area and hurried to the square. When they arrived at the square, they were astonished. There weren't many people on the way, which made everyone feel that the number of people coming to Liangshan was low. But when they saw the crowd in the square, they immediately sighed. Good grief, this gold nugget really can't be hidden. There are quite a few people who know the inside information. Chapter 182. Housing Prices. However, what can be accepted is the fact that most people in the square look utterly confused. It seems that everyone here is new. Seeing that there isn't too much of a gap between them, everyone quickly relaxed their hearts, which were previously in their throats. The bewilderment of the crowd lasted only a short while, and soon these individuals began looking around, searching for the place to collect their newbie rewards. Lu Zhou and his group kept a close eye on these people and quickly followed suit. The place for collecting newbie rewards was a poorly decorated little house. Yet, despite its simple decor, the armed forces present were not to be underestimated. This small house had 5 soldiers maintaining order. Each soldier was well equipped, looking even more imposing than most soldiers they had seen before. Lu Zhou and his team noticed this clearly. Perhaps due to the fact that they were all newcomers, there was no one cutting in line or causing any annoying disturbances during the distribution of supplies. Everyone maintained a strange, kind of harmonious distance. After a while, it was finally their turn to collect supplies. Lu Zhou took out his ID card and had it checked by the staff. The staff worked incredibly fast. In a moment, accompanied by a mechanical voice saying, "Newbie reward collected," 3 sets of supplies were neatly placed on a small table in front of them. At first glance, these items seemed quite substantial. They had expected the newbie rewards to be a mere token gesture, but to their surprise, it looked like there was a decent amount of stuff. Without delaying the collection process for those behind them, Lu Zhou's group took their items and moved to another location. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, the entire group had finished collecting their rewards. With a cautious mindset, they didn't immediately open their supplies to check them out. Instead, they planned to wait until the crowd thinned out before taking a look. Many others made the same choice. Anyone who managed to arrive at Liang Mountain ahead of time would have a basic survival instinct. After exiting the newbie reward station, the group headed to the housing management office not far away. The housing management office was arguably the most fully completed building in the area. Here, everyone noticed the new regulations without exception. Important government units often had high completion rates. In addition to government offices, some spots were also reserved for major investors. This was to attract more investment. Before the apocalypse, everyone was a corporate drone, and they had long since subconsciously accepted this. After the apocalypse, the average mindset became simply about ensuring the happiness and safety of the family. Even this glaring inequality drew no complaints from anyone. Lu Zhou took the lead, and after walking for 10 minutes, they found themselves standing outside the housing management office. Just like what they had seen from a distance, stepping into the housing office felt like entering another world. The building here was no different from those before the apocalypse. It remained spacious and clean. Upon entering, they noticed a considerable flow of people. Most were gathering at the front desk, asking questions. The staff at the front desk were stern-faced, distributing cards to those in line one by one. Please use your ID cards to make an appointment for your services first. After that, consult in order. Please cooperate with our work. The staff's voice continuously echoed, pulling everyone's disordered thoughts back to the absurd reality. Lu Zhou's gaze was sharp as he focused intently on several notices not far from the front desk. This should be an introduction to purchasing a house. Lu Zhou started moving, and the others naturally followed suit, quickly catching up. When Lu Zhou got a clear look at the information, Zhang Jia couldn't help but hiss a few times. Oh my gosh, it's so expensive. It really seems that no one can afford a house right now. His voice wasn't loud, only meant for his companions. The main points of the notices are as follows. Purchasing a house in Liangshan relies entirely on internal points. These points depend on one's contributions to the base. Generally speaking, an ordinary worker can earn about 2,000 points a month in Liangshan. As for other higher-ranking professionals, they can earn even more points. Besides labor, the base also accepts item exchanges. Currently, the materials being acquired include gold, food, drinking water, building materials, various mechanical parts, electrical wires, and some high-precision instruments, etc. The exchange ratios are attached in a table at the back, and just looking at it makes one's head spin. From this table, one can see Liangshan's determination to develop properly. Lu Zhou roughly calculated that what Liangshan currently lacks the most are various building materials. Previously cheap materials like cement and sand, which are fundamental for construction, now demand quite a hefty price in exchange. From this table, everyone can understand Liangshan's management policies. It encourages everyone to seek these materials by their own means. In a way, it means that eating well depends on one's own abilities. From here, one can infer that if one wants to buy the most basic house in the Sanhuan area, at least 30,000 points are needed. To be fair, Liangshan's housing management policies are quite humane. An ordinary worker can quickly save enough to buy a small house. Moreover, since families usually come together, the actual speed of saving money is faster than the theoretical estimate. Although the living conditions are relatively average, at this point, safety is everyone's top concern. In Liangshan, safety is the highest priority. When entering, there's a qualification review. Only those with acceptable qualifications in various aspects are allowed to reside here. However, this can create new problems. Liangshan doesn't have purely rogue individuals, just more difficult to handle new-style rogues. Nevertheless, Liangshan's punitive measures are exceptionally strict. Lu Zhou remembers that in his previous life, the internal security of Liangshan was very good. While other bases might experience riots, that doesn't happen here. After reading these notices, Gao Shan and Jiang Lishe remained silent, staring at the notices, seemingly deep in thought. The others were also pondering deeply, their minds in turmoil. Soon, the crowd gathered around the notices grew larger. These people had also come to see how they could secure a house in Liangshan. Wang De, being observant, noticed the increase in people and immediately pulled everyone aside to a quieter spot. In that secluded location, they exchanged thoughts. Wang De spoke first. His face was serious as he stroked his chin and slowly said, "I don't know if everyone plans to buy a house first. In my opinion, with Liangshan making such a big move, its development will only get better. Since we arrived early, we should make an effort to buy a house. Even if we have to relocate in the future, the house prices in Liangshan will only continue to rise." Chapter 183, Temporary Household Registration. Lu Zhou silently gave a thumbs up to Wang De in his heart. As expected of a savvy person, his analysis was quite astute. With the current 30,000 points, they could still afford a house in the second ring. If they waited any longer, that amount would only be enough to buy something on the outskirts. At the same time, Lu Zhou scanned the crowd and spoke firmly, "My family is definitely going to buy a house. What about you all?" The others did not refuse. Any qualified citizen of Huagua would not allow themselves to remain in a state of drifting. They would scrape together every resource to buy a house, even if it meant going without food or drink. However, another dilemma lay before everyone. Wei Qingzhu pondered for a moment and said softly, "Where should we buy the house?" Lu Zhou looked around to ensure there was no one else nearby and quickly lowered his voice. "Let's put it this way. Based on the letter we received, I believe we can buy a house in the second ring. Moreover, it's best if our families buy together so that we can support each other in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Everyone naturally agreed, but the Gao couple raised a concern. "The housing prices in the second ring are very high. I checked, and even the simplest accommodation requires at least 60,000 points. Can we really secure a house in the shortest time possible?" Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. "But if we think long-term, housing in the second ring is a rare opportunity. If we miss this chance, it will only get harder in the future. Although we may not have much material wealth, we all remember that we have some building materials that can be exchanged. That's where our way out lies." To avoid being overheard, Lu Zhou spoke in a very low voice. The group began to frown, contemplating whether to invest all their savings into buying a property. While everyone hesitated, Lu Zhou suggested that they send the letter first to at least establish their temporary household registration in Liangshan. This proposal was not met with any objections. The better Liangshan developed, the more support there would be for local residents in the future. Soon, Lu Zhou found the letter indicating where they should go. The staff member responsible for handling temporary household registrations was a young man. Upon seeing Lu Zhou and the others, his expression remained warm. "What can I do for you?" Lu Zhou explained their intentions clearly in the local dialect. The young man frowned slightly. "Let me take a look first." Lu Zhou handed over the letter, and the man scrutinized the envelope several times, as if verifying something. After a moment, he went into a back room and brought out an older man. The two of them huddled around the letter, whispering to each other, but their voices were too low for anyone to hear. However, they worked quickly. The young man smiled and said, "I'll assist you with your household registration." With that, he pulled out a notebook with a black cover from his desk. When he opened it, Lu Zhou was surprised to see that it already contained numerous names. It seems that this kind of situation is quite common. After the middle-aged man left their sight, Lu Zhou discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into the young man's pocket. "Thank you, comrade. Please accept this small token of appreciation." At the same time, he smiled at the man as a gesture of goodwill. This situation looked quite routine. The man didn't even check what was in his pocket. He already knew what it was. Good stuff, cigarettes. It had been a long time since he had smoked. Sure enough, it was that person who had been introduced, and they were quite generous with their spending. The man's attitude became even warmer. "You all go ahead and register." As he spoke, Lu Zhou smiled and quietly asked, "Ji, I want to ask something. How long after getting a temporary household registration can one buy a house within the second ring?" You see, my family and friends are all waiting to settle down. Lu Zhou's words held deeper meaning. Currently, with a temporary household registration, one cannot purchase a house within Liangshan's second ring. Only after it becomes a formal household registration can one do so. Lu Zhou was unsure when his group's registration would become formal, but the staff member inside surely knew. The man smiled slightly, glancing at the crowd behind Lu Zhou, and his eyes narrowed. It's not easy to make money off of this. Well, it takes about half a month before you can purchase a house within the second ring. However, during this period, if you're worried about someone purchasing a house before you can pre-purchase a house you like at the housing management office by presenting your temporary household registration slip. At this point, the man paused deliberately. Zhang Jiehui, feeling puzzled, asked in a low voice, "Thank you for the reminder, but how do we obtain that temporary household registration slip?" Once the topic reached this point, the man immediately smiled slyly. "You'll have to wait a bit to get that temporary household registration slip. Just look at how many people are ahead of you who also have to wait." This statement was quite thought-provoking. Lu Zhou maintained a smile, casually pulling out 3 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handing them over. "Gee, I understand your job, but it's not easy for us with families and everything. Can you help us see if we can move up a bit in line?" After saying this, the 3 packs of cigarettes were already stuffed into the man's pocket. Feeling the weight of the packs, the man's mood improved instantly. "Well, I can't do anything about it. Let me ask my senior. You guys just wait a moment." After saying this, he dashed inside. Zhang Jiehui's face turned pale from this display. He looked at Lu Zhou, somewhat surprised. He wanted to say something, but he felt constrained by the situation and couldn't voice it. The expressions of the others were also a mix of emotions, seemingly complex. Soon, the man re-emerged from the room, smiling as he addressed the waiting crowd. "My senior understands your situation and said to let me give you a note today. Just wait a moment. I'll get it for you." The speed at which he wrote the note was quick, much faster than the previous negotiations. Perhaps because he received something, the man smiled and said, "You all need to hurry. Houses in the second ring are very sought after. If you're not careful, they might be gone later." At this point, everyone understood what he meant. Once Lu Zhou's group came down from the upper floor, Zhang Jiehui finally spoke. "This is too blatant. I thought this place wouldn't have such occurrences. It seems this will become quite common in the future." Wei Qingzhu, a researcher, felt quite frustrated with this situation as well. Although he was a beneficiary, he felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. Wang De, who was good with words, noticed everyone's mood was off and spoke to comfort them. "Everyone, try to think positively. You see, many people want this kind of gift opportunity but haven't had the chance yet. It's just that Liangshan is busy with construction at the moment, so such situations may be more frequent. Once things develop later on, perhaps this kind of situation will improve. Besides, it's just like we're spending money to buy some information. By the way, Lu, I'll give you that thing later." What he referred to was the 4 packs of cigarettes. Wang De spoke in a low voice. His comforting words were quite thoughtful. Chapter 184, Pre-Purchasing a House. When the topic of the smoke money came up, everyone reacted. Hey. Regardless of other matters, at least the smoke money has to be given to Lu Zhou. It's important to know that the demand for smoke money is incredibly high right now, with prices skyrocketing, making it difficult to procure. How could they let him bear the cost alone? As everyone came to this realization, they mentally noted the matter. A few individuals decided to pre-purchase their desired houses at the housing authority. After everyone entered an office, they took out their forms and a floor plan was handed to them. The staff member responsible for introducing the properties spoke with a polite and calm demeanor. "These are the houses currently for sale. Please take a look and see which one you like." As soon as this was said, everyone began flipping through the booklets in their hands. Upon opening the booklet, a standalone villa immediately caught their eye. At first glance, the rooms appeared quite spacious. Generally speaking, houses of such quality are unlikely to be available now. Looking at the location of this villa, within the first ring road, Lu Zhou instantly understood why it had not been sold. This house was specifically reserved for important figures, within the first ring road. Only the rich or the powerful could afford it. The others quickly thought of this as well, their gazes unconsciously drifting over the villa before continuing to flip through the booklet. Lu Zhou was quick in his search. After flipping through the pages, he pointed at a floor plan and asked his dad, "Dad, Mom, what do you think about this one?" The house Lu Zhou pointed to was quite decent, located within the second ring road. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, plus a small garden. It seemed to perfectly match Lu Ma's vision of their future home. Lu Ma's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, this one looks good. It seems to be the right size, and most importantly, it has a garden. I like it." Lu Ma spoke in a low voice, and Lu Dad also looked around, very satisfied with this house. "Son, this one is really not bad. Let's go with this one. I'll check the price first." Lu Dad squinted his eyes, carefully counting the zeros at the back. "A few tens of thousands. Oh my goodness, this house is selling for 200,000 points." Lu Dad exclaimed. Lu Ma was also taken aback. However, Lu Zhou accepted it calmly, frequently comforting his parents. "It's okay, Dad and Mom. Let's just focus on whether we like it. We'll buy this one." Seeing her son so composed, Lu Ma's heart raced wildly. To put it bluntly, they chose such a good house. What if the others couldn't find something comparable? Would it make others feel that their family was out of place if there was too much of a disparity? Unlike Lu Ma's anxiety, the others, upon learning about the house chosen by Lu Zhou's family, revealed similar expressions of surprise. Wang Da and Gao Shan's family were not fools. The car Lu Zhou's family drove was worth several million. How could they not be able to afford a suitable house? Moreover, throughout their journey, Lu Zhou's capabilities had already garnered immense respect. People with abilities should always have better things. Lu Zhou's aunt's family remained quite calm. After seeing Lu Zhou's family had made their choice, they quickly opted for a small house with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom that was very close to Lu Zhou's home. The selling price of this house was 90,000, which was considered a high cost-performance ratio. As for the Zhang family, they did not feel out of place at all. In his heart, Zhang Jiahao felt that as long as Lu Zhou was his good friend, that was enough. As for other messy matters, he really hadn't thought too much about them. Originally, Zhang Jiahao planned to buy a house priced at 70,000, which was only a 10-minute walk from Lu Zhou's home, so it was considered quite close. However, for some unknown reason, when Zhang Jiahao was about to make a decision, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead. This is bad. This is the sixth sense warning me. Could it be that I shouldn't buy this house? But when he calculated, based on his family's current financial situation, this house was something they could achieve through hard work. Any other houses would be beyond their budget. Ignoring Zhang Jiahao's inner lament, his sixth sense guided him to shift his gaze to another house. This house, like Lu Zhou's family, was located in the same building. It was just an attic. Although the ceiling was low, the overall configuration was far better than the one priced at 70,000. It had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. However, the selling price was not very friendly, standing at a high 120,000. The reason it was cheaper was that it was an attic located on the 7th floor with no elevator, making many people unwilling to buy it. Lu Zhou's family had bought the most expensive unit on the 1st floor, which had a garden, hence the high price. The benefits of houses in the 2nd ring are that each floor only has 1 unit, greatly enhancing the security for residents. On the other hand, houses in the 3rd ring aren't as good. They often have 3 or 4 units squeezed together. Only a few people can afford to live in the 1st and 2nd rings, which is why they have such advantages. Zhang Jiahao's sixth sense was frantically urging him to choose this place. Remembering that his sixth sense had never failed him before, Zhang Jiahao gritted his teeth and resolutely chose the 120,000 house. The Gao family and the Wang family also selected houses with configurations similar to Lu Zhou's. After all, both families had some background. Not to mention, they at least had some gold they could exchange. Once everyone had finished making their reservations, Lu Zhou was the first to lead the way out of the housing office. According to the regulations, it would take at least half a month for them to purchase a house, so they needed to gather points during this time. However, since it was already late in the day, it wasn't suitable to continue working. After a bit of thought, everyone decided to return to the vacant lot they had initially been assigned. After about a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the empty space. Here, their cars were parked, with the RV being the most eye-catching. Fortunately, this vacant lot was somewhat distant from others, so it wouldn't be long before they encountered some envious onlookers. After returning from the housing office, everyone was in a pretty good mood. At this point, they were in the mood to open their new supplies. Lu Zhou was curious about what resources Liangshan would provide. After all, he had arrived late in his previous life and had no idea what resources Liangshan would offer. Holding on to his curiosity, Lu Zhou quickly began to unpack the new supplies. Inside, there were quite a few items, enough for the newcomers to survive for a week. There were compressed biscuits, luncheon meat, and fresh cabbage and potatoes. The first two items were commonplace, but the last two surprised everyone greatly. What kind of conditions are these? There are even fresh vegetables now. Recalling that the temperature here isn't very high, Lu Zhou reasonably speculated that agriculture and livestock farming must be doing quite well here. Chapter 185. Where are you going? Moreover, since cabbage and potatoes are easier to store and cultivate, it seems quite reasonable to consider them as a new recruit's benefits. In addition, each household was also equipped with a box of water purification tablets. When everyone saw the water purification tablets, the calm atmosphere was suddenly filled with ripples of excitement. Wow, they even have water purification tablets. This indicates that there's a water source here, and quite a lot at that. The long trek had resulted in a wonderful outcome, and everyone's faces were brimming with excitement. Jiang Xiaolin raised her eyebrows in delight and cheerfully said to everyone, "It's getting late. I'll go prepare dinner for us." Wanda quickly handed over his cabbage with a smile. "Sister, let's eat this cabbage. It will definitely taste great when stir-fried." Before Jiang Xiaolin could say anything, Zhang Jiahao took out a bundle of vermicelli from his backpack. "Aunt Jiang, let's add this little bit of vermicelli. It will taste amazing. Stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, it's so delicious." Zhang Jiahao laughed happily, and Jiang Xiaolin, smiling, accepted the bundle of vermicelli. During the cooking process, she also added a box of luncheon meat. Jiang Xiaolin went into the RV to cook since it had water and electricity, making it very convenient. She first heated some oil to fry the luncheon meat, then sautéed some scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. After that, she added the cabbage and stir-fried it. When it was almost done, she added the soaked vermicelli. Soon, a spicy and enticing aroma filled the RV. In the mix were the smells of the stir-fried oil and the rich seasoning. However, despite the strong odor inside the RV, it was barely noticeable outside. Everyone was busy too, tidying up the vehicle and folding down the back seat to make it into a bed. Thanks to the existence of the RV, no one intended to set up tents. The previous experience with tents had left everyone with too much psychological trauma. The RV could accommodate sleeping on the first level, and the second level also had enough space for several people. Moreover, compared to tents, it was clearly safer. Everyone agreed that when resting, they would go inside the RV. Although the security in the Liangshan area was quite good, nobody wanted to joke around with their lives. When the food was ready, everyone hurried inside the RV to eat. It was evening now, and a warm yellow light was on inside the RV, providing a sense of comfort and security. On the dining table, there were two dishes, stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli and luncheon meat, and a spicy cold dish of shredded potatoes. The shredded potatoes were Jiang Xiaolin's specialty, crisp and flavorful, with a fragrant spicy oil that was not overly hot. Along with these dishes, there was also rice from earlier. Though the meal was simple, the taste was exceptional. Everyone huddled inside the RV, happily enjoying their dinner, with satisfaction radiating from their smiles. Who would have thought that at this moment, as long as the family could be together happily and safely, it would be enough to bring peace of mind? While eating, Lu Zhou pondered one thing: how to quickly exchange points. If he were to exchange for building materials, it would be quite difficult for him to obtain building materials from a game, and it would consume a lot of survival points, which wasn't cost-effective. The best items to sell in the game would be sustainable resources that could regenerate indoors. For example, electricity and weather conditions. Thinking of these two things, Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. Previously, he had seen information about resource exchanges, but exchanging for natural gas seemed quite dangerous. After all, this type of fuel is state-owned, and it would be difficult for him to explain the source of his natural gas. As for electricity, it would be easier. However, what troubled Lu Zhou was that the exchange price for electricity was relatively low, which indicated that the government wasn't very short on electricity. Then there were food items as well. In his game cabin, he had an abundant supply of aquaculture and food items. After some thought, Lu Zhou sighed, feeling that he could only focus on these two areas. During this time, Lu Zhou had not forgotten to continue developing the product from his workshop, but the disappointing thing was that there were currently no suitable crops that could be mass-produced and brought out. However, on the bright side, he had a rich reserve of food in his game, which was enough to easily exchange for points. Lu Zhou took a moment to check his inventory with his consciousness. Among the items, the most abundant were aquatic crops, with yellow peaches being the most plentiful. Given the current situation, it was unrealistic to take out large quantities of fresh aquatic crops. A more stable approach would be to turn them all into canned aquatic products before exchanging them. Canned aquatic products held a status comparable to canned meat, as they are rich in vitamins and sugars. Sometimes, the price of canned aquatic products could even be higher than that of canned meat in the market. While the idea was good, looking at the overflowing aquatic crops, Lu Zhou felt a bit troubled for the time being. Relying solely on his family's efforts would definitely not be enough. He needed help from others. After some thought, Lu Zhou turned his attention to his partners. Half a month wasn't a long time, and everyone would probably find it difficult to gather the corresponding points. It would be better for him to find a reasonable reason to get everyone to help with making the canned goods. This idea was quite good, but how to make the whole thing seem more reasonable was a dilemma for Lu Zhou. After dinner, everyone had no specific plans and intended to rest early. Lu's father went to sleep in the car, while Lu's mother and Lu Zhou slept in the RV. Apart from the two of them, Zhang Jiahao, Zhang Lele, Grandma Zhang, Aunt Tong Tong, as well as Jiang Lishui and Gao Jingheng and Wang Da's father were all sleeping in the car. The space inside the car was ample, and the 4 beds were mostly given to the children and women. Zhang Jiahao and Lu Zhou took a moisture-proof mat to the upper deck of the RV. The upper deck was quite spacious. After casually finding a spot, Zhang Jiahao quickly laid down the moisture-proof mat and comfortably laid down on the ground. He looked surprisingly content in that position. Not far from him, Lu Zhou also carefully laid down his moisture-proof mat. After a long day, and with each person having their own thoughts, the two simply exchanged a few words before ending the conversation. On one hand, Lu Zhou was pulling up the game interface, considering how to take action. On the other hand, Zhang Jiahao, pretending to doze off, felt a voice in his mind incessantly ringing like crazy. He wanted to endure it, but the noise in his mind was too distracting, prompting Zhang Jiahao to roll over in frustration. Yet the voice continued to urge him. Get up quickly and follow me to a place. This whisper was so annoying that Zhang Jiahao almost felt like he was going mad. Finally, he became fed up with it and could only resign himself to putting on his clothes and following the voice out of the car. Of course, when Zhang Jiahao stood up, he tried his best not to make any noise, fearing that he might attract attention. Once he slipped out of the car, Lu Zhou, who was in the darkness, slowly opened his eyes. Just thinking about these two things made Lu Zhou furrow his brows. Previously, he had seen information about resource exchanges, but exchanging for natural gas was quite dangerous. After all, this type of fuel is considered state property, and it would be difficult for him to explain the source of his natural gas. As for electricity, it seemed to be a bit better. However, Lu Zhou was frustrated because the exchange price for electricity was relatively low, indicating that the government wasn't particularly lacking in power. Then there was food. In his game cabin, he had a plentiful supply of aquaculture and food resources. After thinking it over, Lu Zhou sighed, feeling that he could only focus on these two aspects. During this time, he had not forgotten to persist in developing the product from his workshop, but the disappointment was that there was nothing suitable for mass production that he could take out at the moment. However, looking at the bright side, he had a rich supply of food in the game, which was sufficient to easily exchange for points. Lu Zhou took some time to check his inventory with his consciousness. Among them, the yield of aquatic crops was the highest, with yellow peaches being the most abundant. Given the current situation, it was unrealistic to take out fresh aquatic products in large quantities. A more prudent approach would be to turn them all into canned aquatic products before exchanging them. The status of canned aquatic products was equivalent to that of canned meat. After all, canned aquatic products are rich in vitamins and sugars, and sometimes their prices in the market could even be higher than that of canned meat. The idea was good, but looking at the overflowing aquatic products, Lu Zhou was momentarily worried. Relying solely on his family's effort to process them would definitely not be enough. He would need help from others. After thinking it over, Lu Zhou turned his attention to his partners. Half a month wasn't a long time, and it would be difficult for everyone to gather the corresponding points. Instead, he thought it might be better to find a reasonable excuse to get everyone to help with the canning process. This idea was quite good, but how to make the whole situation more reasonable was something that puzzled Lu Zhou. After dinner, everyone had no particular plans and decided to rest early. Lu Zhou's father went asleep in the car, while Lu Zhou and his mother slept in the RV. Apart from the two of them, the Zhang family, Zhang Jiahou, Zhang Lele, Grandma Zhang, Annie Tong Tong, as well as Jiang Lishui, Gao Jinghang, and Wang Da's father were all sleeping in the car. The space inside the car was more than enough, with 4 beds mostly given to children and women. Zhang Jiahou and Lu Zhou, however, took their moisture-proof mats to the upper level of the RV. The upper level was quite spacious. Zhang Jiahou quickly laid out his moisture-proof mat and comfortably lay down on the floor. His appearance looked unexpectedly relaxed. Lu Zhou, not far away, also carefully laid out his moisture-proof mat. After a tiring day, and with everyone in the upper level having their own thoughts, the two simply exchanged a few words before ending the conversation. On one hand, Lu Zhou was pulling up the game page and considering how to proceed. On the other hand, Zhang Jiahou, while pretending to be asleep, felt that his sixth sense was buzzing like crazy, making a dee-da-da sound. He initially wanted to endure it, but the noise in his head was just too disruptive, forcing Zhang Jiahou to roll over in frustration. However, the voice in his head kept urging him, "Hurry up and come with me to a place." This whisper was so loud that it nearly drove Zhang Jiahou to the brink of a nervous breakdown. In the end, he was so annoyed that he lost his temper and could only resign himself to putting on his clothes and following his sixth sense out of the car. Of course, when Zhang Jiahou got up, he tried to make as little noise as possible, afraid of drawing attention. As soon as he slipped out of the car, Lu Zhou, who had been pretending to be asleep in the darkness, slowly opened his eyes. He's not an idiot. If Lu Zhou can think of a way, he can too. The hydropower station was completely silent. How could there be such a method? In that moment, all kinds of strange creatures from bizarre stories sprang to mind. Zhang Jiazhe forced himself to stay calm, but he couldn't stop his whole body from trembling. However, his sixth sense kept urging him to continue following. Looking at Zhang Jiazhe's figure ahead, Lu Zhou's expression gradually became grim. If they went further up, they would obviously encounter the troops stationed in Liangshan. These people were definitely responsible for guarding the hydropower station and wouldn't allow any idle individuals to continue moving up. What on earth was Zhang Jiazhe trying to do here? Was he really so foolish as to not realize he should turn back quickly? Lu Zhou was worried about the situation, but Zhang Jiazhe was equally concerned. He was scared too. If he encountered patrolling personnel, who knows what kind of trouble awaited him? Ultimately, the only reason he dared to do this was that his sixth sense was urging him on. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jiazhe intended to step further up the mountain but was stopped by his sixth sense. Does that mean not to go that way? Then where should he go? He didn't hesitate for long and tried to walk down the winding stream instead, finally letting out a sigh of relief. So was this path. Watching Zhang Jiajia take a different route ahead, Lu Zhou thought that he wasn't too foolish after all. After walking along the creek for about 10 minutes, Zhang Jiajia felt that the calling in his mind seemed to be growing stronger. Are we almost there? He looked around in confusion, not having taken more than a few steps before feeling the ground beneath him give way. Without noticing, he stepped into empty space. The sensation underfoot was unusually strange. When he stepped down, it felt like stepping onto a cushion filled with water. The incident happened too quickly for Zhang Jiajia to shout out. He fell entirely into the soft ground. Lu Zhou, who had been following not far behind, saw it clearly. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jiajia had vanished. Lu Zhou hurried to the spot where his friend had disappeared, wanting to see what had happened. The night was indeed too dark, and with no other choice, Lu Zhou turned on his flashlight to its lowest setting to investigate. Upon looking, he immediately discerned something. Because Zhang Jiajia had just fallen in, the damp ground still bore marks from his presence. Upon closer inspection, this place turned out to be a slanted pit. The entrance was small and completely covered by wild grass and moss. It was impossible to see it from a distance. Even up close, it was difficult to notice that there was a hidden cave entrance here. If he hadn't seen Zhang Jiajia disappear right in front of him, he likely wouldn't have discovered this spot. Furrowing his brow, Lu Zhou reached out to pinch the soil around the cave entrance. It felt extremely soft, not the kind of texture one would expect from mud. Digging a bit at the cave entrance, he found that visibility inside was very low and he couldn't see anything. For safety, Lu Zhou deliberately took out the alarm frog and waved it around. The frog appeared calm, showing no signs of abnormal fluctuations. This is a sign of safety. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and jumped into the cave. Chapter 187, A Hidden World. As mentioned earlier, the entrance to this cave was designed to slope downward. As Lu Zhou entered, he felt the moss beneath him was overly slippery. He couldn't muster any strength to push himself down. Instead, he slid down the tunnel like a bullet. At that moment, Lu Zhou wondered if he had gone crazy. He even had the presence of mind to think that it was a good thing he was wearing sturdy pants. Otherwise, sliding down like this would surely wear them out. He hugged his head, bent his legs slightly, and slid all the way to the end. To his surprise, when he emerged from the slippery tunnel, it was a whole new world inside. The space looked as if it had been deliberately excavated, remarkably spacious. However, it also seemed odd that it looked human-made. Inside, tall trees were everywhere, and due to the darkness of the night, Lu Zhou could only vaguely make out the shadows of the forest. What on earth? Where had he ended up after sliding down from the surface? Before he could ponder further, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. It was Zhang Jiajia. Lu Zhou immediately concealed himself, nervously watching his friend. After Zhang Jiajia tumbled into the cave and got up to observe his surroundings, his heart sank. He had no idea where he was. Fortunately, his sixth sense was still buzzing in his mind, asserting its presence. He was on the verge of losing it, but he ultimately exhaled and continued walking. Lu Zhou certainly wouldn't give up on following him. After all, this was a place Zhang Jiajia brought him to, so he must know more about it. This time, they walked much faster, and soon they arrived at a large pool of water. The water in the pool was an eerie green, which looked ominous and made one ponder what might be lurking within. As they approached the pool, Zhang Jiahao's incessant sixth sense chatter suddenly vanished. Is this the destination? Zhang Jiahao looked conflicted as he stared at the green surface of the water, unsure whether to cry or laugh. The water clearly seemed off. What could possibly be in it? However, since they had come this far, not checking it out would be a waste. A unique sense of determination, characteristic of the Chinese people, compelled Zhang Jiahao to lean closer to the water's edge. He pressed his hands firmly on the edge of the pool to avoid falling in while curiously peering into the depths. After watching for about half a minute, he saw seemingly nothing inside. Looking at the faint reflections on the water surface, Zhang Jiahao felt disheartened. No way, is there really nothing here? Could the sixth sense sometimes be wrong? By the way, the color of this pool really is unsettling. Just as Zhang Jiahao thought about stepping back, a large fish leaped out of the water, viciously slapping him with its tail. Smack! The fish was enormous, and its species was unidentifiable. Its massive tail struck Zhang Jiahao, making his head spin. Then, as his hand slipped, he fell straight into the water. Lu Zhou, who was watching from the side, immediately turned pale. How could there be such a large fish in this pool? Would that fish eat him? Hopefully, it wouldn't devour Zhang Jiahao. He flew to the edge of the pool as if he were gliding, only to witness a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Zhang Jiaza could swim, but at that moment, he just couldn't manage to do so. A gigantic fish had unexpectedly emerged from the pool, opening its mouth wide, trying to bite into Zhang Jiaza's leg. Zhang Jiaza was in a panic, desperately swimming towards the shore while the ferocious fish relentlessly pursued him. Just as that enormous mouth was about to clamp down on Zhang Jiaza, a bullet whizzed through the air and struck. The fish swerved slightly from the impact of the bullet, but its dead fish eyes remained fixated on its prey, unblinking, as it continued to swim toward Zhang Jiaza, undeterred by the wound. This scene was terrifying enough to shock Zhang Jiaza to his core. His mind went blank for a moment, and all he could see was the fish's sharp teeth gaping open and closing. At that moment, he suddenly felt a hook latch onto him, and behind the hook was a rope. Lu Zhou exerted force, pulling Zhang Jiaza back to the shore, then skillfully drew his handgun and emptied the magazine into the fish's body. No matter how powerful the creature, it couldn't withstand the onslaught of gunfire. In no time, the fish was dead, its body floating on the water's surface, blood staining the water. Zhang Jiaza had already been pulled back to the shore by Lu Zhou and was now lying beside him, gasping for air. Just as he was recovering from a shock, the two of them heard a series of splashing sounds. Flap, flap, splash, splash, crunch, crunch. Looking up, they saw that a large school of fish had gathered around the dead fish, excitedly circling it. One by one, they were leaping up to tear at the flesh of the dead fish. Fish were crowded against each other, their heads bobbing. Despite the large size of the fish, it couldn't escape the cruel fate of being devoured by the swarm. The fish were eagerly tearing into the dead fish's intestines, competing fiercely for their meal. The smell of blood intensified several times over. Having already been terrified, Zhang Jiaza was now faced with a second fright. Unable to hold it in, he doubled over and vomited onto the ground. He hadn't eaten much that night, and after emptying his stomach, he found he had nothing left to give. Lu Zhou was standing a bit away from Zhang Jiaza. After seeing his friend vomit, he took a step back, somewhat disdainfully. Once Zhang Jiaza had recovered, Lu Zhou took out a roasted sweet potato from his inventory. It was a special food item that could replenish energy, and eating something was better than nothing. However, Lu Zhou clearly forgot that Zhang Jiaza wouldn't be able to eat anything at this moment. Holding the roasted sweet potato, Lu Zhou looked earnest. Zhang Jiaza's face twisted several times before he gagged once more. "Brother, I beg you, please don't bring me food. I can't stand the sight of it." After saying this, he suddenly realized something. Wait, was he seeing things? How could Lu Zhou be here? Zhang Jiaza quickly looked up, seemingly wanting to confirm whether Lu Zhou was real or just an illusion created by his mind. As if reading Zhang Jiaza's thoughts, Lu Zhou coolly said, "You should tidy up the ropes on yourself. Pack them up. They are crucial for my survival." Zhang Jiaza hurriedly looked down and finally noticed the ropes tightly wound around him. It seemed that Lu Zhou really had saved him. However, what left a bitter taste in his throat was how he would explain coming to this place in the middle of the night. And why had Lu Zhou personally followed him here? Chapter 188, New Plan. After a brief moment of silence in the atmosphere, Zhang Jiahao hesitated before speaking up. Lu Zhou, I wasn't sleepwalking." And then, I really don't know why I came here. It just felt like I had to be here. Do you believe that explanation? He finished speaking with a sincere look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou calmly looked at him as he uttered a statement that was incredibly awkward. He didn't expose him, but instead posed a question. It's fine, I believe you. I was actually going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, but when I saw you leave, I was worried something might happen to you. By the way, where exactly is this place? Zhang Jiahao's embarrassment immediately eased up a bit. He quickly got up from the ground, packing up the rope in his hands as he spoke. To be honest, I don't really know where this is either. When I came here, I had no idea this place would be so extraordinary. As he was tidying up the rope, Lu Zhou casually moved a bit closer to the water basin. The red mist emanating from the water's surface disappeared, and now the basin had returned to its usual dark green color. It looked quite unsettling. Lu Zhou held a roasted sweet potato in his hand and stuffed it into Zhang Jiahao's embrace. You should eat this when you have the chance, in case there's danger later and you can't run. With the conversation reached this point, even if Zhang Jiahao wanted to refuse, he couldn't find the words to do so. He could only accept it. Looking at the numerous fish that had just appeared in the basin, Lu Zhou felt a surge of interest. He hadn't gotten a clear look at what species the fish were. It might be better to find some tools to fish them out and take a look. Without hesitation, he quickly took out fishing line, hooks, and a handful of fish bait. He also tied the fishing line to a stick he had picked up. First, he scattered some bait into the water. Then Lu Zhou tossed in the hook and quietly waited. His gaze was fixed on the water's surface, as if afraid to miss a rare opportunity. Seeing Lu Zhou like this, Zhang Jiahao quickly realized what he was up to. He was going to fish. Remembering the dense school of fish in the water earlier, Zhang Jiahao felt a slight wave of nausea in his stomach again. He had no idea what species the fish were. If they were edible, it would definitely be a gain for them. If they could use these fish to exchange for points, they would surely gather enough points. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiahao's expression turned resolute, and he moved closer to Lu Zhou, determined to help keep an eye on things. When Zhang Jiahao approached, Lu Zhou merely glanced at him before immediately refocusing on the water surface. The water was calm and undisturbed. After waiting a little longer, the water finally reacted. First, a few fish appeared around the hook, then the hook that Lu Zhou had thrown sank down. Here they came. Lu Zhou quickly lifted the fishing rod and gave it a little tug, causing the water surface to ripple several times. Splish splash. It was the sound of the fish's tail wildly slapping the surface of the water. The fish was quite large, and Lu Zhou had to exert some effort to throw it onto the shore. The fish was silver gray all over, looking somewhat like a crucian carp, but its size made Lu Zhou uncertain. Can wild crucian carp even grow to 7 or 8 pounds? Isn't that a joke? On the side, Zhang Jiahao widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, isn't that a crucian carp? It seems there are indeed edible fish in this water. Unlike Zhang Jiahao's excitement, Lu Zhou whispered, "We should test this fish first to see if it's toxic. Eating it rashly could harm everyone." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Jiahao quickly scratched his head, admitting he had acted recklessly. Lu Zhou stood by the pool, continuing to observe the water for a while before suggesting they leave. However, the problem was how they were going to get out of there. While they were waiting, Lu Zhou noticed that time passed quickly. Before long, it was already around 5:30 in the morning. Sunlight poured down from above, illuminating the area with startling clarity. Because the light was dim earlier, Lu Zhou had not been able to see the terrain clearly, but now he took in the entire scene. The structure of this place was astonishing. The entire environment formed a circular shape with a large pool at the center. Above the pool, a bright sun was just rising. With the sunlight providing clarity, the previously eerie green water looked less frightening and even seemed to exude a sense of tranquility. However, both Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao were puzzled. This kind of terrain was unlikely. After all, they had fallen into this place from a cave, so logically, they should have ended up in a deep, dark area devoid of sunlight, not in a setting like this. Zhang Jiahao stared blankly at the reflection of the sun in the lake, his mind struggling to comprehend. Lu Zhou's expression was as dark as water. He first took out a drone from his backpack, and then, under Zhang Jiahao's astonished gaze, he launched it. "Wow, dude, you really came prepared with a drone," Zhang Jiahao exclaimed. Ignoring Zhang Jiahao's surprise, Lu Zhou focused intently on the screen in his hand, which displayed the video feed from the drone. The footage showed a peaceful scene, and after examining it, Lu Zhou found that the structure here was identical to what they had just observed. Moreover, the landscape was so beautiful that the two couldn't help but continue looking deeper. After flying a full circle, the drone revealed no familiar buildings resembling those they had seen before. It seemed they had become trapped in a dead end regarding their escape. From the initial astonishment to the increasingly furrowed brows, both of them realized that their situation was not looking good. It was a mystery whether they could even get out of this place. After the drone completed a large circle with no results, Lu Zhou had no choice but to bring it back. Once he packed away the drone, he saw Zhang Jiahao hesitantly speak up. "Lu Zhou, I might be able to lead us out now." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "You could have said that earlier, instead of just standing there being mysterious." Seemingly intimidated by his friend's gaze, Zhang Jiahao pouted, internally screaming. Don't think he didn't notice Lu Zhou's exasperation. It wasn't his fault. His instinct had just kicked in, and prior to that, it hadn't said anything. But he couldn't voice this to Lu Zhou, so Zhang Jiahao was left to suffer in silence, having his grievances bottled up inside. In the end, he awkwardly tried to explain, that feeling I had just kicked in. Don't look at me like that." The two wasted no time. Soon, Lu Zhou followed Zhang Jiahao's lead, and it took them an hour to finally find their way out. The exit they discovered was quite hidden. If it weren't for Zhang Jiahao's instinct guiding them, it would have been difficult for them to escape. After pushing aside a tangle of dense vines, they finally emerged. The exit was wider than the entrance, enough to accommodate a handcart. Chapter 189, Leasing. Thinking of his plan, Lu Zhou's eyes darkened a few degrees. After exiting, the two continued walking for half an hour and finally arrived at the main road. This area was at the northern gate currently under construction in Liangshan. Normally, people would enter through the western gate and exit through the eastern gate. The northern gate served as an emergency exit. Zhang Jiahui was unaware of this gate, but Lu Zhou was familiar with it. Right now, this place was under construction, and most people didn't know what was being built here. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, the two ended up at the northern gate. Under normal circumstances, the distance between the northwest gates was much greater than it was now. In the future, this hidden path could even be used to quickly traverse from the western gate to the northern gate. As an escape plan, Lu Zhou was quite pleased. As they walked along the main road for a while, more people appeared in front of them. It was getting late, and many were heading out to work. At this moment, Liangshan appeared unusually energetic. These people hurried by, mostly heading towards the western gate. Zhang Jiahui then noticed the construction at the western gate and, puzzled, asked, "What are they building here? Everyone seems to be rushing over there to work." Lu Zhou shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Let's go over there first." At this point, Zhang Jiahui began to worry. "Are we really going to walk there? It's not that I don't want to walk. It's just that after walking for so long, I can barely feel my legs." Lu Zhou glanced at his friend and quickly understood what he was struggling with. He took a few big strides ahead, not forgetting to urge him. "Hurry up, time's not on our side." Zhang Jiahui's face wrinkled up like a bitter melon, but he had no choice. After all, this was all his fault. When the two finally reached a bustling area, they discovered that there were some small vehicles on the street. These vehicles looked like the electric carts used for grocery shopping before the apocalypse, appearing somewhat dilapidated, but moving even slower than small electric bikes. Lu Zhou recognized them, human-powered rickshaws. However, since arriving in Liangshan, rickshaws had become more standardized, unlike now. "Hey, young brothers, where are you going? Let me give you a ride." Lost in thought, a shabby black rickshaw pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down to reveal a middle-aged man's weathered face. He looked rather honest. In an instant, Zhang Jiahui's eyes lit up. Great. They wouldn't have to suffer through the walk. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up. Big brother, we're heading to the western gate. Are you going there? How do you charge? The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. Well, good luck, a big fare. His face practically beamed with joy. Of course, hop in. Standing is tiring. After saying that, he got out of the vehicle and opened the door for them. This little rickshaw could accommodate a maximum of 2 passengers. Zhang Jiahui was overjoyed. However, Lu Zhou remained indifferent and said, Big brother, let's discuss the fare first. If we don't, it'll be awkward for everyone if the price changes later. His remark immediately thickened the atmosphere. Lu Zhou was well aware of these people's tactics. Once they got into the vehicle, the driver would chat casually until they were halfway there before quoting a price. If you're not willing, then that's something you can't control. But the only good thing is that those drivers who are allowed on the road all have licenses from the authorities. Killing is illegal, and those people wouldn't dare to do that, but cheating and swindling is all too common. After Lu Zhou said this, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, his face stiffening a little. Reluctantly, he quoted a price. It's quite a long way for you, and by the time I get to the West Gate, I'll basically have no passengers left, so you'll need to pay me double the price. The going rate is 200 points. As expected, at this point, Zhang Jiahao was completely dumbfounded. Points? We don't have any points. The driver immediately understood. Oh, in that case, let's trade for food, 4 pounds of grain. 4 pounds of grain is quite a lot, enough for several days of food for one person. In that instant, Zhang Jiahao suddenly felt that maybe he could negotiate. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, Zhang Jiahao quickly rejected the driver. Forget it, we're not going to do it. Your price is too high. The driver wanted to argue a bit longer, but seeing Lu Zhou's stern expression, he immediately dared not say more and could only leave awkwardly. Indulging him like this, that price would be ridiculously high. Anyone who takes it would be a complete fool. With the driver gone, Zhang Jiahao continued to complain. However, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered something else. Due to the fuel shortage, these vehicles are mostly human-powered rickshaws. Only later, when fuel issues became less of a concern, did electric and fuel-powered vehicles gradually start to appear. However, electric vehicles still outnumber fuel ones. Thinking about it, he recalled that there should be organizations renting bicycles. Just as Lu Zhou was contemplating this, a frail-looking man appeared before them, as if by magic. This man smiled and approached, saying, Hey guys, we have bicycles for rent. Are you interested? Don't worry, the price is cheap. Only 30 points for half a day. He had been watching the two from across the street for a while. Seeing that they had rejected the rickshaw, he figured it was likely due to the price. After pondering for a moment, the man rushed over. This is business, and it's important to have a comparison. His rickshaw is expensive, while my rental price is cheap. With that comparison, it's clear who's more cost-effective. The man had good insight, and as soon as he said this, both Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao found it reasonable. We don't have points for now. Can we trade food instead? Do you have a tandem bicycle? Sure, the tandem bicycle is a bit more expensive. In terms of food, it would be 7 taels of grain. However, to ensure the safety of our bikes, I'll need to see your ID cards. The man's eyes crinkled with a smile, and Lu Zhou calmly took out the hook and the corresponding grain. Not more, not less, exactly 7 taels. Along with that, both of them took out their ID cards. Their ID numbers were displayed on them. After the man wrote them down, he took out a note from his pocket. When you arrive at the West Gate, please return the bicycle to our shop. The bike rental shop was called Old Black Bike Rental. Lu Zhou had some impression of this shop. He vaguely remembered that in the later stages in Liangshan, Old Black Bike Rental was quite large in scale. Zhang Jiahao was somewhat incredulous. You only require an ID number as a deposit? Aren't you afraid someone won't return it? The man smiled politely, but there was no smile in his eyes. Oh, to be honest, I've been doing this for so long and have never heard of anyone daring to default on a debt with our bike shop. Chapter 190, Making Plans. As soon as these words were said, Zhang Jiahao immediately fell silent. However, the faint surprise and fear that flickered in his dark, shiny eyes revealed his inner thoughts. He realized that he had underestimated the situation. In this place, without any power or connections, how could one dare to do business? In contrast to Zhang Jiahao, Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent as he packed the note the man had given him. He looked at Zhang Jiahao, and the two of them directly hopped on their bicycles, starting to head home. The two rode along the main road, and since only Lu Zhou was carrying an inconspicuous backpack, their journey back was unusually safe, with no one coming to disturb them. About 3 hours later, they finally returned to their gathering place, panting. It was nearly 9 o'clock when they got back. The sun hung high in the sky, and the temperature began to slowly rise. As soon as they got off the bikes, they saw others gathering outside the car, seemingly in the midst of a discussion about something. Upon seeing that the others had not left, Zhang Jiahao was instantly filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to rush over and share their new discovery with everyone. "Dad! Uncle Lu!" Zhang Jiahao's shout drew the attention of the others to him. Lu's father, seeing his suddenly appeared son and Zhang Jiahao, felt his earlier worries dissipate. Early that morning, he noticed that the two were missing and was concerned that something might have happened. However, after observing for a while, the rest concluded that the two must have gone out on their own, and if they hadn't returned by evening, they could go look for them then. Lu's mother felt a bit uneasy, but the companion's reasoning made sense. Considering that her son often had things to do outside, she comforted herself, thinking that there shouldn't be any major issues. Now, seeing her son return so early, she was delighted and rushed over, holding onto his arm tightly. "Oh, you two, you're something else, heading out early in the morning without even letting Uncle Zhang or us know. Do you know that everyone was quite worried about you?" Lu's mother's tone was a mix of joy and anxiety, but her face showed more relaxation at this moment. Lu Zhou smiled. "Mom, we were in a hurry to head out and didn't have time to say anything. By the way, we found something." The attention of the others was immediately attracted to the two of them. Zhang Jiahao, suppressing his excitement, pulled out a large crucian carp from Lu Zhou's backpack. "Uncle Wei, can you take a look at what kind of fish this is?" Both Lu Zhou and I think it's a crucian carp, but it doesn't quite look like one because of its size. Wei Qingzhu, being the most knowledgeable person among them, naturally took on the responsibility of identifying the creature. He took the fish into his hands and, after careful observation, exclaimed in surprise, "It's a crucian carp, but I personally feel that this fish doesn't seem to be a pure wild crucian carp. It leans more towards being a farmed crucian carp." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Jiahao and Lu Zhou frowned. Is it really possible for farmed fish to appear in that place? However, could it be that the farmed fish somehow arrived in that pond through some unexpected means? The two suddenly felt uncertain, their minds racing with thoughts about whether to continue with their plans. What if that place was someone else's gathering spot? And if they rashly brought their family there, would it be dangerous? Lu Zhou pondered deeply, but Zhang Jiahao, after hesitating, decided to proceed with the original plan. The reason was simple. He didn't believe that his instincts would fail him. No matter how winding or absurd the journey might be, his instincts always led him down the most correct and effortless path. Almost blindly trusting his instincts, Zhang Jiahao cleared his throat a few times and recounted everything he and Lu Zhou had experienced to the group. When they spoke, they were in the RV. Although there shouldn't be anyone else around here, it's always better to be cautious. Zhang Jia used the simplest and most ordinary words, yet they greatly stirred everyone's emotions. "What the heck? There's a hidden entrance not far from here. This place can actually connect to the west side. It's simply unbelievable." Anyone who is told this would initially think the other person is joking. Lu Zhou added, "Did you see the bicycle outside? That's the one we rented on the west side." Immediately, everyone envisioned the bicycle that Lu Zhou and the others had just used. My goodness, there really is some kind of underground passage. In any case, this matter was a bit too incredible. The fish was recognized by Wei Qingzhu as an edible fish. Meanwhile, everyone prepared the fish, eating while contemplating their next steps. In the end, they made braised fish because this cooking method was least likely to have a fishy smell, and they could also add some side dishes suitable for stewed fish. In the pot, the fish was stewed with flavor, and the vermicelli, greens, and potatoes inside looked extremely tempting. Usually a simple stewed fish, at this moment, became the expectation of everyone. Not just looking forward to this meal, but also to the fact that soon they would go fishing. Wait a minute, the fish still needs to stew for 10 minutes. The one stewing the fish was Jiang Lishui, and she was quite good at making this dish. After hearing this, everyone sat down and began to seriously discuss how to enter and catch the fish and how to take the fish out for exchange. Lu Zhou tapped his fingers and was the first to speak. I'll share the information I know first. Firstly, the entrance to the cave is very narrow, allowing only one person to pass, but the exit is relatively larger. So my initial plan is that we split into 2 teams. One team walks to the entrance, while the other team drives to the exit to provide support. The people going in themselves need to consider how to catch the fish. I have a few suggestions that everyone can listen to. Method 1. Use a net to catch the fish. Method 2. Create a radar to attract the fish for capture. However, considering our current situation, since we might not have enough materials, I suggest we start with the first method, as it's easier. At this point, Wei Qingzhu said, seriously, I can make the radar. I just need a few more components to complete it. But do we have a fishing net for catching fish? Everyone fell silent for a moment, and soon, Gao Shan spoke up. In that case, I have a small net at home. In the past, when I had nothing to do, I used it to go fishing for fun. I'll go get it later and see if it works. At the same time, Lu Zhou also spoke. I have a fishing net as well. Great, at least the fishing gear is in place now. As for bait, Lu Zhou had that covered too, and he felt that the fish in the pond wouldn't be difficult to catch. Even if their group was inexperienced, they should still manage. Chapter 191. Still a coincidence. At this point, Zhang's father's eyes lit up. It's good to have fishing nets. I used to catch fish in a village reservoir before, and I've got some skills up my sleeve. Later, I'll show everyone a thing or two. The crowd's enthusiasm was stirred once again. Wanda pondered, let's organize our team. The fishing team will tentatively include Brother Zhang, Brother Wei, and since I can drive, I'll join too. Gao Shan quickly volunteered as well. I'm good for anything. Before long, the fishing team was set up. The fishing group consisted of Lu Zhou, Zhang's father, Wei Qingzhu, and Lu Dad. Wangda and Gao Shan would drive. One was eloquent, and the other had guaranteed combat power. At home, watching over was Jiang Lishalumam, along with Grandma Zhang, Grandma Shan, and the 3 kids who naturally did not need to go out. Although the area was rich in resources, it was still unfamiliar territory overall. In case of danger, it wouldn't be easy to escape with small children. As for the driving team, they were not only responsible for transporting the fish, but also had an important task. They needed to take the fish to the nearest exchange point to convert them into points. Points could circulate freely within Liangshan, so the 2 just needed to convert all the points onto their cards and then distribute them one by one after returning home. However, this task was also fraught with risks. In the beginning, it was okay since no one knew what they had inside. But after a few days, other opportunists would come rushing in like sharks, smelling blood, all wanting to get in on the lucrative fishing venture. However, no one wanted to disclose the location of this cave. After all, if they kept it secret, they would have somewhere to hide in case of any future danger. In summary, this operation would involve as many young adults as possible. As for the exchange point, Lu Zhou had already informed everyone in advance. The exchange point never asked about the source of the materials, as many people were unwilling to disclose that information. So, at that place, at least the official stance was one of indifference. This greatly reduced the chance of everyone being questioned by the authorities. Moreover, since Liangshan did not allow for crimes like murder, even if there were conflicts, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Once the preliminary plan was finalized, the fragrant stewed fish was ready. As soon as the fish came out of the pot, the skin was crispy, and when the crispy skin was dipped in the fish soup, it soaked up all the broth. not to mention the other stewed ingredients that were soft and flavorful. To say the least, this fish tasted tender, and Jiang Lishui's cooking skills were quite impressive. The fish was tasty, yet not fishy, absolutely delicious. After finishing the meal, everyone felt a bit unsatisfied. It had been a long time since they had eaten fresh fish, and after this meal, they felt a craving for delicious food rekindle within them. Wanda chuckled, "This fish is really good. Let's hurry up and fish more. Besides exchanging for points, we can keep some for ourselves to eat." This suggestion received unanimous approval from everyone. Even Lu Zhou couldn't help but lick his lips. To be honest, the taste was indeed excellent. Soon, Zhang's father checked the fishing nets brought by Gao Shan and Lu Zhou one by one. Gao Shan's fishing net is a bit small, but the quality is good and usable. Lu Zhou's fishing net is really good. The size is just right. Lu Zhou smiled silently. Of course, this fishing net was specially prepared by him just for days like today. It was naturally better suited for the task. As everyone was about to leave, they brought along some other items. Weapons were a must, as well as ropes, portable stoves, flashlights, pots, food, and water. Everyone carried a backpack and hurried towards the designated location. Wangda and Gao Shan, after preparing their weapons, drove straight west. On Lu Zhou's side, he first returned the bicycle, and then the group hurried on their way at the fastest speed possible. While hurrying, Lu Zhou didn't forget to open the game to see if anything strange had appeared inside. After pondering for a moment, he realized there was one thing he hadn't resolved. In this weather, the fishy smell would be quite noticeable. As for how to mask the fishy smell, he truly had no clue. He decided to place this hope into the game. After browsing through the game, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. In the game, there was nothing to mask odors. After searching through all the workshops, Lu Zhou focused his gaze on fishing. Last time, he had caught some random odd items through fishing. He wondered what would happen this time if he tried it again. Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and directly chose to fish for gold coins. Drawing from the fishing rod. Congratulations, player, you have drawn a number 3 fishing rod. The number 3 fishing rod was somewhat unlucky. Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. His luck was truly poor. Why was he stuck with a number 3 rod this time? However, each fishing rod would be tied to a week and wouldn't change. Lu Zhou sighed helplessly and then began to fish. But to his surprise, as soon as he cast his line, he pulled up something very strange. Master's perfume. Capacity 50 milliliters, can mask any odor. Effect: spray once for every square meter. Lu Zhou was overjoyed. This item should be enough for their activities this time. Was his luck this good? This was a number 3 fishing rod, and he just happened to fish out the most needed item. While Lu Zhou was delighted, he couldn't ignore the rapid beating of his heart. That feeling of coincidence that had surfaced before now flooded his mind all at once. Lu Zhou then gritted his teeth and decided not to think too much about it. The immediate problem had to be solved. With his bottle of perfume, he wasn't afraid of not being able to mask the fishy smell. Under Zhang Jia's guidance, the group quickly arrived at the entrance. This entrance was quite magical. Lu Zhou had paid special attention to it before, and at that time, there were some traces. But now, the entrance was completely closed. The group's eyes were fixed on the entrance, their hearts feeling dizzy. They all knew from earlier descriptions that there was a mysterious entrance, but when it appeared before them, they were shocked and felt an underlying sense of fear. The fear of the unknown. To calm everyone's nerves, Lu Zhou was the first to jump down. He had brought more items, so to avoid any lag inside, he had already held his backpack close to him. The texture inside felt no different from the last time. Seeing Lu Zhou go down decisively, Lu's father became anxious. Without saying a word, he hugged his backpack and was the second to slide down. However, as soon as he entered, the indescribable slippery sensation made him feel uneasy. Halfway down, he even reached out to touch the surface beneath him. It felt like moss. He brought the moss on his fingertips to his nose, and Lu's father's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 192. Harvest time. This smell, why does it not quite seem like the scent of fresh moss? But that doesn't make sense. After all, this cave is clearly the most suitable place for moss to grow. Dad suppressed the doubts in his heart. Before he could think too much, his feet touched the bottom. They've arrived. As soon as they reached the place, Dad hurriedly flopped his body and crawled out of the hole. Behind him, the others were lining up to slide down. Taking advantage of this time, Dad took a look at the moss in his hand. A light green. However, after staring for a while, it was hard to say if this color was really green. But after taking a closer sniff, it seemed that he detected a unique moist scent of moss at the tip of his nose. Lu Zhou noticed the slightly strange expression on Dad's face. He was puzzled for just a few seconds when he saw the people behind him, one by one, scrambling out of the hole like dumplings. Well, there was no chance to ask anything now. They could only talk later. Leading a few people, the Zhang family began to quickly walk towards their destination. They hardly wasted any time. It took them only about 5 minutes to reach the side of the pool. Even though Lu Zhou had already explained the situation here to everyone, when they stood amidst the wonders of nature, the awe and surprise in their hearts couldn't be concealed. Wei Qingzhu couldn't help but take a few deep breaths of the fresh air. This place is even cooler than outside, and the air quality is pretty good. Zhang Kai followed up, "Yeah, I'll see if I can set some traps to catch some wild game later." Dad shook his head, looking at the scenery before him, already suppressing that bit of doubt deep in his stomach. Hey, not to mention, this place is really nice. That said, everyone appeared to be in good spirits. Perhaps due to the pleasant weather and the large number of people, even the previously terrifying green-black deep pool looked much more agreeable now. A few people stood a bit closer to the pool, discussing. "This pool looks deep at first glance. I'll set a net for us later." The person speaking was Zhang Kai, who was animatedly discussing. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. While they were chatting, without even throwing any bait into the water, quite a few fish had already appeared. If they used bait now, it would surely be better than what they had right now, right? With this thought in mind, after selecting a spot for the net, Lu Zhou excitedly threw the first piece of bait into the water. At first, the water surface was calm, with nothing but the bait floating alone. There was no movement at all. Everyone stayed silent, motionlessly staring at the surface of the water. The bait was still there, but underwater, a large number of fish had already gathered around. These fish, without any caution, rushed towards the bait, swallowing it one by one, enjoying it immensely. The school of fish rolled and leaped, fighting among themselves just to grab the bait. Now's the chance. Lu Zhou's mind stirred. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Kai, who immediately began to pull the net with all his strength. Originally, they thought the fish would panic and flee, but to their surprise, these fish were incredibly foolish, showing no signs of struggle. Even though the fishing net was right in front of them, they continued to focus on eating the bait. The Zhang family looked as if they had discovered a new continent, amazed. Wow, these fish are so dumb. Wei Qingzhu nodded. They really don't seem like wild fish. Their alertness is quite low. Lu Ba did not participate in the discussion, but was secretly worried for Zhang Yu. With this net cast down, there must be a lot of fish, right? Everyone's mood varied. Since there were 2 fishing nets, they decided to use both nets together. Lu Zhou used the smaller net, while Zhang Yu used the larger one. When they finally pulled the nets up, Lu Ba ran over to help his own son, while the Zhang family and Wei Qingzhu went to assist Zhang Yu with the large net. To be honest, there were indeed quite a few fish. As they pulled up the nets, Lu Zhou could clearly feel the net tightening in his hands. The weight was something that not just anyone could handle. Once they completely pulled the fish up, everyone was panting heavily. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, they finally had the time to check the catch in the nets. Wow, so many fish. Zhang Jia found himself cursing in astonishment. The scene before them was enough to shock everyone. Perhaps it was because this area had been fished before, but both nets returned completely filled. By visual estimation, there must be at least 1,000 pounds of fish here, even considering that their nets were smaller. As for why they didn't use a larger net from a boat on the pool, Lu Zhou personally felt that it wasn't worth the risk. After all, they didn't know what other strange creatures might be lurking in the water, and being by the shore gave them much more maneuverability. Moreover, the speed of fishing from the shore was not slow at all. The first net went down, and the yield was so good that everyone felt hot all over and couldn't wait to continue fishing. After pulling up the nets about 10 times, even though everyone was still delighted, the excitement had considerably diminished. Zhang Jia, rubbing his sore back, was almost ready to collapse onto the ground. "I can't take it anymore. Let's take a short break." Lu Zhou scanned the crowd and noticed that everyone looked like they were about to die, so he decided to take a temporary break. Of course, it wasn't a complete rest. They still had to take this opportunity to organize the bags for the fish. Since they were temporarily stopping fishing, they just needed to wait to pack the catch. Today's fishing plan was exceptionally smooth, and the most surprising thing was that these fish were incredibly foolish, actually delivering themselves into their nets time and again. They wondered if there would still be such good luck tomorrow. While resting, everyone had a pack of compressed biscuits before getting back to work. After everyone struggled to stuff the fish into the refrigerated truck brought by Wangda and his partner, the two of them hurriedly joined in to help. This truck was rented by the two and was specifically meant for transporting cold goods. The rental fee was not low, but compared to everyone's haul, it was negligible. Wanda had taken the initiative to rent the truck. The chubby kid actually had quite a bit of family wealth tucked away, and theoretically, he could pay for a house for his family. However, in order to make life easier for his family in the future, he was willing to take risks now to earn some extra money. The two of them pushed the small cart in. With the cart, the speed of transport improved significantly. After several trips back and forth, the truck was already full. Half of the fish still remained. Everyone unanimously decided to make 2 more trips with the truck to quickly transport the fish. Wanda looked at the overflowing truck, feeling a bit hesitant. He didn't mean anything by it. He was just worried that the fishy smell might attract unwanted attention. Chapter 193, Consideration. It seemed that Lu Zhou had seen through Wang Da's concerns, as he took out a bottle of perfume and handed it to Wang Da. "Brother Wang, give this a try." "What is this? Perfume?" To be honest, perfume is usually not that effective. Although he said this, Wang Da's hands were very honest, applying pressure with his fingers, and the spray nozzle released a fine mist immediately. The scent, carrying a faint floral aroma, quickly penetrated the fishy smell that filled the car. In just a few moments, everyone could keenly sense that the odor had diminished somewhat. Wang Da's eyes lit up. "This stuff is great. Let me spray some more." And so he went puff puff with a few more sprays. The fishy smell vanished instantly, as if it had never been there. On the other side, Wang Da was clicking his tongue in appreciation of this product. Lu Zhou smiled and said, "Brother Wang, the sooner we go, the sooner we can get back. We still have to keep working later." Wang Da hurriedly put the perfume away and then smiled as he and Gao Shan entered the driver's cabin. "Wait for our message. We brought another vehicle along for you." After saying this, he pointed to a hidden black car. Lu Zhou was pleased. It would be much more convenient to go home later. The two quickly drove away, and it was an hour later before they appeared in front of everyone. With his sharp eyesight, Lu Zhou spotted the car not far away at first glance. The car was in perfect shape, showing no signs of damage, indicating that the journey had gone smoothly. Sure enough, after getting out of the car, both of them were all smiles. "It went very smoothly. We didn't disturb anyone, and we made it to the exchange point without a hitch. That truckload of fish earned us 50,000 points. 50,000 points? Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their expressions amazed, although their mouths were grinning from ear to ear. Wow, just in one day they could earn so many points? Oh right, there was still half of the fish left unsold. Calculating this, they could make 100,000 points in one day from selling fish. In just one day, they could earn enough for a house. Everyone suddenly felt their breaths quicken. Having previously missed opportunities to buy houses, stocks, or Bitcoin, they never expected that in the end times they would have a chance to profit from fishing for houses. Ultimately, Lu Zhou remained the calmest among them. After coughing a few times, he spoke, "In a couple of days, it might not be this easy to earn money. After all, fish won't always be this easy to catch. His words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing everyone's hopeful expressions. Everyone suddenly thought, there's no problem there. The fish today looked so foolish. In the future, would it still be this easy to catch them? Thinking of this problem, Wei Qingzhu pushed up her glasses with her fingers still covered in fishy residue, elegantly. Don't worry, I'll have the sonar fish-catching device ready by tonight. Everyone already understood Wei Qingzhu's intelligence, and now hearing the team leader say this, their worries diminished significantly. Wang Da's eyes also shone with amazement. If fishing could earn points, then he wouldn't have to exhaust his savings. After all, Liangshan was developing quickly now. Who knew how things would develop in the future? Everyone should have a backup plan for themselves. Gao Shan was also in a good mood, likely thinking along similar lines to Wang Da. The two of them worked together for a while longer, and ultimately, the second truckload of fish was exchanged for 50,240 exchange points. The harvest of the day was so abundant that everyone was excited. Lu Zhou led everyone to tidy up their things before they prepared to head outside. However, he still had one thing to ask. Uncle Gao, Brother Wang, what's the exchange price for the fish? Gao Shan immediately replied, it's 15 exchange points per pound of fish. Lu Zhou fell into deep thought. The purchase price would typically be lower. These fish would likely first be processed into canned goods by logistics to replenish military supplies. With over 6,000 pounds of fish, throwing them into the lake wouldn't even make a ripple. This operation could last a few more days. Once military needs were met, it would shift to civilian demand. Initially, the price would be higher, and when the supply was insufficient, that would be when they stood to make the most profit, but also be the most at risk. At that time, the price of fish wouldn't be the purchase price of 15 points, but could skyrocket by several times, even tenfold. Lu Zhou never worried about people's purchasing power. Currently, those who came to Liang Mountain were either wealthy or influential. If these people encountered fresh fish and didn't act, that would be a problem. After sharing his reasonable speculation with his companions, everyone couldn't help but ponder. Wanda frowned slightly. Personally, I think if the market goes crazy, our situation could become very dangerous. Moreover, if the exchange points in our ID card were scrutinized, someone would eventually trace it back to us. My suggestion is to earn enough points for buying a house as soon as possible and then act according to the situation. The safest withdrawal time would be right after military needs are satisfied, when only a few people try the fish. Wang Da's thoughts were profound, and what he said resonated with Lu Zhou's considerations. Continuing with their current plan might earn them quite a few points, but it would also expose them to those with ill intentions. Although Lu Zhou was strong in individual combat, one punch couldn't fend off many kicks, and he would eventually be defeated. Additionally, they intended to use this cave as a secret base. If they were found out later, wouldn't that expose their secret base? Thinking about these points, Lu Zhou felt they must restrain their output to avoid attracting trouble. Wei Qingzhu nodded in agreement. I also think Wang Da is right. We need to continue living in Liang Mountain in the future, and if we attract attention, it will eventually lead to disaster. Lu Zhou's father, Zhang's father, and Gao Shan all nodded repeatedly. Initially, they thought that the more points, the better, but upon careful consideration, they realized that the consequences were not something their group could bear. After much deliberation, they decided to agree on this method. However, Lu Zhou still felt uneasy. What if, during the normal exchange period, they were targeted by unknown forces? Thinking about this issue, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown even deeper. He needed to continue seeking a way out from the game. On the way home, it was Lu Zhou's father driving. Lu Zhou sat in the passenger's seat, not speaking, but instead carefully observing the game interface. Using fishing rod number 3, Lu Zhou silently commanded, and the fishing rod automatically cast its line into the water. It was quick. Almost the next second, the game prompted that there was a catch. Lu Zhou hurriedly checked it, and his mood fell several notches. What he caught were just some useless items or outright garbage. Grinding his teeth, he continued to make efforts a few more times, but by the time the car reached their campsite, the fishing rod hadn't, as it had before, quickly produced suitable items. Chapter 194. The Lucky God has come again? Soon, after several failed attempts to fish, Lu Zhou, feeling helpless, had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of continuing to fish. When the group finally returned intact, the remaining people stationed at the camp hurriedly crawled out of the vehicles. The older men were not home, and their families were composed of the old, weak, women, and children, which was somewhat unsettling. When they arrived, the group took out several fish from the car. These would be the dinner for that evening. With the number of people being large and the weather not conducive to fishing, the few fish they had were quickly decided upon for cooking. Little cousin Wei Tong Tong was busy helping her mother wash vegetables along with two other kids. They were preparing to add some greens to the dish, and it seemed that the only available vegetables were the ones that could sustain them, like mustard greens and bok choy. The 2 pots of green vegetables were actually brought out by Lu Zhou from the game shed and then passed through Lu Ma's hands. The others were also busy, starting to plant a new round of crops. However, it would take some time before the vegetables could be harvested. The 3 kids were diligently cleaning the vegetables. When they set the clean vegetables aside, Tong Tong looked up and saw Lu Zhou not far away. She immediately brightened up and ran toward him excitedly. "Brother." Her sweet voice seemed to have a soothing effect, alleviating Lu Zhou's frustration from not catching anything during his fishing attempts. Seeing his little cousin rushing toward him, Lu Zhou quickly crouched down, opened his arms, and tightly hugged the little girl, who was like a small cannonball. "Tong Tong, are you so happy to see your brother?" Jiang Xiaolin was still busy organizing the fish, and when she saw her daughter like this, she couldn't help but laugh. The little girl shyly nestled in Lu Zhou's arms, looking incredibly cute. Looking at his sister's soft and tender little face, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile and pinched her cheeks lightly. Not to mention, the feeling of baby fat is really something. Tong Tong was small, but quite clever. She waved away Lu Zhou's hand and pouted, "Brother, you can't touch Tong Tong's face. It'll make me stupid." Little cousin stared at him with her big, round eyes, and that expression made Lu Zhou's heart melt completely. All right, I won't touch it anymore." What a stingy Tong Tong. How can you say you're close to your brother when you don't even let me touch your little face? After jokingly saying this, Lu Zhou released his little cousin. The little girl then stomped off toward Wei Qingzhu. After watching Tong Tong run away, Lu Zhou began to think about another matter. Should he get one last try? Just one more time, and if he still didn't catch anything useful, then he would leave it to fate. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou focused and held his breath, staring at a fishing rod on the game screen. At Lu Zhou's command, the fishing rod immediately started to move. This time, the bait stayed in the water for quite a while. Lu Zhou felt a bit anxious, but he forced himself to stay calm. If he really couldn't catch anything useful, then he would have to think of other methods. However, other methods would undoubtedly come with their own difficulties. Just as Lu Zhou was lost in thought, the game notified him that he had caught something. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained a disguise electronic card. Note, this card can disguise itself as any card with data. Usage limit, 3 times. The cold, mechanical sound of the synthesized voice echoed with a rhythmic ticking, but Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows, hearing it. "Good stuff. This thing is very useful." Quickly, Lu Zhou calmed himself and began to simulate the ID card in his mind as if it were the Liangshan internal ID card. Soon, a unique ID card appeared in his mind. This ID card, no matter how it was examined, would not reveal any flaws. The points inside could also be used normally. After he finished this important task, Lu Zhou decided to give this card to Wang de tomorrow. Additionally, he would ask them to transfer all the 100,000 points from his card onto this new one. He was determined to eliminate all dangers at their root. Lu Zhou clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. However, it's worth mentioning that he initially thought he had a very low chance of drawing this item. Who would have thought the result would actually be quite good? Lost in thought, Lu Zhou saw Tong Tong dragging her dad onto the car to wash up. She was mumbling softly, "Daddy smells so bad." The others didn't hesitate much either, quickly washing up in the RV's small bathroom, wiping themselves down with water. In this hot weather, the fishy smell was quite strong. If they didn't wash up, they would definitely stink later. Once everyone had taken care of their hygiene, Lu Zhou was the last one to go in and clean himself up. Although perfume could cover the smell, it still left everyone feeling uneasy. He turned on the shower in the RV and washed up as quickly as possible. Given the circumstances, wasting water was a shameful act. Fortunately, in Liangshan, they provided each person with a reasonable amount of usable water, so it wasn't the case that washing up became a problem. However, to fetch water, one had to personally go to a location 2 kilometers away to collect it, which was quite a hassle. The water supply in the RV had already decreased by more than half. Although everyone went to fetch water every day, the consumption was faster due to the number of people. At times like this, Lu Zhou longed to settle into the new house as quickly as possible. After all, in the new house, water and electricity were supplied regularly, unlike now where everything was so limited. While thinking, after cleaning himself up, Lu Zhou also went to check the water tank. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone wasn't paying attention, he quietly poured some water into it. This way, the others wouldn't have to run so far every day to fetch water. When night fell and it was time to rest, the arrangements for the group were still the same as before. Lu Zhou continued to sleep on the second floor of the RV with Zhang Jiahua. Just as the night grew quiet and it was the perfect time to fall asleep, Zhang Jiahua spoke up first. "Lu Zhou, are you asleep?" Hearing this, Lu Zhou rolled over on the damp mat and then grumbled, "Not yet, just got up here and can't sleep." Zhang Jiahua chuckled a few times. "It's been a long time since we last met, right?" Lu Zhou lay on the mat, staring at the metal ceiling of the RV. There it seemed like there was a small black dot, dark and sticky against the surface. "Yeah, it's been 3 years since graduating from middle school. We haven't seen each other. I never thought we would actually be gathered together like this again. It's fortunate everyone is together. Otherwise, who knows what would happen in the future." As Zhang Jiahua spoke, his tone began to soften. He didn't even need Lu Zhou to say anything, as Zhang Jiahua began to ponder some thoughts aloud. Seeing that he had no chance to interject, Lu Zhou ultimately focused on the black spot and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 195, Using the Fishing Nets. After Zhang Jiechi had talked quite a bit, feeling parched, he wanted to call Lu Zhou to go down with him for a quick bathroom break. However, before he could wave his hand to signal across, he noticed that Lu Zhou was lying there, stable and motionless. "Wait a minute, is he asleep?" Finally, Zhang Jiechi sighed and turned to head to the bathroom on the first floor. Lu Zhou slept lightly. As soon as he heard any faint sound, he quickly got up to check. Soon, he realized that the bed beside him was empty. Where did Zhang Jiechi go? Is he wandering around again? He glanced out the window, but saw no sign of him. However, he heard a noise coming from the stairs. Lu Zhou quickly lay back down and pretended to sleep. Before long, someone slipped back beside him and curled up to sleep. Through the night, Lu Zhou could see clearly that it was Zhang Jiechi. "Looks like he just went to the bathroom." Lu Zhou took a look at the time on his wrist. It was only 12 o'clock, so he didn't have enough time to do anything. He slept soundly through the night. When he woke up, it was still quite early. It was about 5:30 in the morning. Everyone quickly got up, eager to get back to work as soon as possible. Lu Zhou had slept well last night. The second-floor caravan was relatively comfortable and spacious. The only downside was that Zhang Jiechi was chattering endlessly beside him. But it wasn't a big deal, since he had fallen asleep early. After tidying up as quickly as possible, everyone planned to head to the mysterious location. Just before leaving, Lu Zhou handed an ID card to Wangda. "Wangge, use this card during the transaction later. Afterward, find a chance to transfer all the points from your card to this one." Wangda looked a bit incredulous and asked, "This ID card requires iris recognition. Is this really going to work?" It was understandable that Wangda was skeptical. The technology was quite advanced, and he didn't think Lu Zhou could just get his hands on a fake ID card. Lu Zhou didn't mind his companion's doubts and leaned in to whisper, "Wangge, don't worry. This card was arranged by someone I know. After saying that, he quickly packed his bag with the others and left hastily. Watching Lu Zhou's retreating figure, Wang had countless questions but kept them all bottled up inside. Meanwhile, Gao Shan, who was checking the vehicles, noticed Wang Da's conflicted expression and asked a few questions. Wang Da didn't say much, only mentioning that they would be transferring points to another card later. Though it was just a simple statement, it left Gao Shan in shock. Could this ID card really fool the military personnel? Did Lu Zhou know any high-ranking officials? How could he manage to have such connections? Gao Shan was astonished but focused on the work at hand, not letting his guard down for even a moment. On Lu Zhou's side, the atmosphere was a bit lighter. Everyone, filled with a mix of anticipation and a hint of fear for what lay ahead, gathered by the pond. Today, Lu's dad had taken extra precautions. As they slid down, he sniffed the moss for any peculiar odors. However, it seemed that today the smell was much more normal. He felt relieved, wondering if it was due to the stress he usually carried. When everyone arrived at the pond and, following their usual routine, cast 5 fishing nets, they gradually started to notice something. Earlier, these fish were pretty naive and easy to catch, but after being caught 5 or 6 times, their catchability significantly decreased. Previously, one net could yield nearly 1,000 pounds of fish, but now it's only over 500. Even so, this was with 2 nets combined. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, feeling a bit skeptical. Are these fish reacting too quickly? Logically, they should still be catchable for at least another day or 2, right? Let's try fishing a few more times to see if it's just bad luck or if these fish have gotten smarter, Lu Zhou suggested. Following this, with the sound of 2 nets hitting the water, everyone fell silent, quietly watching the surface of the water. It does seem to have some effect. Even when bait was thrown in, the fish gathered slower than before. When the 2 nets were pulled up, it was clear that something was off. This continued for several rounds, indicating that it wasn't just bad luck. The fish had indeed become smarter and were refusing to bite. Wow, these fish are so smart, Zhang Jia exclaimed, slapping his thigh anxiously, while the others wore serious expressions. Wei Qingzhu, without saying a word, took out a fishing device he was still assembling from his backpack. This device will be ready in a little while. Everyone's tired, so let's take a break. Once I finish the device, we can give it a try. No one rejected this suggestion. While everyone drank water and ate something, Wei Qingzhu worked swiftly. The others watched him, eating as they admired his nimble fingers. Really impressive. Every time I see Wei, I can't help but think that studying really pays off, Zhang said, struggling to swallow a piece of compressed biscuit while gazing at Wei Qingzhu in admiration. This compliment made Wei Qingzhu a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, Zhang. You're all about hunting, but this is just a little skill. The two exchanged flattery. By the time the fishing device was ready, everyone had just finished lunch. We need something that can float to help this fishing device go into the water. As soon as this was mentioned, Lu Zhou immediately took out an inflatable boat. Let's use this. This time, everyone had made thorough preparations, so even when Lu Zhou took out the inflatable boat, the others remained calm. However, using the fishing device meant someone had to get into the water. Given the potential dangers below the surface, after some discussion, everyone agreed to split into 2 teams and take turns. Lu Zhou, one team. The other 3, another team. One team would use the fishing device while the other rested and remained on standby. After confirming the plan, they wasted no time and quickly began to implement it. Once the fishing device was securely tied to the inflatable boat, the sound of the boat gently entering the water marked the official start of the fishing operation. Previously, to make it easier to bring out the inflatable boat, Lu Zhou chose a smaller one that was practical for use. Now, Wei Qingzhu was on the shore, responsible for operating the fishing device, while Lu Dad and Lu Zhou prepared to put the fishing nets into the water in advance. To facilitate communication, they also brought walkie-talkies. Once Lu Zhou maneuvered the boat to the right position, he quietly instructed through the walkie-talkie, "Start." With this command, Wei Qingzhu pressed the button on the fishing device. In a remote spot, The fishing device emitted a current that forcefully penetrated the water below. Chapter 196, Abundant Catch. The electrical current was not powerful enough to kill the fish, but it was sufficient to send the school of fish into a state of panic. As the fishing device began to work, Lu Zhou and his father maintained a serious expression, watching the water below closely. They knew that something could happen underwater at any moment, and they couldn't afford to relax. For safety reasons, the range of the speedboat's movement did not stray too far from the shore. The two of them maneuvered the boat in a gentle circle on the lake's surface, and they could clearly feel that the fishing net underwater was gradually filling up. The fishing speed is quite fast, Lu Zhou's father said with surprise, and Lu Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, high technology is really useful. While carefully operating the speedboat, they also had to pay attention to controlling the fishing net. Soon, they reached the boat's maximum capacity. The two of them immediately drove the boat back toward the shore. Once everyone worked together to pull the catch onto the shore, they realized that the haul was even greater than what they had caught on their first day. The three people on the shore were helping out while showing expressions of excitement. "This catch is even more than the first time," said Zhang Jiahao, who was panting after finishing his work and hurriedly helped to empty the fishing net. The two teams did not speak much, but instead fell into a rhythm of fishing. Each time they pulled in the net, the quantity was quite substantial, averaging over 1,000 pounds. Today's impressive harvest was largely thanks to the fishing device. The group worked in shifts, and they only stopped once they reached their agreed meeting time. Everyone was exhausted, but their faces were filled with joy. This was a hope for the future. During the fishing period, everything went quite smoothly. After they packed up, they began to take the fish and meet with Wangda and his group. When they reached the exit, Wangda was already waiting there. As soon as they saw the group coming out, Wangda and Gaoshan rushed to help unload the cargo. After finally managing to load the fish onto the vehicle, Wangda let out a sigh and said, "From now on, let's take turns handling the exchange of materials. This job is easier for us, and over time, it won't feel right for us to keep doing it." Gaoshan, having just finished loading, wiped his forehead with a clean wrist and agreed, "Wangda is right. We discussed this on the way here. We should alternate roles." At this point, Lu Zhou began to consider the suggestion. After all, there was no need to fix these roles to just the two of them when it came to exchanging points. "All right, Brother Wang, we can discuss this later. Just be careful with everything you do," Lu Zhou said. And after giving his reminders, he, just like yesterday, returned home after everyone finished loading the cargo. Meanwhile, Wangda and Gaoshan, after finishing loading the goods, rushed to the exchange station. They were filled with excitement and anxiety, as well as a sense of apprehension about the dangers that lay ahead. Earlier, when Wangda sprayed perfume, he had meticulously sprayed the vehicle's cargo area, fearing any leaks. Of course, they were all attentive to this matter. Wangda had rented this vehicle for half a month, originally for transporting some vegetables and fruits, but he ended up using it to transport fish. When they arrived at the exchange station, Wangda nervously took out the card Lu Zhou had given him. Gaoshan watched the ID card closely, anxious that it might not pass the inspection. However, their trust in Lu Zhou outweighed any doubts they had about the unknown. The two of them calmly arrived at the exchange office, as usual. As soon as they approached, a staff member recognized the vehicle. Whispers immediately erupted among the onlookers. "Look, the fish delivery truck is back. I wonder if it's carrying fish again this time." Of course, the fish were huge. I caught a glimpse when the military logistics department was picking up supplies last time. What a pity. Those fish were all made into canned fish. I don't know when we will get to buy a fresh fish. Just thinking about that taste makes me unbearable. As the staff continued to chatter, their topic quickly veered off course. Someone suggested asking the two if they could sell them a few fish. Several people immediately agreed. So, just as Wangda and Gaoshan were about to handle their business, they saw a smiling face appear next to the car window. It was a young woman. "Hello, brothers. Can we negotiate? Could you sell us a few fish from your truck?" Her request was polite, but the girl looked quite young. Wanda and Gao Shan exchanged glances, then immediately glared back with fierce expressions. "No sale. We're in a hurry to deliver. Don't bother us with these nonsense." When Gao Shan was silent, he looked quite intimidating, and now he seemed ready to explode, which frightened the girl outside, making her retreat several steps. The girl didn't dare to ask further and quickly ran inside, leaving behind a hurried remark. "What a bunch of lunatics." The vehicle soon drove to the warehouse entrance, where several soldiers came over to oversee unloading. Wanda glanced at them and quickly informed one of the soldiers about what had just happened outside. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately became serious. "Comrade, you did the right thing. The items in the warehouse should be reported to the higher-ups first before any decisions are made. Our staff will definitely be more disciplined after we report this." Wanda smiled wryly, his lips curling. "Comrade, don't make it hard for them. It's something anyone can understand." The soldier nodded solemnly, recorded the weight, and handed the two a receipt while watching them leave. The two didn't waste time. As soon as they got the receipt, they were ready to exchange points. The staff handling the point exchange happened to be the same ones who had just been yelled at by Gao Shan. As soon as these staff members saw the familiar truck approaching, their anger flared up again. How ridiculous! They just want to buy a few fish. Do they have to be so fierce? However, despite their complaints, seeing the two approaching with such imposing attitudes made them hesitant to speak out of turn. In these times, it was risky to provoke others, who would want to endanger their life. Wanda calmly handed over his ID card to the familiar staff. Although he appeared composed, his heart was racing. Gao Shan felt the same way. They both fixed their eyes on the ID card as it was taken by the staff. Soon enough, the corresponding points were swiftly credited to the card. The entire process was quick and didn't take much time at all. For a moment, Wanda was taken aback, realizing how silly his previous worries had been. Lu Zhou was a reliable partner. He shouldn't have doubted him. Gao Shan remained silent. He didn't understand this person's thoughts. Before leaving, the girl who had been yelled at by him silently rolled her eyes at the two. Chapter 197, Deep-Sea Fish Corpse. Wanda could see clearly, but did not make any noise. He had always been easygoing, and what had just happened was out of necessity. According to the plan, what they needed most right now was to not attract attention. If anyone could buy fish from here, then their fish-catching plan would face even more risks. After all, military supplies were not easily noticed at times. If something unexpected happened because he sold fish privately, like someone who happened to be a fish eater having a strong energy capacity or had malicious intent, then he would be in danger. Wanda hoped to inform the military about what had just happened, so that they could promptly warn those involved and prevent them from causing trouble. One could say that Wanda was exceptionally cautious in his considerations. However, the biggest surprise today was that this ID card could be used successfully. Afterward, the security would presumably be more guaranteed. The two were excited as they quickly rushed toward the station after leaving the exchange office. After about 2 or 3 hours, Wanda and Gao Shan successfully arrived. Lu Zhou was busy turning the soil in a flower pot when he looked up and saw the two with excited expressions. "Oh, it looks like the ID card was used successfully." Sure enough, the next moment they brought good news. Upon hearing this news, everyone was naturally even more excited. During this time, Wanda specially informed Lu Zhou about the unexpected incident that had occurred today. Lu Zhou did not expect someone would directly want to buy, but soon his expression darkened a few shades, as if lost in thought. Wanda couldn't gauge Lu Zhou's thoughts and was about to ask when Lu Zhou spoke. "Wanda, you two reacted quite quickly today." Upon hearing this, Wanda squinted his eyes. "Well, that's for sure. I'm not boasting. When it comes to being sharp, you still have to count on me." Wanda joked cheerfully, while Lu Zhou was secretly pondering that the fish-catching plan needed to be expedited. After all, accumulating the most exchange points in the shortest time was the ideal way. In the following days, the delivery personnel would change each time. Sometimes it was Lu Zhou and his dad, or sometimes it was with his aunt. Or it could be Zhang Jiahao and Zhang's dad. During this time, both Wanda and Gao Shan were also taken into that secret cave. When the two entered for the first time, they were utterly shocked, their mouths agape. Wanda murmured, "My goodness, this place is completely different from what I imagined." He thought they had found some kind of pool, but he never expected the terrain to be so unique. Gao Shan also looked dazed. Even though they had watched many documentaries, none of them showed such a landscape. However, the two adapted quickly. Before long, they learned how to fish, catch fish, and operate the fishing equipment. Soon, everyone was able to smoothly take over any position related to fishing. For several consecutive days, the quantity of their catch remained at an astonishing level. On that day, Wanda and Gao Shan were working on the lake. The two made trip after trip to the shore, placing the catch aside. Lu Zhou, with his keen eyes, noticed a fish that had been caught among the others. "Wait, this is an octopus." Lu Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly walked over to take a closer look, and after careful observation, he confirmed that this creature was indeed a species of octopus found in the deep sea. This creature only grows in the deep sea. According to logic, this pond is at best just a lake. How could there be octopuses here? Lu Zhou suppressed his doubts and decided to hold off for now. A few days later, however, everyone discovered something shocking. That day, as they exited the cave and were about to catch fish using their usual methods, they saw a large number of dead fish floating on the surface of the pond. The scales of these fish reflected a silvery light. Of course, other fish in the pond were already voraciously feeding on the carcasses. Zhang Jia hurried over and, looking at the pond, exclaimed, "My God, these dead fish are all ribbon fish." Ribbon fish? Hearing this, everyone rushed forward to take a look. As they leaned over to get a better view of the water's surface, they were startled by the multitude of dead ribbon fish. "It really is ribbon fish, but they're all dead," Wei Qingzhu said in surprise, her eyes wide, and then she frowned. "This is strange. It's just a lake. Where did all these ribbon fish come from?" It should be noted that ribbon fish are deep-sea fish. Using tools, Lu Zhou carefully pulled one of the fish closer for inspection. The eyes of these ribbon fish bulged excessively, yet their bodies still retained a silvery sheen. Generally, only fresh ribbon fish would have such a dazzling silver color on their bodies. Could it be that these ribbon fish just died recently? As this doubt arose in everyone's minds, Lu Zhou leaned in to smell the fish. There was no other odor. After some discussion, everyone decided to take all the ribbon fish with them. One reason was that the ribbon fish seemed safe for now. The other was that if they left them there, once the other fish finished eating the ribbon fish and food was no longer scarce, the difficulty of catching fish would certainly increase. After weighing multiple factors, they didn't waste any time and quickly began scooping the ribbon fish into nets. Before long, the surface of the water was gradually clearing of the ribbon fish carcasses. After several hours, the ribbon fish were finally processed. Reflecting on the bizarre scene from earlier, everyone couldn't help but feel a shadow of dread about this place. Not to mention anything else, but why had such a large number of ribbon fish suddenly died here? Or how did these ribbon fish even get here? All these mysteries seemed unsolvable. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. His thoughts had long since turned to the bottom of the pond. Could there be something down there? However, due to the complex underwater situation, even Lu Zhou did not dare to casually dive in and take a look. All he could do was keep his doubts in mind for now. While the ribbon fish had left everyone with a significant shadow of fear, the desire to earn points motivated them to continue fishing. When they met up with Wanda and Zhang's father, the two of them trembled all over upon hearing about what had just happened. What kind of joke is this? A massive number of ribbon fish carcasses suddenly appeared in a lake? Could it be that this place is actually connected to the ocean? But there's the problem. There hasn't been an ocean within dozens of miles of Liang Mountain. The nearest sea is several hundred miles away. Where did it come from? In other words, how did these ribbon fish get here? In that instant, large beads of cold sweat broke out on Wang Da's forehead. Due to the hot weather, by the time the ribbon fish were placed in the car, their once dazzling silver sheen had faded considerably. Now, they looked like frozen products. Chapter 198. The Four People Exchange. This is good news. At least no one will suspect that the ribbon fish has just died recently. Generally speaking, this truckload of ribbon fish would be considered frozen goods. Wangda frowned, seemingly lost in thought, while Gao Shan indicated that the two of them wanted to exchange something. In the past, Lu Zhou wouldn't have cared too much, but for some reason today, he felt a vague notion bubbling up within him. Follow the exchange. Thinking back on the various coincidences in this ribbon fish incident, Lu Zhou dared not be careless. Although his request to follow was somewhat unusual, the other two didn't find anything strange about it. Just as the three were about to leave, Zhang Jiahao approached, expressing his desire to join the exchange. Lu Zhou initially wanted to refuse, but after a moment of thought, he agreed. After all, what if something unexpected happened? Soon, the four of them set off toward the exchange point. Meanwhile, the remaining few didn't waste time and continued trying to fish by the water pool. The truck filled with ribbon fish drove steadily. Wangda was an experienced driver, and when driving, he prioritized stability above all else. As he drove, he sighed at the two newcomers in the car. What do you think? The appearance of that ribbon fish can't be a good thing. Everyone knows ribbon fish can't possibly appear in lakes, but now there's ribbon fish. I suspect either the ribbon fish has mutated or this area might have produced an undersea. This guess was quite reasonable, and Lu Zhou thought even more than Wangda. What if beneath that lake there were unknown, mysterious entities just like the system? Lu Zhou's heart raced. He wanted to uncover the truth more than anyone else. No one wanted to live in uncertainty. Several times, he even considered going into the water himself before everyone else arrived to check the situation. After all, he had the game cabin. If he encountered danger, he could hide inside and at least avoid fatal crises. However, there was another matter that troubled him. The time flow inside the game cabin was much slower. If something went wrong, and he had to hide inside, he would be forced to stay for a long time. If he was lucky, he could come out after a while. If he was unlucky, he might be stuck at the bottom of the lake. Quickly, Lu Zhou's brain raced, and his gaze fell upon the small escape pod he had taken earlier. To be honest, using that device would significantly increase his safety. However, it was frustrating that he currently didn't know how to operate the escape pod. Even in his previous life, it was considered a precious high-tech product, not something a person like Lu Zhou, who lived on the edge, could typically access. The only time he used an escape pod was as a bodyguard for a wealthy individual. But even then, he only knew how to use the automatic escape button. If he wanted to explore the lake's bottom, knowing just that wouldn't be enough. At the very least, he needed to learn how to operate the escape pod before he could go down to examine the lake's depths. Lu Zhou quickly opened the game cabin and rummaged through it. After a moment, he sighed deeply upon finding a book titled, "In 1 Second, Teach You Extreme Sports." This book contained only lessons on extreme sports and didn't explain how to operate high-tech products like the escape pod. If he could get another book similar to this one that simulated courses, he could smoothly implement his plan. Such skill books could only possibly come from the game. Although hope seems dim, for now, Lu Zhou tries to avoid putting himself in danger. After all, he is not alone. He has his parents and his aunt's family behind him. Let's wait a bit longer. If the situation truly becomes critical and he must go down to the lake to check, then he will definitely go down without hesitation. However, acting rashly now would only bring trouble to his family and himself. Lu Zhou quickly determined his learning strategy for the future. Regardless of whether he can learn to operate the escape pod, mastering deep-sea infiltration techniques is essential. He needs to improve this skill as much as possible. The more proficient he is, the faster and more accurately he can make the most advantageous decisions when faced with emergencies. During this time, when Lu Zhou was clearing his mind, the other three were brainstorming, categorizing the large-scale death of the ribbon fish as something that happened in the dark sea. Although Zhang Jieqi agreed with the speculation of the other two, deep down he still held a glimmer of gentle hope regarding this matter. After all, his sixth sense had helped him out many times. He truly did not believe that it would lead them all into a pit. However, considering it from another angle, what if his sixth sense was warning him and leading him there to see it for himself? Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Jieqi's previously calm heart began to race abnormally. There was indeed a chance of this. The sixth sense could very well lead him to a dangerous area that had not yet become a danger zone, just to make him feel fear and steer him far away from there. But then the question arises, if this was the case, why did his sixth sense signal for his family to follow Lu Zhou to Liangshan? If they could have avoided Liangshan, a danger zone from the beginning, why would the sixth sense need to go through all this trouble? Wait, there's also the possibility that other places have a danger level of S, while Liangshan's danger level is A. If the height of a dwarf is increased, it could still be considered that the sixth sense guided him to a relatively safe place. With this thought, Zhang Jieqi felt uneasy. His chest, which had calmed down a bit earlier, was now pounding again. He secretly reached out and pressed down hard on his chest, which was about to fly out, forcing himself to calm down. Perhaps because of the ribbon fish, the atmosphere in the car was quite concerning. During this time, Zhang Jieqi bent down to tie his shoelaces and bumped his head against the middle of the car seat. Ouch, that hurt. Just after he exclaimed, a passionate and stirring melody suddenly filled the car. The sound startled all four people inside. Once they realized it was a song, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wanda couldn't help but lower the volume while continuing to complain about Zhang Jieqi's recklessness. Jieqi, you nearly scare me to death with that. But I didn't expect there would be a song to listen to in this car. As the song played, everyone in the car quickly recognized it from the first few lines. Welcome to Hell. This song was classic heavy metal from a long time ago, suggesting that the original owner of the car had a taste for vintage music. Gao Shan hummed a few lines, and after hesitating for a moment, Wanda made an unexpected comment. This song feels like it has a rather ominous meaning. Welcome to Hell, welcome to Hell. Chapter 199, Targeted. Driving while listening to this song always feels like a curse upon oneself. After Wang Da's reminder, Zhang Jiehui, who was previously nodding along, suddenly froze. Not to mention anything else, what Brother Wang said actually makes some sense. The meaning of the song was not too good, and everyone immediately suggested switching to another one. However, Wang Da fiddled with the buttons for a while, but the song didn't change. Oh, how strange. It seems the song library only has this one song. Should we just turn it off? Wang Da cautiously asked. Gao Shan and Zhang Jiehui hesitated again. Both of them usually liked this kind of heavy metal music, and since they hadn't had any entertainment facilities for a long time, they thought, we finally get to listen to a song. A bad meaning is just a bad meaning. After all, who still believes in those superstitions these days? Lu Zhou looked at the expressions of the two and didn't voice his opinion. Don't ask me questions because I don't got the answers. If you only knew what time would tell. Even with Wang Da turning the volume down to the minimum, the music still made Lu Zhou feel a bit mentally exhausted. He didn't particularly like heavy metal music, but he had heard this song before because it was quite famous. He could still vaguely remember the lyrics. Seeing that both Wang Da and Lu Zhou had similar reactions, he recognized that they had both heard of the song but didn't like this genre. The music kept playing. Lu Zhou leaned over and lowered the volume a bit more. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the car window. The person outside was in military uniform, signaling for them to get out and cooperate. Wang Da first responded to the knocks on the window a few times, then turned around and whispered to the three inside the car, "We have to get out for a bit. We're facing a random inspection." Such things happen from time to time, and Wang Da had experienced it once before. He was quite nervous that time, fearing they were being targeted for some reason. However, after the soldiers finished their check, they were smoothly let go. Later, Wang Da became wiser and knew that this was a routine inspection. So this time, he quickly urged everyone to get out of the car. There was no need to hesitate, especially since they were in one of the safest areas in Liangshan at the moment. After the four of them got out of the car, the lyrics continued to play inside. So, as your blood's running thin, your time's running out. No one will be listening, not even when you shout. When your angels turn to devils, you'll finally figure out. When the four of them sat back in the car, the music had already stopped. Wanda found it a bit strange. It seems like the song has finished playing. No one paid much attention to this matter. Lu Zhou leaned against the window, turned his head, and noticed that the soldiers who had just registered their identities were all carrying the latest model of submachine guns on their backs. Pulling his gaze away from the soldiers, the group smoothly arrived at the exchange point. It didn't take long. This time, the person attending to them was still that girl who had been yelled at by Wanda and Gaoshan during their last visit. Seeing the familiar and annoying figure, the girl pouted, looking a bit irritated. Sigh, after several shifts, how come they keep running into these two? What a hassle. Wanda and Gaoshan also shifted their eyes, their expressions a bit dazed. The person responsible for weighing the goods was astonished when he saw that what Lu Zhou's group was transporting was actually frozen ribbon fish. This group is impressive. Even if it's frozen ribbon fish brought over from the coast, it must have taken considerable effort on the road, right? Who knows where this group got their connections? But the staff also understood that to survive longer, it was best not to ask too many questions. While silently weighing their goods, the staff's mind suddenly jumped to several ways to cook ribbon fish. Deep frying, braising, sweet, and sour. Any of those would be delicious. But ever since that incident where a colleague bought fish privately and it ended up causing a warning within the internal department, no one dared to secretly take any fish away. They could only watch as the military took away truckloads for military supplies, totaling 4,020 pounds. If it's deep-sea fish, the exchange point value here is 20 points per pound. Here's your ticket. You can go over to collect your points. The faces of the four involuntarily showed surprise. What an unexpected delight. They didn't expect this ribbon fish to yield more points than ordinary fish. Ignoring the girl's displeasure, accompanied by a crisp ding, the points were transferred entirely into Lu Zhou's ID card. Without wasting any time, the four hurriedly planned to drive back to continue supporting their companions who were still fishing. They had to make sure to exchange all their catch before the exchange point closed. As the four rushed along, Lu Zhou suddenly spoke up. Something's not right. It seems like someone is following us. At this, everyone immediately tensed up. Is this day finally here? While Lu Zhou spoke, he glanced back through the rearview mirror. He could vaguely see that behind them was a rather inconspicuous small car. This car was following them quite skillfully, ensuring it could keep up without drawing attention. If it weren't for Lu Zhou's previous experiences, they probably wouldn't have noticed being followed until a while later. The atmosphere in the car became tense. Wanda involuntarily tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Sweat was forming in his palms, but his heart was unusually calm. Being followed was only a matter of time. He had already prepared several escape plans for such situations. He wanted to tell everyone a few things, but Lu Zhou signaled with his eyes for him to keep quiet and just act. This was to prevent anyone from possibly having a listening device installed in their car. Although they checked the car every night, they couldn't be sure that no one had tampered with it. After all, there was a whole morning when someone could have made their move. After a moment, Wanda understood Lu Zhou's meaning. He nodded, silently bit his lower lip, and steered the car toward the pre-planned direction. Lu Zhou, meanwhile, quietly activated a piece of equipment. Chapter 200, Mysterious Intention. The item that Lu Zhou clicked on was precisely the pheromone net bag and handgun from earlier. This gadget works on animals weighing less than 600 pounds, so it should work on humans as well. As for the net bag, he would wait to see the situation before using it. However, with a smile, Lu Zhou aimed the pheromone handgun at the car behind them and fired. This pheromone would cause agitation and a desire to mate in animals. I wonder how those people behind would react. Under Wang Da's driving, the car sped down a side road. This side road was discovered accidentally by Wang Da and Gao Shan while delivering goods. The internal road conditions were complicated, and if it weren't for the fact that they had traveled this route several times, they might not have been able to find a way out. Wang Da focused intently on the road ahead, driving fast. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Zhou could see that the car behind was still bravely following them. After about half an hour of winding through increasingly complicated roads, the car behind could no longer keep up and gradually faded from sight. Having been alerted by Lu Zhou earlier, the four of them immediately got out of the car to check it for tracking devices. Fortunately, it seemed that the car had only been following them and wasn't equipped with any tracking tools. After the four finished checking, they waited on the spot for another half hour. Once they confirmed there were no disturbances, Wanda finally drove the car and led everyone out through another route. Inside the car that had lost them, the driver was trembling, and beside him was the furious leader of this small group. Useless. You lost track of a car. The leader, a bald man, was red with anger. This car had appeared at the exchange points several times, so there must be something valuable inside. The car looked quite clean on the outside. Surely it wasn't transporting construction materials. If it's not materials, it's very likely food. Moreover, someone in his gang recognized that the vehicle driven by Wang Da's group was equipped with insulation features. An insulated vehicle? The things inside must be quite precious. Thinking of this, the small group was full of excitement. They had finally caught a chance, but so easily lost track of it, it frustrated the leader to no end. With this thought, more anger surged within him. The others didn't dare to speak. Given the leader's temper, he would typically beat the driver. However, at this moment, a strange, ambiguous feeling filled the air. The bald man reached out, initially intending to slap the driver. But upon making contact with the driver's face, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over. What's happening? A heat washed over him. Not only the bald man felt this way, the others did too. Their eyes turned red, and they seized the driver's clothing, tearing at it frantically. As soon as they tore the driver's clothes apart, one by one began to roll around together. This small group consisted entirely of men, which meant there would always be someone playing the passive role. The bald man was taken aback by the commotion of his subordinates, his eyes wide open. Rubbing his eyes, he finally shouted in anger, "Are you all crazy? You didn't even handle the chase properly, and now you're here making a fool of yourselves? This is outrageous." Unexpectedly, as the bald man tried to intervene, the others, their eyes bloodshot, got up and lunged at him. The bald man was taken aback. "No, what do you guys want to do to me?" He kept wailing, his body firmly pinned down by several people. Seeing his former subordinates trying to violate him, the bald man couldn't hold back any longer and decisively pulled out a knife, aiming it at one of them and stabbing down. Thud! The sound of blood splattering filled the air. Soon, everything before his eyes was a sea of red. The group led by Lu Zhou had no idea what had happened to that group of people. By the time they reached the cave entrance, they found that today's catch was not plentiful. Lu Ba whispered, "This won't do. It seems the fish are full today and have all burrowed to the bottom, refusing to come out. This is all we've got." After that, Zhongli held up a bag for everyone to see. Inside the bag, there were only 7 or 8 fish. This catch was indeed quite ordinary. With so little, it wasn't worth making another trip to the exchange center. So, everyone decided to split these few bags among themselves and discuss processing the fish a bit. To remove the fishy smell, everyone agreed that the fish should be marinated. Soon, they all crawled into the cave to find a suitable place to work. After some searching, they found a large, smooth, hot stone. Once they cleaned the fish and rubbed salt on them to air dry, the resulting dried fish could be stored for a long time without too much fishy odor. Everyone worked quickly, and before long, the fish were laid out on the large stone for spa treatment. At this moment, one couldn't help but appreciate the benefits of high temperatures. At normal temperatures, it would take a day for the fish to dry, but in the current warm conditions, they hurried to finish before nightfall. After gathering their things, they drove back to their camp. The fish had already dried out, and everyone packed the dried fish into clean bags, trying to prevent any mixed odors. When they returned, those cooking at home had already prepared the meals. The dishes included stir-fried pork with chili, beef stew with potatoes, and 2 vegetable dishes. Most of the meat and vegetables came from the RV storage. Thanks to the solar panels on the RV, all the electricity inside depended on it. When Luma saw everyone returning, She hurriedly got out of the car to greet them. As soon as Lu Zhou approached, he stuffed a large bag of dried fish into her arms. Upon realizing what was in her arms, Lu Ma was both amused and exasperated. You even took the time to dry fish? How tiring. Next time, let us come over to help you with the fish. You just catch them. Lu Zhou chuckled. This time it was an accident, Mom. Once we earn enough points, we'll bring you in to help us catch fish together. Lu Ma nodded and took a sniff of the dried fish. Not bad. This dried fish doesn't have much of a fishy smell. We can use it for stews in the future. While the two were talking, the others also brought dried fish back to their families. Given how hard food was to come by, no one could resist being excited about a full bag of dried fish. The spirit of everyone instantly lifted. They needed to quickly accumulate points. Once they moved into a proper house with water and electricity and a decent place to sleep, life would surely be happier. Thanks to the bags of dried fish, everyone's mood that night was quite good. As for the incident during the day, only Lu Zhou and the other three knew about it. The rest were oblivious. Chapter 201. Fresh fish for sale. Now that they have resolved their issues, there's no need to bring more worries to the family. However, come tomorrow, Wanda has already decided to make a trip to the car rental and then switch to another vehicle. A night without dreams. The next day, Wanda drove early to the rental agency while the others went about their own business. During these days, they haven't encountered any major problems. Life has been quite peaceful. Jiang Xiaolin, Ma Lu, Grandma Shan, and Grandma Zhang have all planted vegetables, which are now ready to eat. The little vegetables look lush and green, making one want to reach out and touch them. As the date for buying a house approaches, everyone is filled with anticipation and excitement, but there's also a tinge of fear. After all, as the deadline approaches, unexpected events are most likely to occur. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and the others were fishing, but their catch was getting worse day by day. The further they went, the harder it became to catch fish. The only silver lining is that several households have already accumulated enough points. Seeing that they wouldn't have much of a catch today, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before calling for a stop. Today they caught over 5,000 pounds of fish, which was only half of what they had caught in previous days. The ones responsible for fishing were Gao Shan and Wanda, who were somewhat incredulous and continued to scoop fish from the lake. The fishing gear they were using had become quite minimal. After much effort, they managed to haul in a few hundred more pounds of fish onto the shore. Zhang's father and the Zhang family members were in charge of taking the fish to the exchange center. Since the last time they were targeted, they had learned to be more cautious. When renting the vehicle, they specifically chose a modified insulated truck. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary vehicle, and no one would suspect it was an insulated truck. When the two teams met, Lu Zhou immediately inquired about the current situation at the exchange center. The Zhang family member frowned slightly, his tone filled with concern. Lu Zhou, they're already considering putting the fish on the market. It seems they have enough military supplies. Everyone's brows furrowed in unison. What was meant to happen has indeed come to pass. After contemplating for a while, Lu Zhou made a decision. Once we sell this truckload today, we'll stop immediately. Lu Zhou's decision was quite rational. After all, they had all gathered enough points, and this truckload could be considered extra income. For the sake of pocket money, it really wasn't worth continuing to take risks. Reason told everyone that it was time to call it quits. However, the rapid wealth expansion brought by fishing during these days still left everyone feeling uneasy. After all, it was the last day, and to avoid any mishaps, Lu Zhou decided to get in the car and go with everyone. Lu Dad originally wanted to tag along, but Lu Zhou slowly said to the others, "We need to consider finding suitable jobs. If we want to settle down in Liangshan for a stable life, having a stable job is unavoidable." Everyone agreed with this sentiment. For example, Jiang Xiaolin, Grandma Shan, and Ma Lu had already found jobs as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. As for Jiang Lishui, she was tentatively set to join a security team. However, she hadn't reported for duty yet. The invitation letter was still valid for a long time. Grandma Zhang was old, and while she had a lot on her plate, she surprisingly found a job caring for livestock. Although it's said to be dirty and tiring work, it's still a job nonetheless. Looking around, Wang De is the only one in the family with the most technical knowledge. If his parents and wife were to look for work, they would probably only be able to find jobs that have no requirements at all. However, even the most ordinary jobs in Liangshan that don't require physical labor are highly competitive. Wang De is filial and loves his wife, and he can't bear to let his family do purely physical work, so his family has been delaying finding jobs. Here in Liangshan, the minimum requirement is that at least one person from each household must contribute to Liangshan. After thinking it over, Wang De can only take matters into his own hands. In fact, his father secretly applied for a construction worker position without his son's notice. However, he was ultimately rejected due to not being physically strong enough. There was no choice, so Wang Da's mother and his wife, He Yin, applied for the position of cooking for the construction workers. But the number of applicants for this job was overwhelming, and eventually they started prioritizing those with chef qualifications. Wanda was unaware of all this at the moment. To avoid worrying their son too much, his family forced themselves to maintain a facade of tranquility. However, Wang Da's wife, He Yin, was smart. She took the family's gold and silver jewelry and humbly sought out Granny Shan, asking her to take her as an apprentice. She understood that wealth was not as valuable as acquiring a skill that wouldn't be discarded. Over time, everyone came to know the character of the Wang family, and with He Yin's resilience and kindness, Granny Shan ultimately agreed to teach her traditional Chinese medicine, stating that she wouldn't accept any payment. He Yin felt embarrassed and insisted on giving Granny Shan the money. After some back and forth, in order to reassure each other, Granny Shan reluctantly accepted. When the formal teaching began, Granny Shan was pleasantly surprised to find that the girl was truly clever. He Yin remembered everything Granny Shan said accurately, and her hands-on skills were quite good. This happened several days ago, and during this time, both the elder and the younger found time to study together. He Yin was anxious. She had set a minimum goal for herself to understand some aspects of herbal medicine preparation, so she could at least apply for a position as a medical assistant. The status of a medical assistant is not high. They're responsible for preparing medicines, which is quite tedious work, but this job is hard to get, as many people are eager to compete for it. The reason is simple. It requires strong professional skills. He Yin cherished the opportunity she currently had. In her eyes, being able to learn from Granny Shan was a blessing she had accumulated over several lifetimes. So many people do not have the opportunity to learn. Wang Da's parents also cooperated with their daughter-in-law. To allow He Yin to study better, they both vied to do the chores, always pushing their daughter-in-law's share of work aside. Everyone saw this and remembered it in their hearts. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade them, they could only let the Wang family's elders be busy. Dad Lu was more amenable to advice, so he ultimately gave up on following his son. Their group first returned home, planning to freshen up before heading to the square to find a suitable job. Among them, Wang De was the most anxious. Interestingly, news quickly spread among some people. The exchange office recently acquired a batch of fish, and soon they would open a small internal market for limited purchases. 1 pound of fish would cost 60 exchange points. The exchange time was set for the afternoon. As soon as this news broke, onlookers were in an uproar. Fish? Is it the fish they are thinking of? They wondered if it was frozen or fresh fish. Soon, insiders figured out that it was fresh fish. Chapter 202, Counterfeit Goods. Wow, the exchange office has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. How on earth did they manage to get these fish? Given the current situation, it's nothing short of a miracle to get fresh fish. In no time, those who knew the news were itching to rush over and buy some fish. Who knows how long it's been since they last had fish? While some were curious and excited, others had different intentions. Forget about fresh fish. Even canned fish prices are skyrocketing right now. How much are the suppliers making off this? Military supplies definitely come first, and only then can the internal personnel buy. Goodness, these people must be making a fortune. On the other side, Lu Zhou and the other two had arrived outside the exchange office. Today, there was still a long queue at the exchange office. While waiting in line, Lu Zhou noticed that a vehicle in front was being inspected. The occupants of the vehicle cooperatively handed over their ID cards. The vehicle in front was the same model as theirs, all equipped with refrigeration capabilities for transporting goods. Zhang Jiahao, seeing this scene, muttered, "Look, they're doing inspections again." Recalling the last inspection, the three of them obediently took out their ID cards, waiting for the military personnel to come over. At that moment, Lu Zhou detected something amiss. The person responsible for the inspection was carrying a firearm that was not the most advanced submachine gun. In fact, it was an older model. In an instant, Lu Zhou felt a surge of suspicion. Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Yu, noticing the change in Lu Zhou's expression, were about to ask what was wrong when Lu Zhou hurriedly spoke. The person in charge of the inspection doesn't seem to be a regular soldier. As soon as this was said, both Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Yu shivered in unison. Just then, through the car window, the three of them saw another scene. A door meant only for pedestrians suddenly swarmed with a large number of people. These individuals looked frenzied, carrying buckets at their sides. This sight left Lu Zhou and the others puzzled. What on earth were these people doing? At that moment, a few people waiting in line nearby quietly spoke up. "Look at those people on the other side. They're running so fast. It's just for a few fish. You'd think they've never had fish before." As soon as this was said, another person immediately chimed in with a smile. "Well, those fish aren't just canned. They're fresh fish. After all this time, who wouldn't crave a bite of fresh fish?" "What? Fresh fish? I thought it was canned." The man's previously dismissive expression suddenly shifted to regret. "If I had known, I would have had my wife come to line up for some too." He regretted it. They had plenty of canned fish at home, so his family hadn't taken this matter seriously. The two's conversation was overheard clearly by Lu Zhou and the others. Only then did they realize that all the commotion over there was for exchanging fish. They truly hadn't expected fresh fish to cause such a stir. This undoubtedly pushed them into a more dangerous situation. Watching the faux soldier walking towards their truck, Lu Zhou and the others felt their throats tighten. This person likely had a problem. Based on the previous inspection patterns, there was usually a gap of several vehicles between each inspection. Not like this person. Zhang's family seemed to recall something. His face showed a hint of panic. This person last time also checked a cargo truck. He seems to specifically target cargo trucks for inspections. This statement immediately made the three of them more cautious about the newcomer. Sure enough, as expected, there was a knock on the car window. Lu Zhou looked out the window, forced a smile, and said, "What can I do for you?" The person outside maintained a businesslike demeanor. "We are conducting a routine inspection." Hearing this, Zhang's family pretended to be confused and said, "Comrade, didn't you used to inspect every few vehicles? Has that changed? Please wait, I'll get my ID card." The soldier outside nodded seriously. "It has changed recently, so we have modified the inspection procedure. We hope everyone can cooperate." While the three inside the car pretended to frantically search for their ID cards, Zhang's father feigned surprise. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, comrade. I think my ID is in another piece of clothing. Let me look for it. Please wait a moment." With that, he began to rummage around. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Zhou pretended to be enviously admiring. "Comrade, your gun is so cool. I didn't get a good look last time, but I see it clearly now." The soldier nodded, looking proud. "Of course, this gun is our most advanced model. Now, hurry up and find your ID card. I have a lot of work to do." To be honest, this fake soldier's attitude was not bad. He was polite and more patient than a real soldier. Lu Zhou's expression gradually turned cold, but his tone remained enthusiastic. "Of course, we must cooperate with your work." The soldier continued, "By the way, I will also need to inspect the cargo compartment to avoid the flow of dangerous items." Hearing this, the three became even more convinced that this guy was a fake. They had been inspected several times before, and never once had they been asked to open the cargo compartment. After all, the vehicle would pass through a security check, so this would only be redundant. Many people might have their suspicions, but seeing how formal the soldier appeared, they thought it was better to avoid trouble and just let him take a look. However, Lu Zhou and the others naturally refused. This person had ulterior motives. There was a high chance he was there to find them. Otherwise, why would he come over right after they arrived? Lu Zhou quickly coordinated with the others to get out of the car. As he pretended to hand the ID card to the soldier, he took the first action. He swiftly dislocated one of the soldier's arms, and then Zhang's family threw the soldier's weapon aside, while Zhang's father did not hesitate to punch the soldier in the face. "Hey, what are you doing? Attacking an officer?" The man yelled in agony, but he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Lu Zhou said coldly, "What is your identification number?" The man endured the pain and quickly reported a string of numbers, but unexpectedly, Lu Zhou kicked him several times. "You're lying. There are no identification numbers." The three were ruthless in their actions, and their demeanor left the onlookers in nearby vehicles staring in shock. "My goodness, did I just see that right? These three are attacking an officer?" Many people, eager to see the excitement, sneaked off to find other soldiers. However, no one dared to approach closely. In their eyes, Lu Zhou and the others were definitely terrorists. They even dared to attack a soldier. What else could they be but a terrorist organization? The farce began quickly but ended even faster. After hearing the news, soldiers rushed to the scene. When they arrived, they saw a man in military uniform being pinned down to the ground by Lu Zhou and his companions. Chapter 203, Layer Upon Layer. As soon as the newly arrived soldiers got angry, what does this mean? That person was their comrade, diligently completing a mission, yet he was beaten up by someone? Stop! You have committed the crime of assaulting a soldier. After saying this, the other soldiers drew their guns, surrounding Lu Zhou and his two companions tightly. Lu Zhou coldly addressed the soldiers. "Comrades, we did not assault soldiers. We attacked fake soldiers. If you don't believe it, come and take a look for yourselves." With that, Lu Zhou raised his chin and extended his hands in a gesture of surrender, signaling the other soldiers to step forward and inspect. Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Yi quickly made the same gesture. Upon hearing this, the soldiers first cast a suspicious glance at Lu Zhou and his companions, then cautiously looked down at the person on the ground. The uniform looked exactly the same as theirs, the guns were different, and moreover, this person had a completely unfamiliar face. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that this person really wasn't one of their known comrades. Could it be that a spy mixed in from the outside? One of the soldiers took the walkie-talkie from his chest and spoke a few words. The voice was very low, and even Lu Zhou couldn't hear what was being said. The other soldiers immediately began to tie up the fake soldier on the ground. After being beaten by Lu Zhou and his companions, the person, with a bruised and swollen face, was much more subdued. "Comrade, we need you three to come with us to help clarify the situation. Thank you for your cooperation." The leading soldier was quite polite. Lu Zhou had already anticipated that there would be such an incident, so he nodded in agreement. The three of them drove their car, following the soldiers to a small courtyard where they were seated separately. It looked quite simple from the outside, but once the door was opened, the office inside was fully equipped. As soon as they entered, Lu Zhou and his companions faced the soldiers directly. After understanding the situation, the leading soldier couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. These three had observed so carefully, didn't they? Moreover, they were quite bold. Relying on just a few guesses, they decisively took action without fearing a misjudgment, which showed they had confidence in their own abilities. "All right, we have a clear understanding of the situation. Please wait a moment. Our colleagues are currently questioning the other party." Soon, the results of the interrogation came out from the other side. This person was indeed not a soldier, but when asked about his identity, he refused to say a word and appeared very uncooperative. Currently, this individual was still undergoing interrogation. The leading soldier temporarily escorted Lu Zhou and his companions out, thanking them for their assistance. When he learned that Lu Zhou and his companions wanted to go to the exchange office, he directly had a junior soldier take them ahead of the queue as a token of gratitude. With the protection of regular soldiers, their journey to the exchange office went exceptionally smoothly. In the end, Lu Zhou and his companions were safely escorted out. After confirming that the three had exited the exchange office, the soldier who had been following them finally left. Lu Zhou rubbed his chin and suggested that they head back first and return the car later. After all, the fishing task had been completed, and they would temporarily have no need for the truck. The previously silent Zhang Jiahao finally revealed a genuine smile at this moment. Zhang, he also sighed in relief. The previously gloomy atmosphere instantly dissipated considerably. Driving the car was Zhang Fu, while Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiajun were sitting nearby. As the vehicle drove along a quiet little road, at that moment, the alarm frog in Lu Zhou's arms croaked loudly, "Quack!" At the same time, almost instantaneously, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, a bullet pierced through the glass, heading straight for Lu Zhou's temple. Just as the frog made its sound, Lu Zhou had already shouted loudly, "Get down!" Zhang Jiajun was first startled by the frog's loud quack, and before he could react, Zhang Fu pressed his head down onto the seat. The bullet passed through Lu Zhou's head, then shot through the glass on the other side. Only 2 holes were left in the windows on both sides. Around the holes were shards of glass shattered into a spiderweb pattern. This glass was specially made tempered glass, and for now, it remained intact, not shattering completely. Lu Zhou's mind raced. Had they been targeted? Are these people in cahoots with the one from earlier? Are they enraged because they saw their companion being captured? Or have they already locked onto the 3 of us as the fish sellers? While considering, Lu Zhou took a gun out of his bag, and simultaneously, without him signaling, Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiajun each pulled out their own handguns. They had brought these guns for emergencies. Every time they came to exchange goods, they had to carry firearms to increase their chances of survival in such situations. After a gunshot rang out, another vehicle soon appeared in front of the truck. This vehicle was a modified off-road car that looked very formidable. Lu Zhou adjusted his gaze slightly to see how many people were in the opposing vehicle. However, the other car had tinted windows, and it was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see clearly. As the 2 vehicles remained locked in a standoff, the other side began to speak. The voice was strong and confident. "Hey, brothers on the other side, if you have any sense, you should tell us the source of your catch. Why sneak away and try to make money on your own? That's not fair." The 3's pupils slightly widened, and then they frowned. Of course, it was about the fish. The location was remote, which was why the other side felt so emboldened. Seeing that Lu Zhou's side didn't respond, the other side continued speaking. That fish is a valuable thing. I can understand if you don't want to miss the chance to make money. But think about it. What's more important, money or your lives? If you tell us where your catch comes from, we can split it 50-50 and work together. If you refuse, Hearing this, Zhang Jiajun immediately showed a grimacing expression. The other side was obviously threatening them. Not to mention splitting it 50-50. He suspected that as soon as they revealed anything, the most likely outcome would be that the group would completely take over the fishing spot and leave them with nothing. Of course, there was also the worst possibility, that once this group learned the truth, they would kill them all. After all, in this world, only the dead won't talk. As Zhang Jiajun thought of this, his heart began to race. Forcing himself to calm down, he glanced at Lu Zhou beside him. Lu Zhou had always been calm in the past, but at that moment, he couldn't help but tremble. Is Lu Zhou scared? Seeing this, Zhang Jiajun felt as if his heart was plummeting, a suffocating sensation washing over him. Impossible. The usually composed Lu Zhou is uncharacteristically losing his cool today. Lu Zhou ignored his friend's panic. He recognized the voice of the person speaking. That voice filled him with hatred. He wished he could crush that person to pieces. Chapter 204. The Plan. He remembered the voice of the person clearly. It was the executioner who had killed his little cousin and aunt in his previous life, Hualang. This person was said to have been a grassroots figure, but with a ruthless heart, he quickly amassed his first bucket of gold by doing dirty work for the powerful. Subsequently, He climbed up the ranks by stepping on the shoulders of many wealthy individuals, becoming one of the most formidable figures. When Hualang was at the height of his notoriety, even the military did not dare to easily encircle and suppress him. In order to avenge Tong Tong and his aunt, Lu Zhou lay in ambush for a long time, and finally seized the opportunity amidst a sea of enemies to successfully kill Hualang, leaving him with nothing but a bloody retreat. After that, the already dangerous terrorist organization, lacking Hualang's leadership, was completely wiped out by the military. Recalling the horrific death of his relatives in front of him in his previous life, the grief in Lu Zhou's heart was almost unbearable. Zhang Jiahao couldn't understand what was happening with his friend, but given the urgent situation, he had no choice but to shake Lu Zhou's arm vigorously. Lu Zhou, don't space out. What are we going to do now? They are waiting for our response. At this moment, Lu Zhou quickly snapped back to reality from his terrifying memories. What to do? Naturally, it was to take advantage of their weakness and strike them down. Hualang was clearly still a grassroots figure, and his subordinates had yet to develop. Rather than waiting to meet and negotiate later, it would be better to kill this group of people today and eliminate future troubles. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou forced himself to calm down. Stay calm, stay calm. Today was the best opportunity to avenge his cousin and aunt. After his thoughts settled, he rubbed his stiff face and then began to negotiate with the people opposite him. Brothers, this is a big deal. We need to discuss it, right? His words made sense, and the other party, perhaps feeling confident with their numbers, did not refuse but instead smiled even more smugly. You have 10 minutes to consider. After 10 minutes, either take us over there or you die. Hearing this blatant threat, Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiahao both clenched their fists in silence. How arrogant! Lu Zhou ignored the other party's overconfidence and quietly said to the two of them, "In a bit, we'll pretend to surrender. As soon as I get out of the car, you two should do everything you can to drive forward." Zhang Fu furrowed his brows. "Xiao Zhou, don't joke around. If you get out of the car, even if we manage to escape, you will definitely be in trouble." Zhang Jiahao was also anxious, his tone turning urgent. "Lu Zhou, this plan is absolutely not feasible. If you get out, they will definitely kill you the moment they see us driving away." What Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiahao said was the truth, but Lu Zhou had a way to escape. His game backpack contained a bottle of invisibility potion, and combined with the indestructible steel plates produced by the game workshop, he could block even the most ferocious firepower. As long as he could survive that critical moment, dealing with these people afterward would be much easier. He also had a biological net and a Molotov cocktail ready for use. His preliminary plan was as follows. In the first moment after withstanding the intense firepower, he would shoot the biological net at the opposing group, trapping these people. After that, he would use the Molotov cocktail to send them straight to their demise. "Don't worry, I'm wearing the highest-tech bulletproof vest. These bullets won't hurt me. You two don't have bulletproof vests. If you get out of the car, you will die for sure. Besides, we can all guess that these people don't want us to return alive. Among the three of us, the most agile one is me." Lu Zhou's voice was exceptionally cold, and when he calculated himself into the plan, his tone became emotionally devoid. Neither sad nor happy, it seemed as if they were not discussing life and death, but something as simple and casual as going out for a meal. Zhang Jiahao's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his chest felt tight and anxious. He moved his lips, but couldn't find the words to refute Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's thoughts were spot on. Logically and emotionally, he was indeed the most suitable person for the task. "Time is running out. Follow my signals later. We will meet under the cypress trees at the foot of the hill." After dropping this line, Lu Zhou first used an invisible potion to completely coat the steel plate. Once he confirmed that the steel plate had turned transparent, he smiled slightly. Yes, it was reasonable. The invisible potion could only work on manufactured products, and the steel plate produced by the game was a perfect medium. After that, he replenished his ammunition. He placed the biological net bag in the most convenient position to ensure he could grab it as quickly as possible. As for the Molotov cocktail, Lu Zhou had already ignited it and placed it in the game cabin. The flames, which had been burning a second ago, suddenly froze as if the freeze button had been pressed. After making all the preparations, Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiahao's group equipped themselves thoroughly. At least, they protected the vital areas to avoid being killed instantly by stray bullets. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Impatient shouts came from the other side. 10 minutes are up. Hey, brothers, have you thought it over? The speaker's voice was no longer the familiar tone that Lu Zhou recognized. Lu Zhou pretended to be scared, trembling as he spoke. We agreed on the terms. Can you really share the profits 50-50 with us? Realizing what the little brat on the other side was saying, the man named Hua Lang in the off-road vehicle couldn't help but laugh, so hard his waist hurt. TSK, 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 what a naive kid. He really thinks they came here to do business? 50-50? Dream on. Once they knew the source of the catch, these few people would naturally lose their value. But that was the present. It was still necessary to sweet-talk them a bit. He exchanged glances with his men beside him, and the man immediately replied, "Of course. Don't you check around? We are quite reasonable when it comes to business. All right, you three get out of the car first. Let's have a good talk." Lu Zhou exchanged glances with the people in the vehicle. Then Zhang Fu hoarsely spoke up. "Wait, what if you shoot us when we get out?" Hua Lang in the off-road vehicle clicked his tongue impatiently. The old man was really too troublesome. Complaining inwardly, he still had to make some concessions to secure the benefits that were not yet in hand. Suppressing his impatience, Hua Lang spoke in a relatively friendly tone. "Uncle, don't think too badly of us. We were just anxious earlier. How about this? To reassure both parties, let's have one person from each vehicle step out to negotiate." Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling Zhang Fu to agree. What a great opportunity. He thought the other side would hesitate after they suggested this, fearing to reveal any flaws. But who would have thought that the opponent would propose it first? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fu finally spoke. "You need to choose a suitable person, otherwise it can't be considered sincere." Chapter 205, Reversal. Hua Lang smirked, his irritation reaching a breaking point. "This old bastard, once I find out where the catch comes from, the first thing I'll do is kill him. I can't relieve the hatred in my heart otherwise." Zhang Fu could never have imagined that just those two sentences would make Hua Lang look down on him. At this moment, the three people in the car were quietly waiting for the other party's response. Hua Lang maintained a calm tone while signaling for the strongest person on his side to step forward. In a one-on-one situation, it was essential for his side to always hold the advantage. Cough, cough, cough. The one negotiating for my side is my own brother. Let's try to settle this quickly. After all, wasting time means losing money. Lu Zhou responded. "That's right. Let's get out of the car and discuss." After speaking, he glanced at Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiaer. The two were already prepared, ready to follow Lu Zhou's instructions at any moment. Once both sides exited the vehicles, Lu Zhou faced off directly with Hua Lang's right-hand man. This man was burly and looked like he could easily overpower Lu Zhou at first glance. Hua Lang scoffed at Lu Zhou's slender figure. "Just a little brat. What waves can he possibly make?" The burly man spoke first. "Little brother, my name is Wang Meng. If we're going to do business together in the future, you can call me Brother Wang." Lu Zhou kept a cold expression, cautiously glancing at Hua Lang in the car before addressing the man before him. "Let's get straight to the point about the source of the catch. There's a person who consistently supplies us with goods. However, he doesn't supply everyone. It's because we have a bit of a relationship. When collecting goods, there's a secret signal." As he spoke, Hua Lang's face suddenly dropped, and he perked up his ears. "What? It turns out it's not a location, but a source supplier?" Initially thinking these people had stumbled upon some lucky fishing spot, it now seemed that was not the case. If it were a location, eventually his brothers would know where it was, so for safety, he had sent his right-hand man to negotiate, which was advantageous for him. However, the current situation was different. If it was just a secret signal for goods, then if his right-hand man knew about it, it could pose a threat to him. Wait a minute. Hualang couldn't sit still any longer and squeezed out of the SUV. He smirked and signaled Wang Ming to step back. Seeing Hualang's actions, Wang Ming subconsciously tightened his fingers. Yet he said nothing, simply stepping back and waiting for Hualang's instructions. Hualang was in his 30s, tall and muscular. Comparing him with Lu Zhou, everyone would likely think Lu Zhou couldn't possibly win. Not only did everyone think so, but Hualang himself thought the same way. What a joke! I'm a trained fighter. How could I lose to a kid? Lu Zhou appeared somewhat youthful and lacked social experience, but no one knew that the Lu Zhou before them was a hidden ace. Beneath the naive exterior of a high school student was a devil who had struggled and fought through the apocalypse for 7 years, killing without blinking an eye. As if sensing the other's disdain, a shadow flickered in Lu Zhou's eyes. The plan was going even smoother than he had anticipated. Hualang had actually come down to negotiate himself. Little brother, you can say it now. I'm listening. Hualang led Lu Zhou slightly away from Wang Ming before speaking. Lu Zhou's expression revealed a hint of self-doubt. This behavior made Hualang feel more at ease. Then I'll say it. The secret signal is... As he spoke, Lu Zhou made a starting motion with one hand. Zhang's father saw everything clearly, gritted his teeth, and pressed the accelerator to the maximum. With a surge of energy, he rushed out. The vehicle started with a roar and was quickly noticed by the off-road vehicle coming from the opposite direction. The people inside the vehicle immediately pulled out their guns, aiming at the truck and preparing to shoot. But just then, Zhang's father suddenly accelerated the truck, brushing past their vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and the people inside the vehicle looked on in frustration as the truck drove further away. Hualang reacted quickly. Seeing the change in situation, he immediately shouted, "Chase! We can't let them get away." While issuing orders, he quickly pulled out the handgun from behind him, aiming to shoot Lu Zhou. Wang Ming reacted even faster. Before Hualang had even finished issuing his order, he had already fired several shots at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou reacted extremely quickly, rolling to the ground to dodge the bullets. For now, these bullets weren't worth him taking out his iron plate to counter. While rolling on the ground, Lu Zhou took out a biological net pouch and fired a shot at the vehicle, Wang Ming, and Hualang respectively. His marksmanship was very precise, hitting one target with each shot. The net pouch could hold its target for about 5 seconds. Soon, Lu Zhou discovered flaw. The biological net pouch could indeed immobilize living beings, but it couldn't hold a car. The vehicle continued to drive, seemingly unaffected. Seeing this, Lu Zhou quickly changed his combat strategy. He pulled out his handgun, shot Wang Ming, and then quickly approached Hualang, taking him hostage. Wang Ming was a tough guy. If it weren't for the biological net pouch holding him tightly, he would have had a good chance of dodging that bullet. To prevent any mishaps, Lu Zhou didn't hold back and shot several more times at Wang Ming's head. Hualang's face turned pale, not because Wang Ming was dead, but because he realized that for some reason, he couldn't move. This was very bad news. Lu Zhou pressed the gun against his head, issuing an order. "Call your men back, or I'll shoot." Hualang immediately understood and trembled as he took out a walkie-talkie from his chest. "You guys come back." The people who were chasing them immediately looked confused. "Boss, we're almost catching up to that truck. Their vehicle can't run away. It won't outrun our off-road vehicle." Listening to his subordinate's report, Hualang's face fell. "Useless. If you had moved a bit faster and caught the other side, we wouldn't be in this passive situation now." But now that his life and assets were in Lu Zhou's hands, he quickly ordered his men to come back. "You guys come back first. I'll find out where they came from. We'll handle the main task first." Everyone believed him and quickly agreed to return. From this, Lu Zhou quickly sensed a piece of information. This statement indicated that this group of people was not wholly loyal to Hualang. If Hualang told the truth, it was very likely that this group would decisively abandon Hualang to act independently and continue chasing the truck to interrogate about the location of the haul. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, The familiar off-road vehicle appeared not far away. Hualang felt a surge of joy. With the main force arriving, his chances of survival increased significantly. As he watched the approaching vehicle, Lu Zhou coldly smiled and took out a Molotov cocktail, throwing it through the partially open window. He threw several more in succession. Hualang. Wait, what just flew by? Chapter 206. A change of person in front of him. The Molotov cocktail suddenly flew through the window and landed inside the car. Hualang didn't have time to look closely. He only saw a flash of fire trailing behind it. Where did that come from? What was that? He was clearly standing right next to this person. Where did this thing come from? Hualang's mind was a chaotic mess, but his subconscious told him that Lu Zhou definitely didn't throw in something harmless. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the lives of his subordinates and struggled to escape from Lu Zhou's side. Seeing Hualang in such a desperate state, Lu Zhou raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet hit Hualang's thigh directly. A burst of gunfire rang out, and blood immediately gushed from his thigh, flowing uncontrollably. Damn, that hurts. Shit, it really hurts. Hualang twisted his face in pain, glaring angrily at the little brat in front of him. However, Lu Zhou's gun was steadily pointed at his head. Realizing he couldn't escape, Hualang could only look helplessly at his companions across from him. One glance, and it was clear that the situation was dire. The screams of extreme pain came from inside the car, while thick smoke rolled out, giving off a choking stench. Is it burning? This smell had a charred, meaty aroma, and Hualang quickly realized what it was. The smell of human flesh burning. Sure enough, that person had thrown in a firebomb. But how could his subordinates be so stupid? Didn't they know to get out of the car when it was on fire? Hualang complained in his heart, but the people inside the car were all wailing in pain. In fact, the moment the Molotov cocktail was thrown in, some quick-witted individuals first observed the situation, then immediately shouted coldly, "Get out of the car! It's a Molotov cocktail!" The words Molotov cocktail terrified everyone. They scrambled to escape, rolling and tumbling to jump out of the car. Who would have thought that when they opened the car door, their bodies felt as if they were glued to the seats, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't get out. In a moment of desperation, someone kicked the Molotov cocktail, hoping to knock it out of the car. But as the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. They ended up kicking it over instead, causing the flames to rise even higher. Lu Zhou had thrown several Molotov cocktails into the car, and this group of people was utterly helpless. They could only watch helplessly as the flames leapt out from the bottles, consuming them one by one. Screams and wails filled the air. Lu Zhou didn't even need to look at the situation inside the car. He could guess that he didn't need to worry about them anymore. After all, the Molotov cocktails burned incessantly, and the biological net had them firmly pinned to their seats, so they were just waiting to die in agony. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. After all, these people were scum who deserved to die thousands of times over. The sooner they died, the better. This method of killing finally made Hualang realize something. He might have kicked a steel plate. It was reasonable to think that such valuable prey wouldn't be approached recklessly without some means of protection. He regretted being so foolish. Thinking of this, Hualang immediately bent down and prepared to kowtow to Lu Zhou. "Brother, I was blind and didn't recognize the mountain. Please take me in, and I guarantee I'll serve you well. Please spare my life." Seeing that the situation was already decided, Hualang put all his effort into one last struggle. Lu Zhou looked at him with a cold smile. "Are you sincere?" Yes, I'm sincere." Hualang was on the verge of crying, continuing to kowtow to Lu Zhou. "Oh man, I really was short-sighted. Why did I come to rob someone else when I could have lived a good life? Now look, I'm done for. My good days are over." Regret filled his heart, but it was too late to feel sorry now. Facing the flower wolf, who was knocking his head on the ground, Lu Zhou grabbed him by the hair and found a harder stone to smash his head against. With every strike, he used all his strength, delivering powerful blows. The flower wolf was his enemy, so from the very beginning, Lu Zhou had no intention of letting him go. He also used the spatial ability of the game cabin in front of him. No matter how you looked at it now, he was going to kill this person in front of him. Lu Zhou struck ruthlessly, each blow powerful enough to send the flower wolf straight to meet the king of hell. In the next moment, the flower wolf's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the ground. Lu Zhou didn't stop. Instead, he kicked him hard, waking him up with a tremendous force. Damn, it really hurts. That brat Lu Zhou ambushed me. At this moment, the flower wolf, who had already risen to a high position, thought this when a bullet pierced his heart. Blood, thick and viscous, quickly filled his body. Everything went dark in front of him. When he woke up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This place was somewhat desolate and remote, but it was filled with lush flowers, grass, and trees. The flower wolf stared blankly, and just as he was about to process this, he was suddenly kicked hard, causing him to yell out in pain. "Who the hell dares to kick me, flower?" After that furious shout, he turned his head and realized that his body had aged down significantly. He looked like he was in his 30s. "Oh my gosh, could it be that I've been reborn?" A look of joy spread across the flower wolf's face. Being reborn was great. If he was reborn, he would build his empire at the fastest speed possible. Right, this time he had to be careful to prevent Lu Zhou from coming back to kill him. But wait, why doesn't he remember being beaten in the wild in his previous life? As he raised his head, he suddenly came face to face with the exceptionally clear face of Lu Zhou. Just one glance, and the flower wolf's brows furrowed. He recognized Lu Zhou. The Lu Zhou in front of him looked much younger. He was not the 20-something young man he remembered. Now, he looked like he was still a teenager. In the next moment, the flower wolf's heart raced. Wait a minute. In his previous life, he had no interaction with this person when he first started his career. Could it be? He stared at Lu Zhou's face in disbelief, and a guess exploded in his chest. Could it be that Lu Zhou has also been reborn? That's why he was rushing to find him, wanting to kill him first? The change in the flower wolf's expression did not escape Lu Zhou's eyes. To Lu Zhou, the flower wolf's expression seemed off. First, he looked around the environment, appearing confused, and then he showed signs of surprise. Looking at himself again, that surprise quickly turned into confusion, which gradually morphed into fear. Could it be that he just got reborn? After all, if it were another soul waking up in his body, they would likely remain in a confused state. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Zhou's heart became even more certain. He curled his lips into a malicious smile. "Flower wolf, didn't expect this, huh? You're quite lucky to be reborn." The flower wolf, still in a state of shock, was about to go completely insane. What a joke. If he was reborn, he was a person destined for greatness. How could he be killed prematurely by a little ant like Lu Zhou? He immediately pretended to be confused and asked, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" The other party's poor acting almost made Lu Zhou laugh. Chapter 207. The Truth Emerges. "Flower wolf, your acting is as terrible as ever. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk about what happened to you. Anyway, you've taken 2 lives from me. If you hadn't come over, I might have given you a quick death. But sorry, that's not going to happen now." Lu Zhou gave a sinister smile, a smile that made Flower Wolf shiver involuntarily. "It's over, I'm definitely done for," Flower Wolf thought. At that moment, Lu Zhou didn't hesitate. He took out a curved knife from his backpack. "Killing you with a gun is too merciful. It has to be with a knife." As he spoke, the blade fell, and a thin slice of flesh flew out, dripping with skin and blood. Flower Wolf's racing thoughts were suddenly pulled back by the intense pain. He screamed in agony. This kind of torturous pain was something few could endure. Lu Zhou's eyes turned red as he continued, one slice after another. In his previous life, this man had tortured Tong Tong and his aunt like this. In this life, how could he let this person go? Flower Wolf was shouting for mercy, but he was so tortured that he was losing consciousness. Several times he fainted, only to come back to a haze of confusion. In the midst of this, Flower Wolf felt an overwhelming sense of grief and indignation. He had been reborn, a rare opportunity, a privilege only for the most powerful. Why was he going to be killed before he could grow into a big shot? Amidst his myriad of grievances, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. About Lu Zhou's two relatives. Wait a minute. Don't you want to know the truth? Flower Wolf struggled to murmur, already fearful of Lu Zhou's torture. Go on. About your little cousin and aunt's deaths. These words seemed to touch Lu Zhou's sore spot, and he exploded in anger. The curved knife in his hand plunged deeply into Flower Wolf's body. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhou tried to keep his breath calm, but the killing intent in his eyes was thick. Flower Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood. If you spare my life, I'll tell you the truth. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, a sinister smile appearing on his face. You might not have realized your situation yet. The latter part of the torture was even more brutal than the first. Any person would struggle to endure Lu Zhou's methods of torment. At this moment, Flower Wolf finally realized his foolishness. Why bother doing something so unnecessary? Now it's all gone. He couldn't live, and he couldn't die. Although Lu Zhou was anxious in his heart, his face remained as calm as water, making it impossible for others to guess his thoughts. Cold sweat oozed from Flower Wolf's forehead. This was pain. Lu Zhou's smile didn't reach his eyes. Do you want to keep dragging this out with me? I can guarantee that while I'm torturing you, you won't die for a month. A month, and you'll experience this kind of torment every day. How do you feel about that? I think it's quite enjoyable. Flower Wolf's heart raced. He was now resigned to the fact that he no longer expected Lu Zhou to spare him, but facing such a threat made him panic inside, though he forced a mocking smile on his face. What a joke. I feel like I'm about to kick the bucket right now. Hurry up and torture me. I'll be dead soon, and you'll never find out this truth. Actually, what Flower Wolf said is not false. Even though Flower Wolf has an amazing physical condition, he cannot withstand Lu Zhou's inhuman torment. At this moment, he can still communicate with Lu Zhou solely due to his willpower. However, Lu Zhou still has ways to destroy his confidence. Is that so? I have medicine that can pull you back from the brink of death to continue suffering. Let's try it right now. Lu Zhou quickly took out a roasted sweet potato from the game and forced it into Flower Wolf's mouth. After about a quarter of an hour, Flower Wolf sadly realized that he indeed wouldn't die immediately. Lu Zhou sneered. The roasted sweet potato replenished energy, making the other party mistakenly believe that he could live longer. However, from a practical standpoint, once the effect of the roasted sweet potato wore off, Flower Wolf would still die. His claim of having a month left was purely a lie to deceive the other party. Flower Wolf was unaware of this. At this moment, he finally experienced that kind of bone-deep fear emanating from every pore of his body. After only a short period of torment from Lu Zhou, he was at his breaking point. He used to have endless time waiting for him. Flower Wolf suddenly felt darkness clouding his vision. Under the intense pain and psychological blow, he yielded. I'll tell you, but you need to give me a quick death afterward. The ones who killed your cousin and aunt are not who you think. I was only ordered to bring them over. Lu Zhou's movements froze as if he had been hit with the pause button. Is this the truth? Is Flower Wolf lying to himself, or? Seemingly sensing Lu Zhou's doubtful gaze, Flower Wolf let out a grim smile. Don't doubt it. Right now, I truly fear you. How could the Bai family escape unscathed? This mess was ordered by them. You bastard, making me suffer like this. How can they still live so freely? I can't accept this. Flower Wolf appeared to be genuinely emotionally broken, not pretending. Lu Zhou unconsciously paused his movements. Why them? Who knows? You don't think I would know this mess, do you? Flower Wolf had already lost his fear of threats. He slumped on the ground, unwilling to say another word. The effect of the roasted sweet potato had ended, and this person's vitality was visibly diminishing. Seeing that he couldn't extract more useful information from Flower Wolf, Lu Zhou decisively ended him with a swift strike. With this strike, Flower Wolf was completely dead. According to reason, having killed an enemy should have brought Lu Zhou some joy, but he felt no happiness at all. Instead, he was left with a deep sense of inexplicable emptiness. What was the Bai family's purpose in ordering Flower Wolf to bring his cousin and aunt? Were Flower Wolf's words true or false? Did he say this out of revenge against the Bai family and himself? Lu Zhou wouldn't be easily fooled by the information Flower Wolf provided. Instead, he continued to ponder. For now, he would remain skeptical. It seems he would need to pay more attention to the Bai family in the future. By the way, that tiger from last time and the RV he was currently living in were both from the Bai family. Lu Zhou's expression did not improve much. Just then, the game unexpectedly chimed with a sound. The game has met the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the game upgrade? After the upgrade, the workshop crops, fishing pond, and agriculture and animal husbandry will see significant improvements. Note, the upgrade will take 72 hours. During this time, the game cannot be used. Looking at the game's prompt, Lu Zhou frowned tightly. Just when the upgrade conditions were met, could it be that the information he pulled from Flower Wolf triggered the game upgrade? Chapter 208. Not to be viewed. If that's the case, does that mean the information revealed by the Flower Wolf is the truth? A dull pain began to throb in Lu Zhou's head as he slowly exhaled a few breaths, starting to piece together the truth of the matter. In his previous life, he had always believed that it was the Flower Wolf who killed his aunt, and after avenging his aunt and cousin, he never pursued the matter further. Now it seemed highly likely that in his previous life, he had let the true culprit go and had only killed a small fry. However, why did the Bai family, a powerful and influential clan, specifically target his aunt and cousin? After much thought, Lu Zhou's conclusion began to take shape. Special abilities, perhaps. From his current perspective, he could be certain that there didn't seem to be anything special about his aunt and cousin. But what were the previous members of the Bai family thinking? Did they later discover some special power in them? Lu Zhou pinched his numb fingers and decided to keep an eye on his aunt and cousin to prevent them from being targeted by the Bai family. However, waiting idly was not Lu Zhou's style. Considering that leaving the Bai family unchecked would eventually lead to trouble, he decided to wait until he had more protective amulets before personally investigating the matter to see if he could uncover any clues. Thinking of the protective amulets, Lu Zhou immediately decided to level up his game. He wanted to see if upgrading the game would bring more opportunities. As Lu Zhou was lost in thought, he heard a strange noise coming from not far away. It sounded like a vehicle. I need to get out of here to avoid trouble. Lu Zhou took a burning bottle from his pocket and lit it, aiming it at the Flower Wolf's corpse. As he was leaving, he didn't forget to destroy the car's dashboard camera. Although the car had already been charred black and all the occupants were dead, Lu Zhou still took the considerate step of smashing the camera to pieces, just in case. After handling the scene, Lu Zhou quickly left. Just a few minutes later, a convoy of military pickups arrived quickly. They had finally managed to pry the truth out of the fake soldiers and had just rushed over when they saw the grim scene before them. The military personnel responded swiftly. They first counted the number of dead, confirming it matched the number given by the confession before checking for any survivors. Unfortunately, everyone at the scene was dead. A diligent soldier attempted to check the dashboard camera, but regrettably found it broken. The leading soldier coldly surveyed the scene before pulling out his walkie-talkie to instruct the person in charge of the prison to ensure that the corpses were intact. His subordinates looked on in disbelief. It seems these people died from a makeshift burning bottle. The other side is quite capable to have made one. Hearing his subordinate's words, the soldier furrowed his brows slightly before letting it go. The other side had confessed that they were envious of others making a fortune from fishing, which was why they pretended to be soldiers to hunt down the fishing crew. Their luck had been poor. They hadn't found them. However, the leader knew that he had seen a few of the fishermen before. After contemplating, he decided not to report the incident up the chain, as fishing was someone else's business. But this group had the audacity to impersonate the Liangshan military and damage their military reputation. That was a serious offense. With that in mind, he said in a cold voice, "Clean up the scene. I will report this personally when we return." Lu Zhou was unaware that due to a whim of the leader, his group had lucked out and avoided inspection. In the city's exchange office, the effect brought by this batch of fresh fish was quite terrifying. On the first day of the exchange, It didn't take long before this batch of fish was snatched up by the crowd. Even those with ample financial resources were willing to pay a high price for the fish. As for the speculators, aside from the active members of the Flower Wolves group, there were many who relied solely on cunning. Feng Wenji finally managed to get his hands on some inside information. This news comes from internal sources, indicating that there are records of large transactions involving ID card numbers. Once the ID card is identified, it can lead to the person's name and other valid information through insiders. When he eagerly asked an insider to identify the ID card, he was told that the confidentiality level of this ID card was beyond his authority to unlock. Upon hearing this, Feng Wenji immediately broke into a cold sweat. This implies that this fishing operation might belong to a certain big shots industry. Considering those protected big figures, Feng Wenji dared not continue investigating. The further he probed, the more it became a life-and-death issue rather than a matter of profit. Many others felt the same as Feng Wenji. This group of people, to varying degrees, had sought out Lu Zhou to trade ID cards through some privilege. But when they were all told that the inquiry was impossible, one by one, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Some are merely curious. How could big shots be interested in such a small business if the profits from fishing were not substantial? Others started to speculate wildly. What if these were the children of the big shots, trying out small ventures to see which of their offspring had potential? Many big shots like to do this kind of thing. As they indulged in these wild ideas, many people decided not to continue their investigations. They could only sigh in disappointment. If Lu Zhou knew how strong these people's imagination was, he would surely laugh out loud. He liked such imaginative talents. The more they thought, the fewer reasons he had to explain himself. After escaping, Lu Zhou hurried to the rendezvous point as quickly as possible. There was a small fork in the road sufficient to conceal their vehicle. Lu Zhou walked briskly over. As soon as he arrived, he saw a familiar vehicle. Inside were two people intently staring ahead. When they recognized it was Lu Zhou, they both let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. Zhang Jia how quickly jumped out of the car, and only after seeing Lu Zhou unharmed did he finally relax. I was so scared. I told my dad that if you didn't show up soon, we would go find the army. Zhang Jia how said, his face full of anxiety. You're safe. That's what matters. Get in the car. We can talk inside. Zhang's father, who was also anxious, urged him. As the three of them sat in the car, Zhang's father couldn't help but hiss when he noticed something. Immediately, Lu Zhou caught a whiff of fresh blood. Zhang uncle, you're injured? Lu Zhou quickly scanned Zhang's father and soon spotted a patch of dried blood seeping from the side of his shoulder. From time to time, blood would ooze out from within. Zhang Jia how quickly reassured him. Lu Zhou, it's nothing. My dad's injury isn't deep. I checked just now. As long as he takes care of it, he'll be fine soon. Lu Zhou focused on the bloodstain and finally said, when we get back, let Zhang uncle ask Grandma Dan for some herbs. Sure, we'll go as soon as we get back, Zhang's father replied, trying to maintain a brave face and chuckling before planning to continue driving. Lu Zhou frowned. Zhang uncle, you're injured. Let me drive. Zhang's father wanted to decline, but after Lu Zhou insisted, he had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. While driving, Lu Zhou didn't forget to observe the condition of the car. Both windows were shattered, and there were other minor damages to the vehicle. Chapter 209, Global Common Currency, Hard Skills. When it was time to return the rental car, they inevitably had to pay some fees. However, fortunately, all three of them returned alive, and the goods in the car were sold. Along the way, Zhang Hai felt a bit drowsy, while Zhang Jiahai kept asking about what had happened. Lu Zhou provided a few plausible reasons and explained everything to him one by one. Zhang Jiahai's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself, 666. Lu Zhou really was a fierce person. He single-handedly took on a group and managed to annihilate them, returning alive. However, in the past, Lu Zhou had always been formidable. Thinking about how fierce Lu Zhou used to be, Zhang Jiahai suddenly felt that he could accept Lu Zhou's current demeanor. The three arrived at the rental company, and, as expected, they were fined. The representative's words were as follows. The three of you have been taking care of my business every day. If there are minor damages to the car, that will be fine, but today is just two. However, don't worry, I can give you a discount. After the discount, the repair cost was 700 exchange points. Not too expensive, but it still made them feel quite distressed. The three of them wanted to negotiate further, but upon seeing the cars returned by others, they immediately fell silent. The other cars were returned in perfect condition. The rental company's manager squinted and smiled. Unlike others, he didn't care about what had happened to the renters. As long as they returned the cars safely, that was enough for him. Lu Zhou was also clearly aware of the rental company's rules, which was why he dared to come back and return the cars so boldly. After the three of them swiped their points, they returned to their camp. It was still early in the afternoon, around 3 p.m. Among those who remained, there were only Wang Da's mother, Granny Shan, He Yin, Jiang Li Shui, and 3 small children. The others had either gone out looking for work or to work. No one was idle. Right now, Wang Da's mother was cooking, Jiang Li Shui was responsible for security, and Granny Shan was patiently teaching He Yin traditional Chinese medicine. When they saw Lu Zhou and the others return, the first to rush over was Zhang Lele. The little girl was lively. She jumped and tried to leap into Zhang Hai's arms. However, thinking of Zhang Hai's injuries, that wouldn't do. Zhang Jihai hurriedly stopped his little sister and turned to seek Granny Shan's help. When Zhang Lele saw the gory wound on Zhang Hai's shoulder, her face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes filled with worry. She closely followed behind Zhang Hai. When Granny Shan was brought out, she still held a dried medicinal herb in her hand. After looking at Zhang Hai's wound, she sighed, "Although the wound isn't deep, it is quite large. I will tend to it for you later." After that, "Xiao Zhang, you should take some anti-inflammatory medication. By the way, do we have any anti-inflammatory medication?" Zhang Jiahai hurriedly answered, "Granny Shan, we have some." Granny Shan nodded and turned to instruct He Yin beside her. "Yin, please help him clean the wound." He Yin nodded and quickly went into the RV. Earlier, they had found a few bottles of iodine, bandages, and small packages of sterile cotton in the RV. According to standard practice, sterile saline should be used to wash the wound, but given the current environment, He Yin could only use boiled and cooled water. First, she rinsed the wound to remove any debris, then applied iodine, and finally wrapped it with gauze and a bandage. The technique of wrapping a bandage is a skill in itself, and He Yin had just recently learned how to apply pressure bandaging. Unexpectedly, the first patient was Zhang's father. In the end, she bandaged him beautifully and securely. Grandma Shan nodded repeatedly and continued to advise Zhang's father, "As the weather gets hot, you need to change the dressing every other day. Besides the anti-inflammatory medicine, I will also prepare some herbal medicine suitable for you." However, the effects of traditional Chinese medicine take longer to manifest than Western medicine. Zhang's father endured the pain and hurriedly thanked her. When the Zhang family helped him into the RV, he went back into his own car and brought out several kilograms of grain as a token of gratitude. A portion was given to Grandma Shan, while another portion was given to He Yin. Both of them were unwilling to accept it, but after some persuasion from Eating Melon and Lu Zhou, they finally accepted it. He Yin was quite happy, as this was her first day earning food with her skills. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but think of Wang Da and the others. I wonder if Wang Da can find a job suitable for him. As for Wang Da and the others, things were going relatively smoothly. He, Wei Qingzhu, and Dad Lu went to the square to look for jobs. They thought it would take a long time, but when they arrived, they found 3 positions listed directly on the recruitment board. To promote the construction of Liangshan, the following technical personnel are specially recruited: programmers, electricians, agricultural or livestock researchers, energy recycling technology specialists, computer technicians, meteorologists. Salary starts at 4,000 exchange points per month. Specific pay negotiable based on ability. The urgently needed positions were listed one by one, and at the end, a location for the interview was noted. This location was quite convenient, located very close to the housing management office. In addition to this recruitment notice, there were other positions with less strict technical requirements. For example, chef, secretary, and tour guide, etc., positions that were not considered urgently needed. However, the pay for these positions was very low. The salary was uniformly set at 2,000 exchange points per month. Moreover, the competition for these positions was much fiercer than that for the urgently needed jobs. The three of them simply couldn't compete with others for these positions. When Wang De and the others saw their professions on the urgent list, their tense nerves immediately relaxed a lot. Wang De was the first to suggest, "Wei Ge Lu Ge, why don't we go for the interview first?" The other two did not refuse, and the three of them walked together to the interview location. The interview venue was not small, but the interior decoration was much worse compared to before the apocalypse. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the crowd inside. After rubbing their eyes, the three of them could only smile bitterly. "What a joke, there are so many people," Wang De exclaimed with wide eyes, feeling overwhelmed. Wei Qingzhu, with a stiff expression, suggested, "Let's queue up first." Dad Lu took the lead and quietly moved forward, joining the back of the queue for the urgently needed technical positions. After they stood in line, they quietly observed the others. At that moment, Wang De noticed something different. "Look, the other queues have more people than ours." As soon as he said this, Dad Lu and Wei Qingzhu glanced over at the other queues. A whole bunch. Comparing it to their own queue, they suddenly felt that having hard skills was indeed useful. The time spent waiting in line felt very long. While the three were getting bored, Dad Lu noticed something keenly. Across the way, a few people ignored the queue and walked directly into the recruitment office. These people had a different aura compared to ordinary folks, and when they left, someone whispered, "How can such rich people come to this place?" Chapter 210, Dawn Project. The voices of the crowd were not small, and soon the words reached the ears of the three people who were waiting in line. Wang De, eager for gossip, leaned in closer to listen. However, he was pulled back by Wei Qingzhu. "Xiao Wang, we need to focus on serious matters." Wang De thought about it for a moment and realized that he was right. His whole family was counting on him to find a job, and he couldn't afford to waste time any longer. Quickly, the three of them ignored the ruckus of the crowd nearby and continued to wait in line in a focused manner. However, every now and then, snippets of conversation still reached their ears. "Isn't the Wu family also coming to develop in the Liangshan base? I heard that their family moved here from Kyoto." Kyoto can't compare to Liangshan. Are you kidding? The main force of the Wu family is still in Kyoto. Those who came here are just the collateral branches. The back-and-forth chatter quickly reached the ears of the three. Soon, Dad Lu recalled something. Wasn't the tiger we encountered on the way, and the RV, from the Wu family? Hearing this, Wei Qingzhu finally responded, "Yes, but from what they said, the Wu family has many members, so they might not notice us." Wang De instantly became anxious. "That doesn't sound good. We need to modify the vehicle." As for the license plate, it had long been discarded by him. After all, in this chaotic world, there were plenty of vehicles without license plates. However, once they entered Liangshan, if they wanted to use it again, they would need to register for a new plate at the vehicle management office. The other two agreed with Wang Da's idea. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Considering the situation, the RV was indeed a rare asset that they needed to protect. Just as the three were discussing, the line quickly moved forward significantly. After waiting for another hour, the three finally entered their respective interview rooms. Before entering, Dad Lu couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. The weather was hot, and the place was crowded. After a bout of squeezing, Dad Lu's back was already soaked with sweat. The interview content was rather ordinary, and it wasn't that Dad Lu was bragging. With his skills, he could easily handle the questions posed by the interviewer. As Dad Lu answered smoothly, the interviewer nodded frequently, revealing a hint of delight. He flipped through the booklet of questions in his hand and turned to the last page, pointing it out to Dad Lu. "Can you solve this problem?" At first glance, this question seemed simple, but after deep thought, Dad Lu realized it was quite challenging. Seeing the difficulty Dad Lu was having, the interviewer didn't press further on this topic. Congratulations, you passed the interview. We will issue you a work permit shortly. Please bring your ID card. We need to record your employment information. Dad Lu felt a surge of joy. Finally, he had found a job. He hurriedly took out his ID card and handed it over. The interviewer quickly swiped the card, recorded some information, and then handed it back to Dad Lu. It's all set. You can take your card and go left to collect your work permit. Dad Lu was a bit dazed. Was the process this fast? Feeling a bit lightheaded, he exited the room and turned to the next one. After Dad Lu left, the interviewer's smiling face immediately fell. He took a long, narrow canister from the drawer on his right, opened the plastic container, and set it aside. After that, he first drew a bright red X on Lu Ba's personal file. The comment underneath read, "Unable to participate in the Dawn project as an insider. This personnel can temporarily take charge of the peripheral work of the project." Once this file was completed, he placed it along with over a dozen other personnel files into a jar. After the jar was filled, the interviewer directly stuffed it into a drawer. If one looked closely, the drawer had a hollow structure. When the jar was shoved in, it quickly disappeared down the internal pipeline. Its destination was singular, the document management room. This was the unique document transportation system here, known for its high efficiency. Once he finished this task, the interviewer put on a smile again and continued to attend to the next person. Meanwhile, something similar happened with Wang De and Wei Qingzhu. Unlike Lu Ba, who was a latecomer and lacked theoretical knowledge, these two were professionals in their field with impeccable business knowledge. Both received a special invitation. The invitation was for them to serve as special technical personnel. Wang De thought for a moment and immediately agreed. After all, this peripheral work paid a monthly salary of 7,000 exchange points, which is ideal for someone like him who needed to support a large family. Moreover, as special technical personnel, the internal information and personal protection they received would be far superior to that of others. As for Wei Qingzhu, he hesitated slightly. Having already held a high position in a small research project, should he continue to participate in such a special project? The interviewer fixed his gaze on the young man and began to persuade him. "Professor Wei, let me give you a personal tip. Right now, Liangshan claims to have strict laws, and they do, but internally, it's not entirely the same. Do you know how many powerful people there are in Liangshan?" Seeing that the topic had shifted, Wei Qingzhu remained calm. "I'm not very clear." "Oh, that's fine. Just ask me, Professor Wei. Let me tell you, these people occupy a large portion of Liangshan. These are all well-known figures from before, and because they carry their own resources, they receive some preferential treatment from above. Do you think ordinary people like us have it easy? In this day and age, you either provide resources or skills. If you have the ability, but don't leverage it to protect your family, Professor Wei, don't make foolish decisions." The interviewer spoke earnestly. There was no choice. Wei Qingzhu was the best candidate he had interviewed for the Dawn project. For the sake of the public and his own safety, he believed that recommending Wei Qingzhu to join the project would be without harm. Wei Qingzhu frowned slightly. What the other party said made a lot of sense. Whether it was the monthly salary of 9,000 exchange points or the various invisible conveniences it could bring, he shouldn't give up such a great opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Wei Qingzhu accepted the invitation. "I'm glad you've come to a decision. We can get to know each other in advance. My name is Lu Xingwei. We're the same age, and once you join, you'll be working with me." Lu Xingwei looked a bit more weathered than Wei Qingzhu, but his character seemed to be decent. Wei Qingzhu quickly nodded, expressing his gratitude to the other party. After handing the work certificate to Wei Qingzhu, Lu Xingwei patted him on the shoulder with sincerity. "Professor Wei, congratulations on joining us." Wei Qingzhu's expression was calm, with a smile in his eyes. Just as the two were talking, someone walked directly into the room. Chapter 211, Bought a House. This person was exactly someone who had met the Bai family while queuing just now. When Lu Xingwei saw the person from the Bai family, he hadn't even had the chance to speak before the other party said, "Hello, Could you please give me a copy of the applicant's information? Wei Qingzhu was immediately suspicious. With such power in the Bai family, could they really come directly to the government office to request a list? However, Lu Xingwei's expression remained calm. He pulled out a stack of documents from his drawer. Here you go. After saying that, the Bai family member quickly left. Seeing Wei Qingzhu's puzzled expression, Lu Xingwei let out a breath and reassured him. Don't worry, those documents don't contain your information. As long as it's a selected candidate, both personal and family information will be kept fully confidential. This counts as a benefit. After hearing Lu Xingwei's explanation, Wei Qingzhu felt inexplicably relieved, as if a weight had been lifted off his heart. Thank you. After exchanging a few words, the two quickly said goodbye. When Wei Qingzhu stepped out, he soon encountered Wang De and his father, who were waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing that both of them had received their work permits, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. When it came to discussing their monthly salaries, the three were mutually astonished. Wang De said, I'm getting 7,000. His father replied, Huh? Why am I only getting 5,500? Finally, Wei Qingzhu quietly said, I'm getting 9,000. The other two, was this considered showing off? Wei Qingzhu's father had a good attitude. His family didn't rely on this job for their livelihood. As long as he had his son around, the three of them wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Wang De felt a bit envious, thinking that being an agricultural researcher was great. The pay was certainly impressive. However, when he remembered that he didn't particularly like researching agriculture, the envy dissipated quite a bit. Well, after all, researching the weather was also quite good. After all, doing what you love, while also being able to support your family, made him one of the lucky ones. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, quickly returned to where their RV was parked. When they got back, they found that others were busy spray painting the RV. The leader was Lu Zhou. He had guessed from a gaming perspective that they might have to deal with the Bai family in the future. To prevent the RV from being discovered, they could only take the initiative to spray paint it in advance. The paint was something he had exchanged for at the plaza. This was considered a type of decoration material, so it was relatively easy to obtain. He had initially thought that not many people would be exchanging for paint, but when he and Zhang Jiahao arrived, they were stunned by the unexpectedly large crowd. After buying the paint, everyone started applying it to their vehicles. Mainly, in this world, everyone wanted to keep their vehicles low profile. The brightly colored cars, like red and yellow, had become nearly invisible. Only the monochrome camouflage colors and shades of black and gray remained. Seeing this, Lu Zhou found it even easier to exchange for paint. Using 800 exchange points, he got 2 barrels of paint, while Zhang Jiahao sighed about the expensive price. There was no choice. With a salary in Liangshan of 2,000, it could only cover the bare minimum for living. Wanting to live a little better was indeed challenging. The plaza was a bustling exchange point. He and Zhang Jiahao quickly returned to their base with the paint. After using up 1 barrel, they happened to run into Lu Xingwei and the others, who had returned smoothly. The three looked in good spirits. Lu Zhou immediately understood. They must have had a good time finding jobs. Sure enough, the three of them first showed surprise, and then Wanda quickly stepped forward to help Lu Zhou with the car painting. While painting, he proudly said, "We three are quite lucky. We found jobs right after we arrived. In the future, we can all live well in Liangshan." Inside the RV, Grandma Shan, hearing the commotion, emerged with several children. Grandma Shan was taking a break today, and she, along with Lu's mom and Jiang Xiaolin, had started working at the medical clinic. Currently, Grandma Shan's monthly salary was 6,000 exchange points, while Lu's mom and Jiang Xiaolin, due to their lower skills, only received a basic salary of 4,500 exchange points. However, considering the current difficult job market, having any job at all was something to be grateful for. As for He Yin, she still needed to continue her training before she could barely participate in the pharmacy section of the medical clinic in a month. The monthly salary for pharmacy staff was 2,800 exchange points, which was 800 more than the minimum of 2,000. Nevertheless, He Yin was studying hard, determined to secure that position. Wanda was unaware of his wife's recent developments. While he was painting the car, Lu's dad was the first to notice he yin and quickly grabbed the brush from Wanda's hand, urging him to talk with his wife. The car painting job was finally finished. Lu's dad seized the opportunity to carefully tell Lu Zhou about what had happened during the interview. After a few moments, Lu Zhou's attention was suddenly drawn to the unexpected arrival of the Huang family. Why were they here? As he recalled the truth spoken by the wolf, Lu Zhou's expression turned cold. When he learned about the monthly salaries of the three, Lu Zhou immediately sensed something was off. He took the time to ask his uncle, and indeed he got the answer he was looking for. The Dawn Project? In his previous life, Lu Zhou was not aware of this plan. It's the name of a project, and we are only responsible for 1 or 2 related tasks. We won't be involved in the core aspects of the project, Wei Qingzhu had said. Lu Zhou indicated that he understood. Half an hour later, Lu's mom and Jiang Xiaolin returned. Once everyone was present, Lu Zhou took the opportunity during dinner to announce something. Tomorrow we can go to the housing authority to buy a house. It's best to go early to avoid crowds. This suggestion received unanimous approval from everyone. After dinner, they all went to bed early. Lu Zhou, however, lay in the RV, tentatively trying to log into the game to check things out. But when he attempted to log in, the game displayed a message, upgrading. After exiting the game, Lu Zhou settled down for a good night's sleep. The next morning, everyone got up early, eager to head to the housing authority to line up. The housing authority opened at 8 in the morning, but by 7:30, a line had already formed outside. Fortunately, the line wasn't long. Perhaps thinking about finally having a house, everyone had been too excited to sleep well the night before, and they all had faint dark circles under their eyes. Lu's mom stood beside Lu Zhou, her face beaming with a smile. Once we move in, we must arrange to plant those vegetables and other things. Lu's mom happily thought about growing vegetables and herbs, while Lu's dad was considering how to install the appliances in the new home. As for Wanda, the atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. Yesterday, He and Yin had learned about Wanda's monthly income of 7,000, and everyone was overjoyed. After all, Wanda's income was considered moderate in Liangshan. At least, the family could rely on this income to live a normal life in Liangshan. Chapter 212. Fortunately, they left early. Lu Zhou looked around. Early in the morning, people had come to buy houses, and each person's face was filled with a strong sense of anticipation, an infinite expectation for a better life. To be honest, even though the temperature in Liangshan was slightly lower, it had still reached a terrifying 46 degrees at noon. Lu Zhou couldn't bear to think about it. If he and his group had continued to stay in Jiguan City, would they have even had the chance to hit the road now? Not only was Lu Zhou feeling anxious, but the others who had fled with him also found themselves pondering this matter from time to time. Wang De, well-informed, had inquired multiple times and learned that the temperatures in other places had already surpassed 55 degrees. The temperature was still rising, showing no signs of stopping. Some people who had access to information knew that the temperature in Liangshan was relatively lower, and seizing the opportunity to escape, they all clustered together, wanting to come to Liangshan for refuge. Even without relying on rumors, Lu Zhou could clearly feel the increasing number of people arriving at their temporary station. Everyone expressed their gratitude, relieved that they had come early. Otherwise, if they had arrived half a month later, would there still be a place for their family in Liangshan? Soon, it was Lu Zhou's turn to pay for the house. It was an office, and only one family was allowed inside at a time. Opening the booklet, Lu Zhou was not surprised to find that all the properties listed had been sold, regardless of location or price. Many well-located houses were marked with asterisks, indicating that they had been pre-purchased. Lu Zhou quickly found the house his family had reserved and spoke to the staff member in front of him. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to pay for the house." The staff member took out the booklet, and after verifying with an ID card, she spoke in a formal tone. "You can swipe your card here. The house cost is 200,000 exchange points. Additionally, There will be a monthly charge for garbage disposal and sewage purification of 150 exchange points, and water and electricity will be supplied at scheduled times. Please refer to the detailed schedule for the costs. As she spoke, she pointed to a piece of paper attached to the office desk. Lu Zhou and his family quickly leaned down to look. Water and electricity supply times: morning 7 to 8 o'clock, noon 12 to 1400 hours, evening 19 to 2100 hours. Electricity cost: 5 exchange points per kilowatt hour. Water cost: clean water supply, 20 exchange points per ton. Sewage treatment: 15 exchange points per ton. At first glance, these prices seemed acceptable, but upon closer inspection, Lu Zhou realized that the cost of living was quite high. For people with a monthly income of 2,000, the expenses for water, electricity, and various garbage disposal fees would take a significant portion of their income, not to mention food costs, making life quite difficult. Everyone could do the math. When Lu Zhou's parents looked at the information, they silently calculated their family's total income. The Lu family was doing okay, with a total income of 10,000 exchange points, which was enough to live somewhat comfortably. After the staff member buried her head in the desk to complete the transaction, she handed them a set of keys. This is your key. Please keep it safe. If you lose it, you can only go to our housing management's logistics department to have a new one made, which will cost 500 exchange points. That's so expensive, Lu Zhou's father remarked unconsciously, and the staff member nodded. Yes, because the keys and doors we provide for residents use premium materials, which are costly, to maximize the safety of residents. After hearing this, Lu Zhou understood and quickly thanked her before leaving with his family, keys in hand. Once they exited, the other families waiting at the entrance began to go in one by one. The process was the same for everyone. Once everyone had received their keys, they hurried back to their temporary station as quickly as possible. We're moving. Everyone is quite excited, gradually driving over and moving things for the whole morning. By the time the Lu family arrived at their new home, it was already noon. Since they bought a ground floor apartment, moving in was very convenient. However, when they reached the house, Dad Lu and Mom Lu suddenly looked up in surprise at the long, slender building before them. Each floor had only one household, and the indoor area was only 50 square meters, so the house was designed to be very narrow and long. The rooms were quite densely packed, but compared to others who came to Liangshan, having a small independent house was already a good situation. In front of the house, there is a small piece of wasteland designated as a small garden for the ground floor residents. When the Lu family arrived, quite a few other ground floor residents from different buildings were busy putting up fences around their small gardens. I'll put one up for our place too. If this area isn't fenced, it'll be easy to argue later, Dad Lu observed and finally spoke up. Mom Lu nodded in agreement. Son, later help your dad find some suitable materials for him to work with. Lu Zhou listened silently to their chatter while quickly moving their belongings inside. The interior was basically unfurnished. The walls and floor were all plastered with cement and looked relatively clean. Other than an iron-framed bed, there was no furniture at all. Seeing this, Dad Lu anxiously gestured for Lu Zhou to take out all the things they brought from home. Although the game was in an upgrade phase and other functions couldn't be used, opening the backpack was allowed. Soon, the refrigerator, a bunch of kitchen utensils, small appliances, washing machine, and air conditioner were all taken out by Lu Zhou. Mom Lu directed Lu Zhou on where to place these appliances. Hey son, put the refrigerator here, right here. Take that table out. Let's put the appliances on the table. Yes, just like that. While Lu Zhou was busy arranging the furniture for Mom Lu, Dad Lu also spoke up. Son, take out the solar panels. I'll attach them to the outside wall. It's not convenient to use water and electricity here, so it's better to generate our own power. With this big sun lately, solar power will definitely be useful. After Lu Zhou found the solar panels from his backpack for Dad, he didn't forget to take out the toolbox, several power strips, and a battery storage unit to hand over. There was only one electrical interface in the house. More would have to be done by themselves. Dad Lu's eyes lit up when he saw it. Just wait and see. Your dad is going to show you two a good time. Lu Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. After a busy time, the house finally began to take shape. The iron-framed bed that was given to them had already been packed away by Lu Zhou. The 2 bedrooms were filled with the beds that Lu Zhou had brought with him, complete with expensive mattresses that were incredibly comfortable. The bedding set was carefully selected and purchased by Mom Lu beforehand. It had been washed and dried before being taken, and now it was perfect for use. Chapter 213. Exploring the lake bottom. Lu Zhou jumped onto the bed and felt the familiar warmth of his family's aura seeping from the blankets. Just as he nestled in and absorbed the comforting feeling for a moment, his father called out, "Son, come help me out." Lu Zhou quickly got up and went to see his dad busy installing a shower in the bathroom. The washing machine and racks had already been set up by his father, and now there was just a big project left: installing the shower. The plumbing, electrical wiring, and gas lines in the room had been laid out, but currently only water and electricity were in use, with the gas delayed indefinitely. Due to the high temperatures, the water supply had only been opened for the kitchen, and the bathroom was entirely off limits. However, this didn't stump Lu's dad. He fixed a water storage tank to the side and connected the water pipe to the shower head, creating a simple shower setup. Once more water resources became available later, he planned to renovate the bathroom further. As for the plastic toilet in the bathroom, Lu's dad had promptly disassembled it and installed a new one. That plastic toilet looked worryingly low in quality. While Lu's dad was busy modifying the bathroom, he had already arranged the kitchen and bedroom for Lu's mom and was now directing Lu Zhou to bring out the flower pots and such. As for the little garden, Lu Zhou temporarily couldn't provide materials for his dad to use. Moreover, since the plants in the flower pots were growing too quickly, Lu Zhou decided to keep them indoors for the time being. After this renovation, the house suddenly had a vibrant living atmosphere. In fact, Lu Zhou even brought out a set of sofa and coffee table for the living room. Aside from Lu Zhou, the other families were also busy with their renovations. However, most of them had only brought the most basic items, and there were still many things left to purchase. Time passed quickly, and finally, the game upgrade was completed. Lu Zhou, filled with excitement, quickly opened the game. Game upgrade completed. Please continue exploring the methods of this game. Lu Zhou eagerly opened the game, and after checking out the game workshop as well as the descriptions of agricultural products and livestock, he felt invigorated. The workshop had added a considerable number of new production items. Most notably, it allowed the manufacturing of various types of furniture. Additionally, more special food items have been unlocked. As for fields and livestock, the variety had further increased, and the yield had improved by 50% compared to before. This was truly surprising. While Lu Zhou could remain calm while looking at this, his heart began to race when he focused on one aspect. The upgraded game gave Lu Zhou a Goddess of Fortune aura item, which, when activated, could increase his luck value. Moreover, this item's duration was a full 10 minutes, significantly better than before. According to the game's description, once activated, the item could be stopped midway. As long as the time hadn't run out, it could be used again later. This was very user-friendly. It's worth noting how rare luck-enhancing items were. Lu Zhou didn't waste any time and immediately activated it. Almost instantly, he felt that familiar warmth enveloping his entire body again. He quickly chose to go fishing, casting his line 10 times in a row until he reached the daily limit, then stopped. The next second, Lu Zhou quickly turned off the aura. Not a second was wasted. He checked the remaining time on the aura, which still had 8 minutes left. Just now, in order to save aura time, he hadn't had a chance to look at what he had caught. After storing away the aura, he finally had the time to examine his haul. I hope for more powerful gadgets. Lu Zhou secretly wished. Quickly looking at the 10 items in his backpack, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile. Among them, the most effective were the laser gun, neurotoxin watch, and learn high technology in 1 minute. Laser gun can release ultra-high temperature airwaves with a capacity of 100. Each use has a minimum consumption of 10. Capacity will fully recharge every natural month. Neurotoxin watch, a high-tech product that looks like a watch but can fire neurotoxin needles that can instantly kill an opponent. A maximum of 3 needles can be fired each day. Learn high technology in 1 minute. This is precisely the practical operation course Lu Zhou had been thinking about. Lu Zhou quickly flipped through the book, which was filled with detailed explanations on the operation of airplanes, ships, submarines, and military supplies. Of course, it came with real-time explanations by instructors. When Lu Zhou saw this book, he knew he had a chance to explore the depths of the lake. Out of 10 draws, getting 3 such useful items made Lu Zhou very satisfied. As for the other items, they were all special single-use tools. For example, there were agents that could shorten crop growth time and agents that could increase yield. Among them, Lu Zhou found a particularly interesting little gadget. Disguise spray. When sprayed on oneself, it forms a high-tech barrier that can selectively disguise others, with a total capacity of 100, deducting a minimum of 10 for each use. Each disguise lasts for 1 hour. It was quite a useful little gadget. Overall, today's harvest was quite rich. Thanks to the luck aura, Lu Zhou packed these items away, and after seeing that his parents didn't need his help, he took a deep breath and opened the book. He was eager to learn the operating methods of the deep-sea submarine. Flipping to the corresponding operation page, Lu Zhou took a deep breath and allowed his consciousness to enter. Because he was going to learn about the submarine, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he found himself in front of the control panel inside the submarine. This panel looked extremely complicated, with hundreds of buttons making Lu Zhou feel dizzy. Wait, is it really this complex? At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the name of the book. Learn high technology in 1 minute. TSK, extreme sports were called 1 second, and this high-tech skill was ridiculously renamed to 1 minute. Outside the submarine, it was all black. Based on Lu Zhou's understanding of games, it was very likely that they were deep under the sea. He wondered who the instructor would be this time. Just as Lu Zhou was thinking this, a familiar figure quickly appeared before him. This person was someone Lu Zhou was quite familiar with, the professor who had previously taught extreme sports. Lu Zhou looked at him, feeling a bit speechless. Game, don't be too excessive. Are you really trying to save resources by using the same character model for everyone? Complaints aside, the class still had to be attended. Having already understood the game's high intelligence and teaching, Lu Zhou skillfully smiled at the professor in front of him. Chapter 214. Continuing to heat up. The professor smiled slightly at Lu Zhou and returned the smile. Lu Zhou, it's nice to see you again. Lu Zhou ignored the awkwardness in this statement and nodded at the professor. Today, I'll teach you how to operate the submarine. Once you master this model, you'll be able to handle other types of submarines as well. As the male professor spoke, he stood by the submarine control panel, explaining the function of each button to Lu Zhou one by one. Perhaps due to the complexity of the content, after studying for 3 hours consecutively, Lu Zhou began to feel his head spinning. The professor seemed to notice Lu Zhou's discomfort and explained, "We are currently deep underwater, where the pressure is high. This can cause some side effects on the human body. According to optimal efficiency, you should only study for a maximum of 3 hours each day." Lu Zhou suddenly realized. No wonder he felt so foggy in the head. It was because of the deep-sea effects. However, thinking about how there were still treasures to explore at the bottom of the lake, Lu Zhou still rejected the professor's suggestion. "Professor, I'm sorry, but I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I hope to extend the study time a bit." The male professor nodded. "In that case, let's continue the lesson." Soon, after Lu Zhou's insistence, they continued the class. After another 5 hours, Lu Zhou finally called a halt to the lesson. The reason was simple. He felt a severe throbbing in his head. After exiting the game session, only a few seconds had passed in the real world. But Lu Zhou could distinctly feel that his head was pounding as if it was about to explode. Once he came out, he curled up in his blanket and rested for half an hour. It wasn't until his father came in to call him that he finally got up. "Son, could you help Dad with some fencing? I'm going to tidy up the little garden outside." Lu Zhou replied a few times and then got up to open the game interface. This time, with the game upgrade, there were many more things he could craft. For example, glass, wooden fences, iron fences, and so on. Given the current environment, Lu Zhou decisively chose to craft iron fences. According to the game's description, the iron fences were described as exceptionally sturdy and could be modified into electric fences if electrified. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou opened the crafting table, checked the required materials, and then spent 20,000 gold coins to unlock quartz ore. After gathering enough quartz ore, he quickly crafted a sufficient number of iron fences. When he took out the actual items, Lu Zhou was genuinely surprised. In the game, the iron fences appeared short and stout, but when taken out, they instantly looked much taller. That wasn't all. Lu Zhou also used the collected quartz ore to craft some glass. The game's glass items were known for their sturdiness and concealment properties. Additionally, the game kindly reminded him that this glass had excellent acid rain resistance. Lu Zhou decided to install this glass on top of the garden later. First, it would help conceal the growth of the garden crops, and second, it would protect the garden from acid rain erosion. According to his previous life's experience, acid rain would eventually come. Soon, the glass was produced. As soon as the freshly made glass, large and bright, came out, Lu Zhou's father walked in at the right moment, looking delighted to see the two items Lu Zhou had taken out. The two of them first teamed up to install the fences. After surrounding the entire little garden downstairs with the fences, they began to lay the glass. After a busy session, the garden had finally been transformed. Right now, we can freely plant crops in our own garden. Aunt Lu is helping to move the flower pots inside. She has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, insisting on arranging the pots neatly according to their size and type. After placing the pots, there's still plenty of land left, so the three of them busily cleared some land and scattered a few vegetable seeds. During the planting, Lu Zhou didn't interfere too much with the soil. He only took a small amount of game soil and mixed it with the current soil to achieve a balance, ensuring that the soil here could support the vegetables without overdoing it. After watering the vegetables, Lu Zhou finished his daily tasks. Early in the morning, he used the money from their shared account to buy a house. After buying the house, there were still over 100,000 exchange points left. These points were all used up by several families. The points they received could last each family for several months without issue. While the Lu family was busy building the house, Uncle Gao Shan and the Zhang family came to ask Lu Zhou's dad for help with some electrical modifications. After all, they are not professional electricians and can't handle these tasks. Since they all used to fish together, Lu Zhou's dad rolled up his sleeves and went to help. Lu Zhou's dad is quite fast with his hands, and since these families don't have many electrical appliances, it basically just involved helping them modify some power strips and such. Wang De is quietly capable. He has good hands-on skills and used to debug machines alone, so he can manage simple electrical operations without needing Lu Zhou's dad's help. Over the past few days, besides attending classes in the game, Lu Zhou also completed some tasks to earn extra survival points. There's still a function he hasn't unlocked in the game, collecting gasoline. Lu Zhou guessed that it would require a lot of points, so he planned to save up more before unlocking this feature. Just a few days after moving into the new house, everyone noticed one thing. The weather was getting hotter. Luckily, someone had exchanged for a house early, allowing them to stay indoors. Otherwise, with the current temperature, those living outside would surely suffer. Even so, relying on scheduled power and water supply, everyone was feeling stifled. The water situation was manageable since they could store some, but the electricity was much harder to deal with. Apart from the Lu family, who could generate solar power, the other families could only rely on the electricity to power fans to cool off. In fact, life was not easy for the Lu family either. The temperature had risen to the point where the air conditioner could hardly provide any cooling. Their whole family was relying on Lu Zhou to use the game to make ice, which they then used fans to blow over for cooling. Of course, they also had to have special ice drinks to help. After finishing his iced drink, Lu Zhou's dad finally let out a sigh, feeling like he could breathe again. The temperature in Liangshan had already reached 48 degrees Celsius. The air conditioner was inconsistent, and Lu Zhou had stopped expecting it to cool things down. Even with electricity, it was still uncomfortably warm. The air blown by the fans was hot. Only after the sun set did the temperature drop a bit. At that time, the families would gather downstairs to chat and relieve their boredom, since they lived quite close to each other. This evening was no exception. Everyone brought their small stools and sat outside to cool off. Lu Zhou quietly counted the number of people. Everyone was there. Chapter 215. The Big Fool Has Arrived. Aunt Lu brought some Huaxiang Zhengqi water for everyone, which contained game drinks that Lu Zhou had added in. Drinking it can help maintain a comfortable body temperature. After sitting down, everyone started chatting. The conversation gradually focused on the people who had recently come to Liangshan. I went out for work yesterday and found that life outside is much harder than in Liangshan. In Fengcheng, which is only a few dozen miles away from Liangshan, the temperature has now reached nearly 52 degrees, said Wei Qingzhu. He had been escorted out to collect new crops, and after going to Fengcheng, he realized just how miserable it was outside. Due to its topography and climate, Fengcheng's temperature is naturally higher than Liangshan's. The people of Fengcheng, if they had a chance to escape, had long since fled to Liangshan, so when their group arrived, Fengcheng was essentially a dead city. Wei Qingzhu could not forget the moment he got off the vehicle, when the suffocating heat wave hit him directly. After just a minute of harvesting crops outside, he felt short of breath and nearly gasped for air. He couldn't imagine how people in even hotter cities were managing to survive. Gao Shan nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, we left early. Thanks to Liangshan's unique geography, the temperature here isn't as extreme. Moreover, you might not know how many people are being checked outside the city gates every day. He and his wife had joined the security team, and sometimes they were assigned to tasks at the main gate. Gao Shan had seen the densely packed crowds at the Liangshan city gates more than once. There were too many people for Liangshan to accommodate. But they couldn't just drive everyone away, could they? So, Liangshan had started planning for expansion, hoping to accommodate more disaster victims. All this information was under Lu Zhou's control. Based on the experiences from his previous life, he knew that the high temperatures would continue for more than a month before dissipating. After the heat wave, a sudden drop in temperature would bring acid rain and smog in its wake. The place where everyone gathered was relatively secluded and cool, and there were quite a few people doing similar things. Most of those who came to Liangshan came in groups. These people also formed small circles to seek warmth and security. There was, however, one piece of good news. He Yin had been recruited into a work unit despite the usual standards. Normally, she would have to wait another week or two to take the exam, but for some unknown reason, the Pharmaceutical Institute suddenly had a shortage of pharmacists, and she was lucky enough to be recruited. Moreover, her monthly salary was decent, at $3,200, which was higher than the previously estimated $2,800. Upon hearing this news, everyone naturally congratulated her. As for the Zhang family, Zhang's father had recently started doing old business again, buying and selling goods. There was no choice. His hard skills were not worth much. Besides, with the Zhang family's good reputation to back him up, who else would do this business if he didn't? Recently, I've acquired a batch of furniture. If you need any, come find me. It was unclear where Zhang's father had gotten these items, but others were somewhat interested. After all, it was inconvenient to have an empty house. Seeing that Zhang's father had already sold several pieces of furniture, Lu Zhou suddenly became interested. Uncle Zhang, where did you get the furniture? Upon hearing this, Zhang's father became excited. There's a small furniture factory that does just this. However, after finishing this batch of goods, they won't have any more stock. The owner has even sold the machines to the Liangshan area. Actually, do you know what's the hardest thing to find right now? Zhang's father spoke mysteriously, and Lu Zhou boldly guessed. Is it something for generating electricity? Generators or solar panels? Zhang's father nodded repeatedly. Recently, these kinds of things have been selling like crazy. It's a pity I haven't been able to get my hands on any solar panels. Otherwise, I would have installed some at home. Recently, quite a few wealthy people have been scrambling to buy solar panels, all at high prices. What's even more outrageous is that a rich man is paying heavily for ice, planning to hold an ice theme party. We are currently figuring out where to get an ice machine to produce some ice blocks to sell to these people. Wanda didn't find this surprising at all. Although it sounds ridiculous, I can understand. The electricity at our workplace is sufficient, but they somehow managed to get a small ice-making machine and fill the place with ice blocks. It's surprisingly cool inside. An ice machine? Everyone suddenly looked enviously at each other. On such hot days, having a block of ice would be bliss. However, that was something they could only dream about. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, had an idea. His gaming workshop could produce ice, and since the high temperatures would last for over a month, why not take advantage of this period to sell ice? After all, the production cost was incredibly low, and once the month was over, ice wouldn't be worth much. He didn't hesitate much and quickly sought out Zhang's father as their chat came to an end. "Xiao Zhou, what are you saying? Do you have a way to get ice blocks?" Zhang's father instantly became excited. Could there really be such an opportunity? Lu Zhou smiled. "Uncle Zhang, I have a way. But if I would get a truckload of ice, how would we price it?" Zhang's father immediately showed interest. This could be profitable. This rich man is in a hurry and is willing to pay a high price. He's even willing to exchange a trunk full of gold for 3 truckloads of ice. That was quite a price, more than 1.5 times the market rate. Liangshan wasn't particularly short of water. It was just that they couldn't make ice. Lu Zhou readily agreed. "All right, I'll ask if the person is willing to trade." Zhang's father was rarely this excited. Encourage your friend more. This is a rare opportunity. If we don't take advantage of him, who will? Only among acquaintances would Zhang's father speak so candidly. Lu Zhou almost couldn't hold back, as this comment was quite straightforward. After a brief discussion, the two temporarily agreed on the collaboration. The next day, Lu Zhou pretended to go out to find friends. Once he finished, he casually informed Zhang's father that his friend agreed to collaborate. Zhang's father was visibly excited and then reminded him, "Let's meet in the evening when the temperature cools down to avoid melting the ice. Tell them not to start making it too early." "All right, see you tonight, Uncle Zhang." After setting a location, they temporarily parted ways. Lu Zhou first returned home to continue studying submarine courses. It wasn't until there was just an hour left that he arrived at the agreed location. He took the car out and quickly produced enough ice blocks. By the time the car's interior was filled with ice, Zhang's father finally arrived. He drove a truck as well. Lu Zhou signaled for Zhang's father to load the goods into his truck. As for Zhang's father's truck, Lu Zhou would drive it back and continue filling it with ice. This arrangement was quite reasonable, and Zhang's father had no reason to refuse. After watching Zhang's father drive off, Lu Zhou took over the car and pretended to take a leisurely drive around. After a while, upon seeing Zhang's father's figure again, Lu Zhou stealthily filled the car with ice blocks once more. Chapter 216. The Rich Second Generation. As soon as the two met, Zhang Kai's face lit up with joy. "Was it smooth?" Lu Zhou tentatively asked, quickly getting out of the car to make it easier for Zhang Kai to get in. Zhang Kai, with a delighted expression, opened the car door and turned his head with a beaming smile, saying, "It went very smoothly." That rich second generation was thrilled to see the ice preserved so well. He said if all 3 trucks have such high quality, he'll only do business with me in the future. This is a good client. Lu Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue. Wasn't that just foolish? The two wasted no time and quickly exchanged information before the vehicle sped away. After a bit over an hour of back and forth, they finally delivered all 3 trucks of ice to the other party. At the same time, Zhang Kai successfully handed over the gold to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou hurriedly accepted it. His recent coin consumption had been high. In addition to unlocking new manufacturing items, fishing, upgrading land, and feeding livestock all required coins. Previously, Lu Zhou had managed to scrape by thanks to the coins he got from the rich Ma family, and some he had flipped himself. Now that he had come to Liangshan, he naturally wanted to earn more gold just in case. Moreover, considering the impending natural disasters, Lu Zhou even thought about acquiring a private plane. He hadn't considered this before because learning to fly seemed too difficult and having one would be a waste. But now, with game tutorials available, he could practice a lot and surely find it useful later. After all, he already had water equipment. He just needed equipment for the sky. While Lu Zhou pondered these thoughts, he quickly drove back home. When he reached a secluded spot, he planned to leave the car. Coincidentally, just as Lu Zhou was about to depart, he faintly heard a sound. Is someone there? What if that person saw him putting the car away? Lu Zhou was a cautious person and naturally wouldn't ignore the sound. Now that he had several self-defense weapons, he believed he could escape as long as there weren't too many people. With a thought, he concealed himself in the darkness of the night. In the silent forest, a person was stumbling through the trees. This person appeared weak and moved at a less than ideal speed. Lu Zhou hid in the tree, observing the situation below clearly. The individual looked to be in their 50s and was dressed in a way that didn't suggest poverty. After running a short distance, several heavily armed people followed closely behind. These individuals moved quickly, each carrying firearms. From their agile movements, Lu Zhou quickly deduced that these people were skilled fighters. Coupled with the middle-aged man he had seen earlier, a guess soon formed in Lu Zhou's mind. Were they encountering a kidnapping? In the rich circles, such incidents were not uncommon. The wealthier and higher in status a person was, the more bodyguards they hired. After all, if these people were kidnapped, it could be enough for the kidnappers to live off for 10 years. After realizing the trouble at hand and confirming that the other party hadn't seen him, Lu Zhou's first reaction was to leave. Why get involved? He was not bored enough to rescue someone randomly. Lu Zhou coldly sneered to himself, planning to wait for the people under the tree to leave before he would make his escape. However, he didn't expect that the man being chased was so incompetent that he couldn't run fast. In just a few moments, he was caught by these people like a chick. Moreover, this man, after being thrown against the tree, happened to end up at the very tree where Lu Zhou was hiding. This left Lu Zhou, who was planning to run away, suddenly silent. Well, perhaps it's better to observe the situation first? Lu Zhou could only helplessly watch the few people under the tree. After the man was thrown to the ground, he was still disoriented when one of the pursuers stepped forward with heavy strides. He aimed several punches at the man's stomach. The punches landed, causing the man to writhe in pain. The attacker had a fierce expression. "Old bastard, why are you running? Just stay put and wait for your family to bring the ransom. If you run away, what are we supposed to do?" Seeing that the man was about to continue swinging his fists, another person immediately stretched out his arm to stop him. Don't be too reckless. After all, this is Mr. Fong, the great benefactor. The man glared at his subordinate with a warning look. Be careful. If you hit him too hard, do you know how valuable this old man is? They had finally found the opportunity to abduct Fong Qingyun and hadn't even had the chance to demand ransom from the Fong family yet. This group of good-for-nothings almost let him escape. After reprimanding his subordinate, the man raised his head and smiled at the elderly Fong Qingyun, saying, "Mr. Fong, please cooperate with us. After all, we are forced into this situation. As long as you cooperate and don't try to escape, I guarantee you will return home safe and sound." This warning was very evident. Fong Qingyun had been kicked several times and was now holding his stomach, unable to speak due to the pain. When the man saw that the old man wasn't responding, he immediately ordered his men to take him away. Thanks to the man calling out, "Mr. Fong, the great benefactor," Lu Zhou then realized that this man was someone he had heard of before. Fong Qingyun, the largest building materials businessman, was extremely wealthy but approachable, often donating to poor children in mountainous areas, building schools, and even leading donations of 1 billion yuan during earthquakes. In the eyes of the public, he was a well-regarded entrepreneur. However, just this impression was not enough for Lu Zhou to risk himself to save someone. He wasn't foolish. There were plenty of media show-offs who used philanthropy as an excuse for tax evasion. Furthermore, at this level, others were likely to kidnap him for money, and it was just a matter of paying to alleviate the disaster without risking his life. Lu Zhou took this very lightly and didn't care at all about the life or death of such a big shot. Fong Qingyun's eyes showed indifference. but his face was clouded with bitterness. I promise to cooperate with you, but please contact my family as soon as possible. They will bring the money, he said. TSK. It was such a rare opportunity to escape, and who knew that he would still be discovered by these people? His luck was truly terrible. Adhering to the principle that a wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him, Fang Qingyun decisively provided his family's phone number. The few people who followed closely, seeing how willing he was to cooperate, immediately smiled with joy. Mr. Fang, it's good that you're willing to cooperate. We will make the call for you, and later you just need to cooperate with us. Fang Qingyun nodded. After a few beeps, the intercom finally connected. Hello, who is this? Hearing his son's voice, Fang Qingyun let out a temporary sigh of relief. Chapter 217. The praying mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the back. Before he could even speak, the kidnapper said in a rough voice, Hey, Fang Zhihui, your dad is in our hands. If you don't want your dad to die, you better. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise came through the intercom on the other side. It sounded like a party was happening, with people coming and going, and occasionally, a woman's flirtatious voice could be heard. Young Master Fang, everyone is here. We're just waiting for you to pop the champagne. The woman's soft voice was so alluring it seemed as if it could be dripping with sweetness. Fang Zhihui, who was currently enjoying the party at home, didn't even catch who was calling him. Faced with the temptation of the beautiful woman inviting him, his heart immediately began to race. He had been pursuing this woman for quite a while, and he had to make his move at this party. With the atmosphere heating up, how could he let some random phone call ruin his mood? I'm coming. As he spoke, there was a ding-dong sound from the intercom, followed by a busy tone, indicating that the call had been cut off for the other side. This scene made the others look at each other in confusion. The kidnapper was dumbfounded. Lu Zhou was also bewildered, and only Fang Qingming was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. This ungrateful son. Taking a deep breath, before Fang Qingming could signal to call again, the kidnapper, feeling defiant, continued to dial. After 5 or 6 attempts, all went unanswered. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lu Zhou felt helpless. When would these people get it together? He couldn't just stay crouched in a tree forever. Wouldn't that wear him out? Fang Qingming was about to lose his composure, forcing himself to maintain a strained expression. He clenched his fingers with all his might, barely managing to suppress his rising anger. After being in this industry for so long, it was the first time he felt pain in his chest from anger. No one else dared to provoke him. But today, all the anger was directed at this good-for-nothing son. A flash of dissatisfaction and resentment crossed his eyes, and Fang Qingming stiffly spoke. Call my butler. The kidnapper obediently made the call. Sir, what instructions do you have? This is the right tone. This is just right. Seeing that things were finally going according to his inner script, the kidnapper perked up immediately. One of the henchmen signaled with his eyes, and the kidnapper threatened in a rough tone. Hey, your master Fang is currently with me. I'll tell you this. If you want Fang Qingming to return safely, you better bring the ransom. There was a brief pause on the other end of the intercom. Then normal conversation resumed quickly. All right, I understand your demands. We are willing to pay any ransom amount, but first, let me confirm my master's safety. This response was calm and well-organized, making everyone present, including Lu Zhou, marvel at the competence of the elite from wealthy families. The leader of the kidnappers leaned close to Fang Qingming's ear and threatened, Don't say anything foolish, just say you're fine. Fang Qingming signaled with his eyes that he wouldn't play tricks, then cleared his throat and responded, Kong Chung, I'm fine. He understood the rules well, not saying anything he shouldn't have. He didn't utter a single word more. After confirming Fang Qingming's safety, the butler began to negotiate the ransom with the kidnappers. The leader of the kidnappers had a greedy look on his face. All right, let's skip the small talk. Don't let Master Fang continue to suffer with us. As for the ransom, we want 200 kilograms of gold, and in addition, 10 crates of the most advanced firearms and ammunition available on the market. And for food, 50 crates of military-grade compressed biscuits, and canned meat. The price for the drugs is a bit cheaper for you. 5 boxes will do. Besides this, bring over a helicopter and make sure there's enough fuel to go with it. When the kidnappers said this, even Lu Zhou was shocked by the other party's audacity. It really was true that if you don't open for business for 10 years, when you do, you eat for 10 years. Kidnapping a wealthy person has both risks and rewards. Moreover, these kidnappers clearly had a plan. They specifically targeted wealthy, first-generation individuals instead of second-generation heirs. After all, the father has only one child, while the son has millions. In terms of influence, it's still the father's word that carries weight. If it were a second-generation heir being kidnapped and such a high ransom was required for rescue, the wealthy first generation might just let their son die. After all, they have multiple children, so losing one wouldn't make much of a difference. In the end, it's quite normal for a few people to die, especially if they're troublemakers for the family. But now that a first-generation wealthy individual has been caught, it's different. If he dies, the family will be in a state of disarray, like a pack of wolves without a leader. After the kidnapper stated the ransom, Lu Zhou noticed the expression on Qianming's face under the tree, flickering back and forth. This person has decent composure. Although Lu Zhou could see his inner dissatisfaction from the tree, he was able to remain calm in such an environment, which is quite admirable. I wonder if the wealthy individuals sometimes take a class on correct responses when facing kidnappers. Lu Zhou guessed that such a course probably exists. The butler on the other end of the intercom, upon hearing these outrageous conditions, was still able to remain calm. We accept the ransom, but it must be a handover of money for a handover of the person. The kidnapper hesitated for a moment before decisively rejecting this proposal. What a joke! Who knows if the other side would take this opportunity to seek military assistance? If they let Qianming go and were immediately caught, what would that be? However, the butler was also adamant and refused to budge. Putting money aside, what if the other side took the money and then killed the hostage? In the end, the kidnapper was tougher. After all, Qianming's life was firmly in their hands. All right, your master's life is still in our hands. Besides, as long as we get the stuff, do you think we would take old Master Fong away? Don't joke, we have professional ethics. We seek wealth, not bloodshed. To be honest, the kidnapper was quite articulate, and the butler sighed and reluctantly accepted the terms. There was no way. They were at a disadvantage now. After the butler reluctantly took a step back, the kidnapper continued to lay out the conditions. You need to put all the stuff in the location we specify. After you've set it up, send us a message. Then, we will send someone to pick up the helicopter. Once we confirm the plane is safe and the supplies are complete, we will release the hostage immediately. The kidnapper was also very cautious, and it was clear that at least one of the kidnappers knew how to fly a helicopter. The two parties continued to negotiate, while Lu Zhou, hiding in the tree, keenly sensed an opportunity. A good opportunity. These two parties had set up a middle ground for safety, intending to reassure each other, but now it conveniently benefited him. Moreover, Lu Zhou didn't believe that Qianming would simply allow the kidnappers to take these things without a fight. It was very likely that a conflict would break out between the two sides, and he could take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to seize the helicopter and the supplies. In the worst-case scenario, he would just leave empty-handed. But if things went well, he could acquire a helicopter, which would be greatly beneficial for the future. Chapter 218, Cutting Off the Roots, but Remaining Entangled. As for the timing of the action, Lu Zhou decided to observe a bit longer. Soon, the two sides confirmed a location. This location was outside Liangshan City, as the group of kidnappers were somewhat fearful of being captured by the Liangshan army, so they chose to set the meeting point outside the city. All three parties understood the arrangement. Once the ransom was discussed, the kidnappers quickly took Fong Qingming away. Before leaving, Lu Zhou discreetly attached a listening device under Fong Qingming's collar. It was a fortunate coincidence. He had just found a suitable opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party stood up and his collar flipped open, Lu Zhou stealthily used a slingshot to launch the listening device. After he set up the device, the few people under the tree finally left. After testing the performance of the listening device, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel impressed. The item he had obtained from others was quite good. Initially, he had randomly bought a few, planning to keep them for when he needed them, but he hadn't expected this thing to work rather well. Confirming that there was no one around, Lu Zhou quickly left the place with swift steps. By the time he returned home, it was already late. However, once Lu Zhou entered the door, he discovered that his parents were still awake. They had turned on the floor lamp and were sitting on the sofa, resting with their eyes closed. As soon as they heard the noise from outside, both of them turned to stare at the door. Lu Zhou, Dad, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? While speaking, Lu Zhou went into the bathroom, planning to wash up. Seeing Lu Zhou, Lu's mother hurried into the bedroom to bring him a set of clean clothes. Isn't Uncle Zhang back? You still haven't returned, so your dad and I were worried about you. We said we'd wait for you to come back before sleeping. Hearing this, Lu Zhou felt warm inside. He then took the clean clothes into the bathroom, muttering to himself, Mom, there's no need for you two to worry about me. Generally, no one can easily hurt me. You and Dad should go to sleep. I'll go to bed after I finish showering. With this, Lu's mother stopped nagging. Lu's father, who was initially advising his wife not to wait for their son, had remained silent after being shot a fierce glare by her. While waiting for Lu Zhou, Lu's father leaned back on the sofa and nearly fell asleep. Now, when Lu's mother called him back to the bedroom, she suddenly realized he was about to doze off. In an instant, Lu's mother furrowed her brows and shouted, Lu Zhengqing. Lu Zhou, while showering, heard everything clearly. After being scolded mercilessly, Lu's father reluctantly followed his wife back to the bedroom, behaving obediently and with a pitiful look. Due to the scarcity of water resources, Lu Zhou showered quickly, finishing up in 5 minutes and then entering his own room. Once he sat cross-legged on his bed, he immediately logged into the game to continue his learning course. However, the lesson for today was not about submarines, but about learning to pilot a helicopter. Given that he might have the opportunity to obtain a helicopter tomorrow, Lu Zhou was suddenly full of energy. He needed to learn the most basic flying functions of the helicopter. Otherwise, if he needed to take it away tomorrow, he might not have the capability to do so. Although it was also possible that he wouldn't need to master the flying method of the helicopter and could just retrieve it, being fully prepared was always Lu Zhou's principle. After studying in the game for more than 10 hours continuously, Lu Zhou felt dizzy and was on the verge of throwing up. The coach sternly refused to continue teaching him, insisting that he take a break. Lu Zhou, you cannot continue learning, otherwise your brain will suffer serious damage, the male coach said with a furrowed brow. For some reason, Lu Zhou detected a hint of concern in the coach's words. Is artificial intelligence really that human-like? Although Lu Zhou was anxious, he wasn't foolish. He decided to take a brief rest before continuing his lessons. Professor, how much longer do I need to learn to master basic helicopter piloting? According to my calculations, you will need to study for another 20 hours. The male professor returned to his cold and aloof demeanor. Lu Zhou thought to himself that in 20 hours, he could certainly learn the basics before setting off the next morning. After resting for half an hour, Lu Zhou resumed his learning. Finally, after a continuous 20 hours of study, he was transported back out. Once he emerged, he realized that in reality, only a few hours had passed. His head ached terribly, but at least he could still get a few more hours of sleep. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, his mind still racing instead of calming down as he continued to think about tomorrow's plans. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou stretched lazily and got out of bed. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. He had thought his parents would still be asleep, but as soon as he stepped out of his room, he discovered that both Dad and Mom had already woken up. At that moment, Lu Zhou realized that both his parents worked, and according to their schedule, their work hours started at 8. They often woke up early to prepare breakfast, and after that, they had to calculate their commuting time before heading out. Sometimes, Lu Zhou felt his parents had it tough. He had the ability to provide them with a better and easier life. However, since they were both working normally and seemed to be in good spirits, he had noticed several times their excitement, a sense of happiness that they could finally live a peaceful life. Seeing this, Lu Zhou dropped the idea of letting them rest. They could do whatever they wanted as long as it didn't endanger their lives. He would fully support his parents in whatever they chose to do. Last night, the Fong family had agreed with the kidnappers on the ransom exchange time, which was set for noon today. The kidnappers were clever. The less time the Fong family had to react, the more rushed their preparations would be, making it safer for them. In reality, the kidnappers had indeed thought this through. From the moment the call was received last night to today's chaotic preparations, the butler was utterly exhausted. The master was the soul of the Fong family, and there could be no room for any accidents. What irked the butler was that throughout the entire ordeal, from last night when the master was kidnapped to today's preparations, young Master Fong had not lifted a finger to help. This person had been partying last night and was now sleeping like a dead pig. No matter how much he was called, he wouldn't wake up. Even if the butler had great composure, he was now beyond frustrated. Forget it. It wasn't his fault for not reminding him. He had hoped to let him redeem himself, but it seemed he was hopeless. A useless lump of clay waiting for the master to come and teach him a lesson. With a cold expression, the butler shifted his gaze away from the two people sprawled on the bed. He didn't continue to wake Fong Jihui, but instead instructed a servant next to young Master Fong before leaving leisurely. The butler was quick to prepare the ransom, and at the same time, he contacted the military. After explaining the situation, they told the butler to reach out to the army, who would provide assistance. Upon hearing this news, the butler finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 219, all set. Luckily, I was abducted while working for the Fong family. At other times, my master might not have survived. Although the Fong family is also wealthy, they are far from being able to command an army. The terrifying power of the Zhao family is something the Fong family cannot compare to. On the other side, Su Wei was still waiting as it wasn't time yet, and Lu Zhou didn't want to worry his parents. So he waited until the two of them left before driving quickly to the location where the two parties had agreed to place the ransom. After leaving Liangshan, the number of people outside obviously decreased. Continuing on the road, Lu Zhou took the opportunity to find a hidden spot and immediately parked the car. This location was already very close to the transaction site, and driving any closer would attract too much attention. He adjusted his position while listening to the movements of the kidnappers. Last night, he had overheard quite a bit of information. Last night, just as the kidnapping was about to succeed, the group of kidnappers had a wild night. Of course, having learned a lesson from the last time, the kidnappers kept a close watch on Fong Qingming, as he was the ticket to happiness in the Divine Kingdom. If they lost him now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. The entire night, Fong Qingming couldn't find a suitable opportunity and could only obediently stay nearby, watching as the kidnappers reveled in their wild celebrations. While they were drinking to their heart's content, they didn't forget to tease Fong Qingming. "Hey, Fong the great benefactor, why don't you drink with us?" Fong Qingming forced a smile, maintaining a polite demeanor. "I won't drink. I had a kidney operation before, so I can't drink alcohol." Upon hearing this, the kidnappers immediately let out a disappointed sound and shifted their gaze away. How unfortunate! Lu Zhou, who was eavesdropping with a listening device, widened his eyes. This news had not been reported before. It wasn't long before another drunken kidnapper stumbled over to Fong Qingming and started to show off. Nonsense about Fong the great benefactor. Do you even know how you got that kidney? This remark caught everyone's attention, not just Lu Zhou, but also the other kidnappers who became curious. "Third brother, what do you mean by that?" "Good question." Lu Zhou cheered for that person in his heart. The previous speaker continued angrily. "Fong Qingming has a rare blood type. He got that kidney from a living person. Moreover, he builds elementary schools and funds students in impoverished mountain areas. Do you really think this guy is doing charity? Those places appear to be schools on the surface, but behind the scenes, They do all sorts of things: illegal human experiments, child trafficking, organ trade, and so on. TSK, do you still think he's a great benefactor? The kidnappers immediately felt their hair stand on end. Is that true? No way. If he's doing that, how come no one has found out? TSK, there are many ways to disguise it. In other places, these organizations act as legitimate institutions, and even so-called charitable people donate to them. But who knows? Fong the benefactor is doing these things. The kidnapper leader was taken aback. At that moment, he looked at the subordinate who had just spilled the beans with a puzzled expression. "You little brat, why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" He then cast a wary glance at the man across from him. Fong Qingming's expression was troubled, and helplessly, he addressed the group of kidnappers. "This stuff scares me. It's the first time I've heard of it. Is my reputation that bad?" His calm tone left everyone unable to tell whether he was telling the truth or lying. This person looks like a bodhisattva with a kind expression. Could he really do such insane things? Moreover, what the kidnappers' leader feared the most was that they initially thought Fong Qingming was just an ordinary entrepreneur, and they believed he wouldn't stir up much trouble, so they set their sights on him. But now it seems that this is not the case. Typically, someone involved in shady business should have complicated connections behind them. The more the kidnapper thought about it, the worse his expression became. The effects of the alcohol he had drunk earlier were already fading away. He sighed, realizing there was no turning back. Even if Fong Qingming had some big shots backing him, they had already directly clashed with these people. I wonder if tomorrow's deal will go smoothly? In an instant, his good mood from drinking had diminished significantly. Recalling the truth he heard from the kidnappers last night, Lu Zhou couldn't quite believe it for a moment. However, no rumor comes from nowhere. He needed to be cautious. Lu Zhou quickly hid in a spot and entered the game. While he was in the game, he could still know what was happening on the other side through the listening device. Most importantly, he was now very close to the location. He estimated that soon both parties would send out drones to check if there were any unrelated people or ambushes nearby. Once Lu Zhou entered the game, sounds came through the listening device. "Boss Fong, your butler is calling for you. You should say something. Have you delivered the goods to the location? Are you there? We will check the situation." The kidnapper immediately instructed his men to send out drones for reconnaissance. In an instant, 3 drones flew out with a whoosh. Everyone was fixated on the images being transmitted back. Then came the murmurs of the group. "Boss, it looks quite safe. Boss, we didn't find anything unusual." "Mine too." The kidnapper's expression finally improved a bit. After learning last night that Fong Qingming possibly had powerful allies, he was extremely nervous about today's deal, fearing unexpected incidents. Now that he was hearing good news, he relaxed a little. "All right, Lao Ji, you can head out now. Later, you're responsible for checking the cargo and bringing the plane back. This operation is risky, but once it's over, I will give you more rewards." The person called Lao Ji had no objections. Being a solitary figure who danced on the edge of danger, he was willing to risk it all for a better future. As Lao Ji set off, Lu Zhou also began to move. First, he used a disguise spray. Once he confirmed that his appearance, height, body shape, and even gender had changed, Lu Zhou felt secure enough to quickly head toward that location. Even if someone accidentally saw his disguised appearance, they wouldn't be able to identify him. Dressed in camouflage, Lu Zhou sped along like a leopard. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the agreed-upon location. According to the intel, the Fong family had completely withdrawn from this area. However, to be cautious, Lu Zhou took out the invisibility veil he had created using a game bug. Chapter 220, Scheming. Speaking of the manufacturing method for the invisible cloak, Lu Zhou relied on that bottle of all-purpose invisibility potion. First, he made a lightweight cloak in the game, and then sprinkled the potion on it, and that was it. After soaking in the invisibility potion, the cloak completely disappeared from sight. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, feeling that it had indeed fulfilled its purpose. Fortunately, he had chosen the thinnest cloak. Otherwise, the remaining amount of invisibility potion might not have been sufficient. After putting on the invisible cloak, Lu Zhou's figure became nearly indistinguishable, effectively making him invisible right on the spot. Lu Zhou moved quickly, during which he experienced the buzzing of several drones passing overhead. These drones flew at high speed, their density making Lu Zhou somewhat astonished. Fortunately, he was wearing the invisibility cloak. Otherwise, he could have been detected by the drones. Before long, Lu Zhou found the location where this group of people was conducting their transaction. It was a cave, stocked inside with various supplies aside from aircraft, and outside the cave was a medium-sized helicopter. The helicopter was orange-red, clearly visible from a distance. Above the helicopter, several drones were flying at high speed. Any slight movement would not escape the notice of these drones. Lu Zhou thought of taking the opportunity to seize the aircraft, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately abandoned that plan. Although the helicopter was tempting, if this supernatural phenomenon were discovered by this group, it would be even more dangerous, and it wasn't worth the risk to attempt a direct seizure. He needed to think in another direction. Lu Zhou's brain raced, and soon he stared intently at the interior of the cave, slightly lost in thought. He had a plan. Lu Zhou quickly entered the cave. Once inside, he found it filled with over 20 boxes. After placing his hand on each one to check, he was astonished. Inside were firearms, ammunition, medical supplies, food, and aircraft fuel. The variety was so complete that Lu Zhou couldn't help but marvel. The resources of these wealthy individuals were significant. It hadn't been long, and they had already gathered such items. At that moment, it served as a reminder to Lu Zhou that he absolutely could not confront this group head-on. Their reserves were clearly extensive, and clashing with them would definitely result in hurting oneself while attempting to hurt the enemy. It wasn't worth it. Thoughts raced through Lu Zhou's mind. When he reached a certain area of the cave, he keenly noticed something was off. Wait, there's a sound of breathing here. Is there someone? The cave was dimly lit, and with Lu Zhou hidden under the invisible cloak, the other party seemed to have not detected him. However, Lu Zhou was able to focus his gaze on a slightly undulating area of the rock wall under the faint light. Under his observation, this section of the rock wall moved slightly a few times. Lu Zhou instantly realized the Fong family had also made preparations. This person must have been lying in wait there, ready to replace the other party when they came to inspect the goods. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou's plan was the same as this person's. Keeping a safe distance from the other party, Lu Zhou heard a faint dripping sound. It was some sort of communication device from the other party. A second later, Lu Zhou heard the content of the conversation.